And with that, we have quorum, so we will begin. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Trustee Dan McLean. I'm Chair of the Finance, Budget, and Enrollment Committee. I'd like to call today's special meeting to order and welcome committee members, trustees, staff, and members of the public. For all those who are able, we ask you to please rise. We acknowledge that we are hosted on the lands of the Mississaugas of the Anishinaabe, the Haudenosaunee Confederacy, and the Wendat. We also recognize the enduring presence of all First Nation, Métis, and Inuit peoples. Miigwech. Thank you. Trustees have had a chance to review the agenda. I can't envision any, but are there any declarations of possible conflict of interest? Hearing and seeing none, we will proceed. Today is a unique, this meeting has been broken into 3 parts. It is dedicated solely for the trustees and staff to hear from the public. So we thank everyone for making the effort. I will remind everyone of the rules. Delegations allow for the public to address committees of the board and are designed to ensure that members of the public can provide information and their perspectives to trustees as we navigate the decision-making process. Delegates are reminded that they are to provide input in a respectful and constructive manner and should not engage in any behavior contrary to the board's code of conduct, human rights policies, or delegation procedures. We have a large number of delegations today. Each delegate was provided a delegation number. You will have 3 minutes. You will have 3 minutes to present. You'll hear a bell when you approach the end of your time, and encourage you to stay on as trustees. We'll have an opportunity to ask questions of clarification following your delegation. So I will remind those who are online that there's about an 8-second delay. So if you're following online and then going to make it virtual, if you could turn the sound off on your computer, this will all make more sense to you, because there'll be an 8-second delay that has a tendency to make it a little awkward. So, and with that, we will begin. Our first delegate of the day is regarding grade 1, 2, 3 split. Number 1 is Ms. D. Novi from Essex. And that's a virtual. At this time, you guys can press *6. Oh, we're good. Please proceed.
Hi. Can you hear me?
We can. Thank you.
Thank you so much. My name is Zoe DeNovi. Thanks so much for letting me come to speak today. I'm the parent of a 2nd grade kid at Essex Public School. Her name is Lena. We received troubling news earlier this month about the proposed grade 1, 2, and 3 split classroom at Essex Public School for next year. I know you all are dealing with staffing, enrollment constraints, being in a deficit position. I know you're in a really tough spot, but I feel really strongly that this proposal is counter to the TDSB's mandate of creating an environment where each child can develop the literacy and numerical skills they need to succeed to unlock their full potential. I mean, just honestly, combining 3 early primary grades in a single classroom raises really serious questions about the ability to deliver on that curriculum, developmental appropriateness, and overall student experience. A 3-grade split class will ensure that nobody meets the curriculum requirements, since a classroom with 1 teacher cannot meet the academic or emotional needs of those students. I hope you will please reconsider this proposal, since it will seriously impact the education of students. I mean, from my own experience, I've observed like grade 1 kids are still learning how to self-regulate in many ways. Sometimes like using the bathroom, they're really learning the building blocks of reading and math. Grade 2 kids have totally different needs. They really need to focus on mastering reading and building up their confidence, and they need a teacher who can really devote the time to that. It's not fair to any of these kids, including the grade 3 kids who I don't know that experience yet, but you know they're going to fall behind if they're having to be like in a same classroom catering to younger and more inexperienced learners. And it's really not fair to the teachers. I can say from my own experience watching my own kid learn to read, it took longer than I wanted and than I anticipated. And it was only because she had a really great teacher who wasn't overwhelmed and could devote time to a class of second graders all learning at the same pace. My kid is lucky. She had that great teacher who wasn't overworked and overwhelmed. She also has like two parents who don't work at nights, who have English as a first language. You know that, and I know that Lena has kids at her school and in her classroom who don't have all of those benefits. And it's actually them that I worry for the most and why I'm here today. Adding a teacher trying to juggle way too many kids at different levels is just really unfair. And the impact that this will have on students is that they will be behind this early and they will feel they deserve to be left behind by the adults who should have known better and done better. Both my husband and I were raised in public school systems. We love and support public schools because we know how great they can be. This combined class proposal wasn't done to any of us growing up, so it shouldn't be done to kids today. I hope you who have the power to remedy this will try your hardest too. We owe it to all the kids at our public schools to do better than this. Those are the end of my remarks. I have some other feedback, but I think I'm supposed to leave time for questions.
Yeah, okay, thank you, Ms. DiNovi. Your timing was impeccable, which is great. I'm just checking in the room and online. We have no questions of clarification, so thank you very much. And with
Thanks.
that,
I hang up now.
Through the
I'm sorry?
chair, I have a question of clarification. It's Trustee Williams.
Sure, go ahead, Trustee Williams.
Hi there. Thank you, Zoe, for your delegation. It's very much appreciated. I just wanted a bit of a clarification. I think you may have misspoke, but you said something about adding a teacher would be disadvantageous. I think you meant adding an additional grade.
Oh yeah, I don't think I said adding a teacher would be a disadvantage. I'm saying that I think it's a disadvantage to all the teachers who will have to manage 3 grades at once in one classroom. So yes, I would love it if there could be more teachers added.
No, thank you for that, through the chair. I think you just misspoke. I just wanted to clarify that. And if you could clarify a bit, you mentioned, you know, the call for, reassessing the 3 triple grade split, the split across 3 grades. Just clarify, I just want to get a little bit more about your understanding about how that came about. If you could clarify.
Oh, yes, I would love to. I was notified about this by our principal who sent in their normal regular monthly updates, but I actually felt it was quite a bit hidden in that update. And I don't think there were any messages sent to the many parents who would be impacted by this. It felt like we were kind of doing it secretively or purposefully secretively. Like there has been no call to rally all these parents together for our kids. I do want to give a shout out and a thank you to Trustee Williams, who took the time to call me and respond to my email and help me understand what I could do to help. That was really appreciated. I was not thrilled by the superintendent's response to my email. I felt like it was trying to justify this, something we all know in our heart is wrong. And saying this would benefit by teaching them independent learning skills and learning from peers. I don't feel that that is accurate or a good excuse for proposing a combined split of grade 1, 2, and 3.
Thank you. Through the chair, those are my questions. I appreciate the delegation. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee
Thank you
Williams.
so much.
And we have no further questions. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Have a good one.
And I welcome Trustee Hassan to the meeting. Trustee Arts, thank you for joining. And with that, we will turn to delegate number 2, Mr. Tobin. Mr. Tobin is with Jack of Sports.
Hello. Thank you very much for letting me speak. Jack of Sports, we permit over 15 pools. We have permits ranging from the West End High Park all the way East End to East York. We service over 35,000 families in the GTA, and we permit over 200 hours of pool time per week. We generate approximately $1 million of permit revenues for the TDSB, and there is significant demand from communities to participate in our swim lessons. We subsidize families in need, and everyone participates. So I put together a simple one-page brief, because in the deficit, you mentioned there's approximately 7.6 million that the TDSB is down from the pools, is losing from the pools per year. My suggestion is to strongly consider working with private companies who have proved they can provide solid programs to the communities, who permit significant pool hours, and work out lease structures the same way you have with the city, and renegotiate the city's lease structure so they are paying fair rates. Now, when you look at lease structures and then potentially considering increasing permit fees, if you increase a $7.6 million shortfall, if you increase permit fees by approximately $35 per permit, for 66 pools, 40 hours of pool time per week, that will make the pool deficit revenue neutral. Now, if you also consider the meter savings, instead of having all pools lumped up together in one single meter, have separate meters so you can effectively assess the cost of each pool and allocate that accordingly. It's not done in an efficient way. Also, you mentioned in your deficit that 85% of the TDSB fees are for salaries and benefits. It is extremely difficult to run a break-even or profitable organization if 85% of the fees are with salaries and benefits. So you can, even just a small increase in permit fees nullifies the deficit without making any cutbacks. So they're smart, simple, intelligent.
Mr. Tobin, I
means.
need
Thank
you to
you.
wrap up, please. Thank you. I'll check in the room whether we have questions of clarification. We don't online. I have a few questions, though. So Trustee Hassan, can I pass you the chair?
Yep,
Thank you.
floor is yours.
Thank you. Mr. Tobin, you spoke about different private companies. Are you aware of any private enterprises that aren't currently have arrangements with us that you think might be?
I think there's a number of successful private swim company providers based on where they permit that would be very interested in potential lease options and working with the TDSB in a constructive manner to make the fees revenue neutral. You know, unfortunately, it seems to be just the city you're offering the lease structure to. You know, these private companies at different pools in different parts of the city are in demand. And you can check from the permit hours that these companies permit to validate whether the community is interested in their programs or not. So you can use data, simple data from permit revenues to validate who you should be working with, who you should consider working with, and which smaller companies and entities may not be worth it because they're actually taking up time they're taking up space and affecting the other companies who are very successful in communities. So to form a partnership with the TDSB where it's a win-win situation should be first and foremost. And that's what these private companies want to do. And I'm not even, I don't, you know, I'm speaking for them, but as another private company, but to me, it's a win-win situation to get the companies involved who have generated significant revenues for the TDSB, who have proved they're in demand from the public, and work with them and put a win-win situation for the communities because they want the pools. There's demand for swimming, demand for swim lessons. It's just inefficiently run.
Thank you, sir. And just to clarify, Jack of Sports would be in a position to deal with a rate increase that you suggested in the,
Jack of Sports would be in a position to.
did you, if I understood your
Yes.
your
Yes.
delegation appropriately, you thought there was room for a rate increase that would help us get to break even, and your group.
Yes. There is no reason the TDSB should be losing money on pools. There's no reason. It's simple math, and it's simply working with the private swim companies to effectively implement this. We can do that. There's demand.
Thank you, sir. That ends my questions. So I will take the chair back, Trustee Hassan, and seeing no further questions in the room or online, thank you, Mr. Tobin, for your delegation.
Thank you for your time.
And with that, we will go to delegate number 3, Ms. Rafferty. She represents the Quantic Holistic Alternative School.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here with everybody. I want to express my appreciation. I've looked through the survey that was provided for folks to look at what could be cut to help balance things out, and I have great empathy for that. I don't think there's anything that's in there that aligns with what children need for education. I'd like to speak specifically to how alternative schools actually support what the goals are for the strategic plan, the multi-year strategic plan, along with how they support children with special needs, outdoor education. I'd like to say that, and also I'd like to ask the school board to keep up with, advocate to the provincial government to keep up with inflation for funding. There's one area that I don't have any information on. I'm curious. I'll pose more questions around it near the end. And that what savings would look like to actually not offer one-to-one devices for grades 5 to 9. So I'd like to share that children are growing up in an environment that prioritizes screens over soil, isolation over connection, and performance over wellness. Rates of anxiety, depression, and disconnection among youth are at historic highs. And this is not simply a mental health crisis, it's an educational crisis. And I think all the literature for schools and education speaks to what is happening in schools. If we are to reverse this trend, we need to rethink the environments in which children learn. And alternative schools across the TDSB are already leading this change. These schools are not fringe, they are the future. In my child's class, my child is in grade 2, they engage in restorative justice talking circles. These are not just feel-good activities. They are structured, intentional spaces where children learn to listen deeply, express themselves, and resolve conflicts together. These 7-year-olds are learning social and emotional skills that many adults still struggle with, skills that build safer and more inclusive communities. Children thrive in small classes where they can be seen and heard. They need hands-on experiential learning and connection with land and water because their brains, their bodies, and their spirits are wired for real-world engagement. Alternative schools like Equinox are actively engaged with incorporating Indigenous perspectives, land-based learning, and a deeper understanding of history, responsibility, and healing. They need education that sees them as whole people, not just data points. The only item that makes sense to help balance the budget is to remove, already 3? Okay. To move the one-to-one allocation of devices. I don't know the numbers yet on the savings, but there would be additional expenses for device maintenance, software updates, IT support, and potential repairs. I'd like to imagine a world where we're not creating a further self-checkout type of education for children where they're focused on one-on-one devices and really tune into how we're going to support human engagement in schools. and this education system. The land and children are desperate for it right now.
Thank you. I'm checking online and in the room. I don't see any questions of clarification. Thank you, Ms. Rafferty, for your delegation. And before we go on to delegate number 4, I want to acknowledge that trustees King and trustee Klein are in the room. So thank you for joining. So number 4 is Ms. Wiley from Equinox Holistic Alternative School. Do we have Ms. Wiley?
She's online. Hi, thank you. Good morning. Good afternoon. My name is Sarah Wiley. I just want to say thanks for being here and thanks for listening. This is my first time doing anything like this, so I'm just going to read from my notes. I'm a parent. I have one child at Equinox Alternative School and another starting in September. And I wanted to share a little bit about our school from my perspective. So I'm speaking today to respectfully request that the trustees fulfill their responsibility and advocate to provincial government to fully fund our TDSB schools and to ensure that the province meets its obligation to maintain safe schools and quality programming, including in our alternative schools. Equinox Alternative has quickly become a special place to our family, providing a rich kindergarten experience where the learning and environment truly demonstrate the ideals of the board's strategic directions. Within just a few years at this alternative school, we have seen how collaborative, holistic, and child-centered learning has given our son a sense of belonging and provided a platform for him to thrive in the school environment, in nature, and in his wider community. As you may be aware, Equinox is a place where our kids engage in curriculum learning through meaningful community connections. And this is setting our kids up with an increased sense of belonging that honestly I wish for all of the kids to find. And in this environment, in this alternative school, that I see my child and his peers thriving. I understand the board is under pressure to reduce the budget at a time when much greater funding is needed to maintain infrastructure and provide adequate staffing across all periods of the school day for all learners in the classroom, including those with additional needs. Music, outdoor education, reasonable class sizes, and consistent and well-trained staff are absolutely essential for the board to achieve its own goals outlined in strategic direction. Cutting funding from alternative schools, an environment where holistic education is bringing out the best of our kids and our communities, is not the answer. I am respectfully asking trustees to consider budget cuts that don't take away so much from our students and to advocate with the province to provide reasonable funding to provide a safe environment for meaningful learning because our kids deserve that. That's it. Thank you for your time and for your dedication to our schools, including our alternative school environment.
Thank you, Ms. Wiley. Seeing no questions of clarification online.
Chair.
Trustee Patel, you have a
Yes,
question?
yes. Can I ask a small question to Sarah?
Sure. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Thank you for your delegation, Sarah. And you know, the trustees are struggling with some of the recommendations by staff. How do you see one-on-one student devices program? Is it helpful to your alternative schools?
I would fully support a delay in one-on-one devices to much older levels. I'm a parent, my child is young. I can't speak from the personal experience of having an older student with their own device, but from what I have seen and read and learned and what I know about the community that we have at this school, that is something I would very much support a delay in the one-to-one devices in the classroom for regular education.
Great. Thank you for your delegation, Sarah, and thank you for your feedback. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Patel. And seeing no others in the room or online, we thank you, Ms. Wiley, for your delegation. And with that,
Thank you so much.
we'll move on to delegate number 5, Mr. Goldmitz from Water Babies Toronto and Water Babies Canada. Is that online?
Online.
Online? See, are you with us, sir?
Yep, I'm with you guys. Sorry, I just needed to unmute. It's a familiar system I'm not super familiar with.
Oh, that's great. Please proceed.
Okay, great. So my name's Sean Goldman. I run both a franchise system of swim schools as well as a specific swim school here in Toronto. I only got wind of the changes that are being proposed to the use of pools within the schools and essentially closing them down this weekend. So I didn't have a ton of time to prepare stats or anything like that for you guys, but I just wanted to kind of state, I guess, our case as an industry as to what effect this would have on a bunch of individual businesses, on the children in the schools, as well as the community at large. I want to start by saying that I know that the community at large and local businesses are not at all part of the remit of what TDSB is there to do. So I'm not expecting that to be the number one thing. My greatest concern about all of this is obviously we want to ensure that there's a balanced budget, but at the same time, these are decisions that if they are made hastily, can't be undone. So if these facilities are taken out of commission on short order, they are assets that are frankly really, really expensive assets and would be impossible to recreate, and they'll be derelict. So my number one concern is just making sure that as we go through this process, we're making sure that we are taking our time to make sure that it's the right decision and that actually there isn't an alternative, because there are tons of privates that would love to come in and take these places. Now, I do have some information about some of the former leases that were used, and I also have some concerns that if we try to roll out that same program, it's not going to be economically feasible for anyone and also not particularly fair. So my number one thing on this is absolutely there appears to be a gap, but we want to make sure that we're not rushing in to fill that gap and actually costing tons of money to the school board by getting rid of these actually quite valuable assets. I wanted to talk a little bit also about how the report doesn't take into account the fact that the TDSB is doubling fees on all pools except for 2 of them. So of the 32 pools that are currently not leased to the City of Toronto, revenues are going to be doubling on 30 of them within the next year. Well, next year and a few months, which obviously the people like me weren't very happy with, but you know, it's still what's happening. And so I think that that is also something that's going to be there to address part of that funding gap that's not included in that, that's not included in the report. I guess kind of the last thing I want to go through is like just talking about the impact that it's going to have. That I understand that other school boards don't have the facilities that the City of Toronto does. I don't think that in and of itself should be like, well,
Mr. Goldmitz, I need you to wrap up, please.
Yeah, that means that therefore we don't need this. It's not a matter of need, it's a matter of what benefits we can bring to the community at large and to the people that are actually in the school. I'm sorry, I'll wrap up. Go ahead, guys, sorry.
Thank you. We appreciate your delegation. And I'm looking online. I don't see any, and in the room, I don't see any questions of clarification. So we thank you, sir, for your delegation. And we will move on.
Thank you very much for the time. Appreciate it, guys.
Thank you. Delegate number 6, Ms. Law from Riverdale Collegiate Institute is online. Ms. Law, can you hear us?
Hello. Yes, can you hear me?
We can, thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chair McLean and TDSB trustees for accepting delegations. I'm a parent of a Riverdale Collegiate student, but also have an older child who recently graduated from Melbourne Collegiate. I'm here to discuss my concerns to some of the proposed cuts to fund the TDSB deficit, specifically the closing of pools, as well as the cutting of itinerant music teachers for grade 5 to 8 students. Firstly, on the topic of pools, this is my 3rd deputation regarding pool closures, the first 2 being directly to the City of Toronto when it was proposing to close the pool at SH Armstrong, which is connected to Duke of Connaught. I firstly want to point out that if the TDSB believes that the city will take over some of these school pools, that won't happen. I don't have time to get into the reasons because of the 3-minute time limit, but we'll be happy to clarify during the Q&A, but trust me when I say it won't. As a result, engaged East End parents will then be looking at Scarborough for community swimming lessons for their kids because have you been on the Gardiner recently? This means that on city registration day, hundreds of downtown adjacent parents will be looking to snap up all of those affordable swimming spots along with Scarborough parents and good luck and may the gods be ever in your favor. But, and more importantly, learning to swim is not a privilege. It is a right that we owe to our children who live next to a very large body of water with deceptively easy access. In fact, Riverdale is the closest high school pool to the beach and thus provides vital life-saving skills to the students in this community, quite a few of who are new Canadians, as part of the curriculum. The TDSB itself knows the terrible consequences when its students don't know how to swim. I am referring to the tragic drowning of Jeremiah Perry in 2017, and yet here we are talking about the possibility of closing pools, which I find simply horrific. I note that on page 8 of the structural deficit update, there is a gap of about 11.3 million between operating costs and revenue collected. And per the deputation from Larry Tobin, as well as the previous delegate, has the TDSB even looking into ways to decrease or eliminate the gap? But failing that, is saving $11 million more important than saving a life? On the other option of cutting itinerant music instructors, I am again aghast. As a mother of 2 children who participated in the elementary band program, which was itinerant at their school, that would not have existed were it not for these teachers, I can tell you that the impact of this instruction has been incredible. Through this program, my non-sports children learned about teamwork and its importance, another valuable life skill, and will be forever players of the instruments they first picked up in grade 5, one French horn, the other clarinet. How can you put a price on the value of this learning? When I look at the proposed cuts, I feel that some of these will impact or hurt students who may find strength or joy or their people in the non-academic or alternative learning aspects of school, including the outdoor education centers. I completely appreciate the TDSB is stuck between a rock and a hard place, refuse to balance the budget, risk the province imposing a budget. But this is a government which has been negligently underfunding the TDSB for many years. But at the
Ms.
same
Law?
time, as elected trustees, yes?
I need you to
will
wrap
keep
up,
it
please.
short. Yep. Please take all the petitions and the data regarding the cuts and force the government to listen to you and reinstate the funding that our kids deserve. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your delegation. I'm checking online for questions of clarification. Trustee Earhart?
Hi, thanks so much, Ms. Law, for your delegation. I hope you can hear me okay. I just wanted to see if you could explain a little bit more about what the closure of the pools, as well as daytime pool programming, swimming lessons through schools, means for the overall system of swimming lessons in Toronto and giving people access to swim. Just understanding that you co-chaired a pool working group on this topic. Could you tell us a little bit more about that, please? Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Trustee Earhart, for your question. So when the S.H. Armstrong Community Center pool was under threat of being closed, the main reason was because city planners did not take into account the revenue that was coming from the TDSB to support the operations of this pool. Once that money was factored into the city planning and that was brought to the attention of city councilors, they realized that in fact, at the end of the day, there was only really a minor $10,000 gap in terms of the deficit, which was then fulfilled by community registrations because we got the registrations up and increased. You cannot, the city will not be able to operate the pool to make more money because the pool access is integrated into the school itself. You cannot have outside people walking through the school where the cafeteria is to access the pool. So it simply won't happen. There's no way the city will take over a pool that is not revenue positive. And there's no way to make it revenue positive because it's only going to be in evenings and weekends. And so therefore, the pool will close down in all the downtown, and all the pools are being discussed to close down, and everybody's going to try and take their kids elsewhere. And here in downtown Toronto, that's going to be Scarborough, because we don't want to go to the west side of town. So, and I know Scarborough swimming is oversubscribed across the board. So that just means parents like me with my 5 computers, 4 iPads, and 4 cell phones will be madly, frantically calling in and trying to connect into the system the registration day, and we'll be taking those spots from Scarborough.
Okay, thank you, Angie. I'm wondering if you could also just tell us a little bit from your perspective on the value of the programming that kids are getting at these pools. I know you've been a swim team parent, etc. Just maybe share with us a little bit of your experiences there, and thank you.
Well, again, swimming is a life skill, you know, and again, this city borders on a lake. You know, the east side of town has incredibly easy access to the beach. And you walk in, you wade in, you think you're fine, and then all of a sudden something happens and you're under the water. And we heard from so many constituents outside of our community where
Thank
we
you,
were
Ms.
trying to
Law.
save Essex Armstrong.
Ms. Law, thank you.
Yes.
The time
Okay.
for has concluded, and I
Okay.
have no further questions of clarification. We thank you very much for your delegation.
Thank you.
And
Bye-bye.
before we head on to delegate number 7, I'm going to remind trustees that trustees' questions are that of clarification and not subject to any independent outside knowledge you may or may not have. Our questions are to be targeted specifically around clarification to what we hear. And with that, we will welcome delegate number 7, Ms. Volk, who's in person, I understand. Great, thank you.
Hi, I'm Jen Volk, a parent of daughters at Riverdale Collegiate Institute. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. There are so many horrific proposals for program cuts, and I could speak to the impact of many of them, but I'm here today to speak about school pool closures. I'm not going to spend my precious minutes speaking to you about swim being a life-saving skill and the benefits of swimming programs, because I have been here before in this very room with other parents and
Ms.
my
Volk, I'm
daughter.
going to ask you, and I'm going to apologize for interrupting. And can we check the mic?
Oh.
Yeah, I'll give it a restart. We'll start.
I was trying to reach up. There we go.
Okay, so yeah, we think it'll improve if you alter the angle a little bit.
Yeah, I just moved it down. Is
Oh,
that
that's
better?
much
Okay.
better.
Am I going to start all over again?
You can.
Okay.
3 minutes, you can go again.
Okay, I'm Jen Volk. I'm the parent of daughters at Riverdale Collegiate Institute, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. There are so many horrific proposals for program cuts, and I could speak to the impact of many of them, but I'm here today to speak about school pool closures. I'm not going to spend my precious minutes speaking to you about swim being a life-saving skill and all the benefits of swim programs, because I've been here before in this very room with other parents and with my daughter speaking about just that. And I'm sure you're going to hear from others about it as well. What I would like to bring today is a perspective of swimming at the high school level, as I am now in that world, and I'm amazed at the impact of the swim program. I was speaking with my younger daughter about us once again being in the position of facing the closures of school pools, and she wanted to share this message about her grade 9 swim class this year. She said in her gym class of 30 females, there are about 3 classmates that don't participate regularly, but they have been in the pool on occasion. She said that at the beginning of the year, over 75% of her class, and yes, she's counting and calculating, did not have the skills to be swimming in the deep end. But now 4 classmates have graduated to the deep end, and there's still more swim to come this year and more kids that are close to making that move. She said, if that is not a sign of success, then what is? I have to agree with her. More kids being confident in the water and learning this life-saving skill is fantastic. I also wanted to highlight the swim team at Riverdale and the opportunity it provides. Riverdale Collegiate is a big school, over 1,600 kids. It is difficult to get on a team, but the swim team is open to any student that can pass the swim test, which is a roll in, 1 minute of treading water, and a 50-meter swim. They get a place on that team and a chance to compete. My daughter is on the swim team, representing her school and getting all those amazing benefits of team sports. This year, she even had the chance to go to OFSA. The experience of being on a team has been beyond amazing for her and her teammates for building confidence, friendships, and a sense of belonging and connection in her school community. An opportunity provided to so many kids on the biggest team in the school. Like my daughter said, a sign of success. I do not envy the decisions that you have before you with this budget. There are no cuts that are okay. But please consider the vital role that pools play in schools and the vital role that school pools play in the communities that they are in. My kids have learned to swim exclusively in school pools because that is what we have in our community. That is the option. Please also know that I will continue to do my part and advocate in my community for public education, as I have been doing since my kids started school. I'll be out there with my clipboard, getting signatures on petitions, making phone calls, writing letters, and helping to organize a recently revitalized East End Parents for Public Education group. Quality funded public education is more than worth the fight. Thank you for your time.
Impeccable timing. Well done. We thank you for your ongoing advocacy. I want to personally thank your daughter for the update regarding the progress of her classmates. Seeing no questions in the room or online, Ms. Volk, we thank you for your delegation.
Thanks. Good luck, everyone.
And with that, we will go to delegate number 8, Ms. Thawani from Allenby Junior Public School, who I understand is online. And it's with us. Please proceed when you're ready.
Good afternoon. Can everybody hear me?
We can, thank you.
Wonderful. Okay, my name is Cassandra Tooney, and I am the co-chair of the Allenby Parents Association. I'm not entirely sure, who am I speaking with right now? Who's on the committee?
I'm sorry, ma'am. This isn't a... Okay, well, in the room, we have trustees. We have some trustees that are online, and we have staff that are here throughout the day, but it's not designed to be a question and answer portion. Delegations are when members of the public share their perspectives with trustees. Those who do so publicly or online get to be heard by those who are online and present, and those who do so through a written document, trustees and staff can then have the opportunity to review that at their leisure.
Understood. I was just hoping to get an idea of who was listening today. All right, that's okay. I will go on. So I'm speaking today on the troubling proposition that our school pools be closed or the swimming lessons provided be significantly delayed. While the TDSB deficit is widely known, the suggestion to close pools would be very costly, not only financially with the excessive cost of shutting down the pools and repurposing the rooms, but also with the loss of life-saving lessons. The TDSB school pools are some of the biggest assets to the TDSB. Just like the shop classes, home ec classes, theaters, track and field stadiums enjoyed by other schools. However, unlike those assets, the pools are actually life-saving assets. Swimming lessons save countless lives. Hundreds of people die from drowning in Ontario alone, and the #1 cause of drowning is not knowing how to swim. The pools in our schools are offering our children the opportunity to learn life-saving skills they will use for their entire lives. These are not only just assets to the TDSB and to the school themselves, but also the local community. The communities rely on the pools for aquatics programs, and the local businesses who offer these programs rely on the pools to offer these services. My daughter is a perfect example of this. She's only in JK, so hasn't been able to access swimming lessons through the TDSB, but through local accessing the lessons through the schools at through the pools at the schools like Allenby, Brown School, and some of the local high schools, she's been able to start learning how to swim earlier. Now, starting swimming lessons at grade 1 when children are capable of dressing themselves through the schools makes sense. Starting them any later than this puts our children at risk. Swimming lessons cannot be delayed. It should also be pointed out that, as an example, my daughter's lessons and countless others would not be possible without the school pools. All of her lessons have taken place at pools and schools. The city just doesn't have enough room or capacity to provide outside lessons to the number of children needing them, and there simply are not enough community pools available. Another consideration is that while I may have the privilege to put my daughter in lessons, there are many other parents who do not, either due to financial stress, language barriers, or geographical and mobility barriers. This means that these school pools are the only opportunity that some of our students have to access life-saving swimming lessons. This brings up another benefit of these pools. They bring in financial resources. They make money. Unlike other school facilities, pools bring in consistent revenue and rental income through permits. Local swim schools, after-school programs, and competitive swim clubs rely on school pools to operate and contribute financially and enrich the community. The Allenby pool alone is used by permits 2 to 4 hours daily during the week and 10 hours on each Saturday and Sunday. Removing these pools would not just remove these opportunities for the members of our community, but would also undercut local business and remove opportunities for our students to engage in aquatics. There are many opportunities that could be capitalized on with the school pools that could benefit the TDSB. The pools could be shared by other neighboring schools with schedules created for the pool's use, maximizing the amount of students who would have exposure to life-saving lessons. The pools
Ms.
also
Looney,
promote
I need you to
athleticism.
wrap up, please.
Sure. Bonding, opportunity of swim teams and extracurricular activities. They also provide, they open the door to college scholarships and leadership opportunities. However, I can't stress enough that swimming is a life skill and not just a sport. These pools are already here. They are built and are in use, and by continuing the operation of these existing pools and swimming lessons, the TDSB is in fact saving the lives of their students and future students. The pools are priceless assets and should remain a priority for the benefit of the TDSB and everyone in the community. Thank you. I would also like to touch briefly on the process for speaking today and the call for delegations.
Ms. Thune?
Yeah, sure. I just would like to say with the timing of everything, it does seem like a flagrant abusive process, and it has limited and restricted the community input into a very serious decision that has irreversible implications for our children's education and our communities.
Thank you for that. And with no questions in the room or online, I'll thank you for your delegation.
Thank you very much.
That point, I will reiterate that this is a unique session. This session was extended for approximately 11 hours, broken into 3 unique parts. We don't traditionally meet in the middle of the afternoon. We did this so that we could hear from more people. When we get large numbers, we do reduce the delegation time from 5 minutes to 3 minutes. But delegates are always permitted to submit written delegations with no limits, and people are free as long as big a delegation as they wish to make online. And with that, we will turn to delegate number 9, Ms. Kagan from Brown Junior Public School.
My name is Daria Kagan, and I'm here to delegate on behalf of school council at Brown Junior Public School. I want to start by saying that we do understand the TDSB is facing challenges and requires more government funding. Our school council wanted to highlight 2 areas of particular concern in the proposals before the committee. 1, to eliminate pool operations, and 2, to eliminate key and caring staff from schools. For Brown, this latter point would mean the loss of its vice principal allocation. Closing our pool schools would have devastating, far-reaching consequences for all students as well as broader communities. Swimming is an essential life skill, not a luxury, and learning to swim is critical for student and community member safety. Further, school pools provide accessible, affordable instruction for many thousands of students, but also many other external community members, many of whom would not have other opportunities to learn this vital skill. Eliminating pools will leave thousands of children, particularly those in low-income and high-density neighborhoods, without safe, accessible options for swimming lessons or aquatic activities. Finally, pools are a hub of extracurricular and community activity, and also support the work of many small businesses, swim teams, after-school and weekend programs, and community groups. Small business owners and residents, young and old, depend on these spaces. From a financial standpoint, closing pools is short-sighted and wasteful. It would leave valuable infrastructure unused, and it is of note that the current proposals do not account for the cost of the proposed closures. We would also like to acknowledge the staff's comments that not all schools have pools, and these reductions would therefore create a more equitable result. With our children, the goal should not be to achieve the lowest common denominator. Schools were built at different times during different phases of the City of Toronto, pre and post amalgamation, and this has resulted in differences. By way of example, for schools in more suburban areas that have greater green spaces for their students, it should not be said that these green spaces should be reduced to match the smallest of green spaces in urban schools.
This is not the reasoning. This is not the reasoning that should be employed as we think about what is best for our children. We would also like to urge the committee to reject staff's proposal to reduce positions originally funded by one-time funding. Careful consideration needs to be made to what this would actually mean for students based on the positions to be cut. For Brown, we can tell you that this would mean the loss of our vice principal allocation. And for other schools, this may also mean loss of other essential positions. As it relates to vice principals, this would mean the loss of a role that is essential for maintaining a safe and inclusive environment, supporting teachers, handling discipline, and ensuring smooth day-to-day operations.
Thank you, Ms. Kagan. Thank you very much. And I'll check for questions online or in the room. Seeing none, we thank you very much for your delegation. Next is number 10, Ms. Shum from Equinox Holistic Alternative School. It's online, or it's online?
Yes.
Ms. Shum, can you hear me? You can press *6 to unmute. Ms. Shum, are you there? If you press *6 to unmute.
Ask them to speak. They unmuted.
Nobody go.
They did unmute.
Okay, we'll try to iron out Ms. Shum's technical difficulties.
Oh,
and
sorry. Apologies. Can you hear me now?
We can. Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. My name is Cindy Shum. I have a child of Indigenous background attending Equinox Holistic Alternative School. I have one child who will be entering in September. Alternative schools are important for our community, and especially my child, as it provides a land-based experiential learning through the curriculum. I'm also a trained musician, have background in aquatic leadership, and do not support all of the budget cuts proposed. As a student, former student of the TDSB, it was access to these programs of music, pools, continuing education, and also for my child through alternative schools that has allowed me to thrive as a human. For trustees that are not aware, there are currently 18 elementary and 21 secondary alternative schools. Last year, we were able to access Forest Valley Outdoor Education Center to learn about maple trees and to learn how to make maple syrup. But due to budget cuts last year and overwhelming interest, they were not able to return this year, which was great because that means that there's interest. But if we have major cuts to outdoor education facilities, reducing staff size and programming, it would actually limit access to these sites, especially for underprivileged communities where field trips may not be possible for the year. As a previous delegate had suggested, having these one-time proposed fundings, we should advocate to the province to ensure that these cuts are not reduced. Having appropriate staff on site is important from a safety concern, but also access to specialty programs such as beach pathology, special education, and also children with disabilities. As we know, alternative schools are operated through a lottery system, with those of from a disability background, Indigenous, and minorities giving preference, which means that there may be a higher percentage of students that have IEPs. I would strongly urge trustees to vote for none of these budget cuts. If we had to, in favor of any of the proposed, I would strongly support the delay of one-on-one devices from grade 5 to grade 9. As we look towards ensuring that our children thrive in the best environments possible, we need to really search deep inside of ourselves to ensure that we are setting them up for success.
Thank you, Ms. Shum.
Trustees?
Thank you for your time. Thank you for your delegation.
Thank
I'm just checking online and in the room, seeing no questions of clarification. We thank you very much for your delegation.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And before we turn to delegate number 11, I'll acknowledge that Trustee Arts has joined in the room. Delegate number 11 is Ms. Heidinger, TBSB parent from Rosedale Heights School of the Arts. She's online.
Can you hear me?
We can. Please proceed.
Okay, thank you. I'm a parent of 2 students attending Rosedale Heights School of the Arts. I wanted to speak out regarding the proposed closure of the pool and other proposed cuts. I didn't have access to a pool when I was growing up. My parents, new immigrants to Canada, didn't have the time or means to send me to swim lessons. I didn't learn to swim until we moved to Ontario because my high school had a pool. I was determined that my kids would learn to swim at a young age, and now they are avid swimmers. Both were on Rosedale's swim team this year and are planning to continue for their time in high school. That opportunity is now at risk. The pool at Rosedale is highly utilized by the students. Closing the pools means that students will lose access to this vital resource. The board is also considering laying off all aquatics instructors, itinerant music instructors, and making cuts to the outdoor education facilities. These cuts will have significant impacts on the quality of educational experiences offered by TDSB. Aquatics, outdoor education, and music are all part of an enriched learning experience that all students deserve, not just students whose families can afford it. The root cause of all these cuts is chronic underfunding by the Ministry of Education. I fully support the trustees in the call for adequate provincial funding and the lifting of the moratorium on school closures. I also support cost recovery for pool operations and expanding the Swim to Survive program to all grade 4 students, generating revenue through leases and permits, and negotiating with the City of Toronto. I also urge the trustees to look at other means to reduce costs. For the 2024-25 year, the TDSB spent over $122 million on supply staff. For the most part, supply staff are needed to cover for teachers who are absent due to illness. In the TDSB report on strategic workforce engagement presented last June, reducing the number of average sick days by 1 day would amount to a savings of about $20 million. The annual cost of running the pools is $17.2 million. Studies have consistently shown that improving indoor air quality reduces absences due to illness while improving learning outcomes. In a study published in 2023 of 31 schools in the US, it was found that every 1 liter per second per person increase in ventilation rate was associated with a decrease of 5.59 days in absences per year. Increasing the ventilation to at least 10 liters per second per person would significantly reduce the level of illness. Besides ventilating, it's important to filter the air. As per guidance from the Ministry of Education at ASHRAE, MERV 13 and higher rated filters are recommended for schools. However, most TDSB schools still have MERV 10 filters. Investing in MERV 13 filters for all schools would cost roughly $1.5 million over the current cost of maintaining the MERV 10s. A relatively small investment upfront would quickly pay off for itself in greatly reducing the amount spent on sick days. These savings can be reinvested. A letter from Clean Indoor Air Toronto was sent to the Finance Committee last week. I urge the trustees to review this letter for more information regarding an effective indoor air quality policy and prioritizing investments in HVAC upgrades and MERV 13 filters. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Heidinger. And seeing no questions of clarification online or in the room, we thank you for your delegation.
Through the chair, it's Trustee Williams. I do have a question of clarification. My apologies.
No worries. Please, Trustee Williams, please proceed.
Okay, thank you. And thank you so much, Louise, for your delegation. It was very thorough, and I appreciated the thought that went into the constructive suggestions, and the inclusion of the clean air piece, like that connection to physical well-being as well. So my question was around, you mentioned about lifting the moratorium. If you could just like maybe clarify, the significance or what you intended with that suggestion?
As I understand it, there are schools which are underpopulated, so under capacity. But the cost to say maintaining like 2 schools is double what it costs to say combine schools. So if you were to close a school and then reproportion to schools in the district, then you would be removing the cost of maintaining that building. But as I understand it, with the moratorium, you can't do that. You have to maintain these schools, keep them open, even though they're basically being underutilized. So that would be like a major cost savings for TDSB.
Thank you so much. Through the chair, that was my question of clarification. And again, I very much appreciate the delegation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Williams. And seeing no further questions of clarification, Ms. Heidinger, we thank you for your delegation. With that, we will
go
to delegate number 12, Ms. Wolfson, who's, I think we were expecting in person. Is Ms. Wolfson here? Cheryl Wolfson from Aqua Kids Swim School. So we will move on to delegate number 13, Ms. Adival from British Swim School, Toronto East. They may have carpooled together and are running a little late.
They came
So,
they came online.
oh, online? Okay, sorry. Ms. Davival, can you hear us? Can you, if you press *6, you can unmute.
She's online.
So
Hello?
if we, hi, Ms. Davival, is that you?
Yes, I'm Priya Vadivel here, right?
Okay, please proceed.
May I know who I'm talking to? Hello?
Sorry, I didn't understand your question.
Okay, so myself, Priya Vadivel, the owner of British Swim School in Scarborough and Midtown locations, Toronto Midtown. I currently running swim classes in 5 TDSB schools as a permit holder. As a community, we understand about the TDSB's budget crisis, and the news is devastating. So I know we are looking to get support and enough funding from the provincial government to have this facilities up and running to serve the community. And at the same time, as a swim school owner, I'm extending my support as well to lease some of the pools in order to continue to serve the community. Our community's children's education will face deep cuts to pools and swim programs, mental health support, special education like ASD, gifted learning disabilities, etc. So this is not just a budget issue. It's about the future of our community children, their mental health, their creativity, their confidence, and their opportunity to thrive. So these programs are essential to the safe and enriched experience that every student in the community deserves. So we understand the budget crisis. At the same time, just completely eliminating these existing programs completely from the community is not the solution. We should be looking forward what's the solution to overcome the situation rather than just shutting off all the facilities, especially the swimming pools. So this is these programs, the actions that we are going to take will disproportionately affect marginalized and high-need communities. This will compromise the future of our children and the community, and with it, the future of our society too. I strongly express my contribution to lease the pools as much as I could help. So we take care of the
maintenance and running of those facilities, so the kids can and the adults and any age can come and continue to learn to swim. As a survival-based swim school, we continue to serve the community with a life-saving skill to all children and adults. Leasing the facility would reduce and eliminate the pool maintenance cost expenses to the TDSB board, and it is essential to keep the pools running, considering the community requirements, as we have quite a few water bodies like lakes, lots of lakes and deep lakes around us, and we all should be pretty aware that drowning accidents are pretty substantial volume. Just in GTA, we have over 600 plus emergency drowning incidents were called, and so it's ideal time to remember those horror times and make the decision wisely. What we choose today to protect will shape the opportunities and the dreams of our children they can reach tomorrow. So,
thank you very much, Ms. Varival. I'm looking online and in the room. I see no questions of clarification. So we thank you very much for your delegation.
Thank you, sir. I really appreciate the opportunity given to me.
Thank you. And with that, we will turn to number 14, Ms. Diaz Granados.
Yes, right here.
Perfect. The floor is yours.
Great. Thank you for having us. I'm here with my son, my 10-year-old son, Sebastian. We appreciate the TDSB for allowing an opportunity to address the trustees. I'm just going to briefly address what swimming means to us as a family, and then my son will follow with what it means to him. Just a little bit of background. We are a family of 5. We have 3 boys aged 12, 10, and 8. All the boys swim at TDSB pools every week from 3 to 5 times a week through the Toronto Swim Club and RAMAC, and they've been doing this for the past 4 years. Swimming is a major part of their life and, as a result, our life as well, because we live at the pools. It boosts their self-esteem, strength and conditioning, and overall wellness. I think it's important to note that we are a neurodivergent family, and it's been immensely beneficial for us to teach executive functioning, focusing, improving cognitive thought patterns, and mental well-being, as well as socializing with other like-minded children and families in a way that we haven't been able to do through many other areas in our life. Through the swim clubs, they are exposed to Riverdale Collegiate Institute pools, Harvard Collegiate Institute, Harvard Pool, Central Tech, Jarvis, and Rosedale Heights. And they've developed incredible relationships with the swim community, as have we, from all across Toronto. So usually, because of the school community here we are located in Leaside, we usually are very limited to the kids and the families that we're exposed to, but we are exposed to all of Toronto who gets to access these pools through these swim communities. The Toronto Swim Club alone has 256 children 12 and under, which is a huge, huge club. It's, I think, the biggest swim club. The loss of these pools would be detrimental to the health of the swim community and more directly to us as a family and to my children. In addition to these clubs, the boys are also lucky to have a teacher who used to be a Toronto Swim Club's coach and who teaches at their school at Northlee Elementary and Middle School. The teacher has been incredible because she's been able to provide lessons not just to the club swimmers, but to all students, all comers. She holds tryouts, but never cuts anyone. And she gets in the pool with all of them. And to give you a sense of how big the swim team is, last year we had about 50 to 60 students join the team. This year we had 70 students. It keeps getting bigger. And there are some children, the requirement is usually to be able to swim at least a pool length, but there are many kids who think they can swim it, but they can't. And they still join, and she never cuts them. They leave the swim team knowing how to swim freestyle, and sometimes many other strokes because
Thank
she
you, Ms.
trains them.
Diaz Granados.
Oh.
Thank you very much.
Sorry.
Your time is concluded. Thank you. No, thank you.
Oh, okay.
And
Sorry.
is Sebastian with you?
Yes, he's right here. Sebby, do you want to say hi? Hey. Sebby, is there a question or?
No, we're delighted to make some modifications to the rules and hear from Sebastian if he had something to share.
Yeah, go ahead, Sebby.
Hello, Sebastian. I'm 10 years old and I go to Northleigh School. My school has a swim team. We swim semifinals at Harvard Collegiate, and a lot of people, including my friends, who didn't know how to swim back then, learned how to swim and maybe even ended up joining a swim club after.
Thank you. Thank you, Sebastian.
We had so much fun and we became friends. I might not be able to swim without TDSB swim clubs. We would probably be smaller, and I might not be able to swim because I'm still learning to be fast, but I'm not super fast yet. Please don't close the pool. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate hearing from you. Good luck with you to you and your team. Seeing no further questions of clarification online or in the room, we thank you both for your delegation.
Okay,
And
thank
before-
you. We had potential solutions. Could we send these in form of email?
You can send in a written delegate. Yeah, you can send it a written copy to the email address associated with delegations, and it will be provided to trustees.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And before we change topics, we're gonna make one more effort to, with delegate number 12, Ms. Wolfson. Okay, so we will then turn to delegate number 15, in person, Mr. Underhill. Nice to see you again, sir. Please proceed when you're ready.
Thank you. There are 3 points I would like to
Sorry,
make.
I apologize for, can you adjust the mic a little bit so that we might do a little better
Is that
there?
better?
I think so, yeah, thank you.
Okay. There are 3 points I want to make about Learn for Life. One, we all agree that cost recovery has to be achieved. 12,000 or more people, all the learners, all the instructors, all the staff who work in Learn for Life, think that this is a great program making a difference for Toronto. We don't want it to be chopped because it's running a deficit. We want it to be healthy, thriving, popular, not a burden. Everyone who is here today to speak about Learn for Life is a supporter. We're all here to help. Okay, 2, Learn for Life can achieve cost recovery. There's evidence. Learn for Life has been around for about 160 years. It could not have been losing money all that time. There have been severe money crunches in the past. The fact that Learn for Life is still here is evidence that it can thrive and provide a lot of service without losing a great deal of money and without pricing people out. There was once an advisory group called Citizens for Lifelong Learning. And when they were involved, Learn for Life actually ran a surplus twice. This is more evidence that cost recovery can be achieved without huge fees because we've done it before. Okay, 3, the best model we have for sustainable Learn for Life is this Citizens for Lifelong Learning example. Dedicated citizens were engaged and information was shared with them. And I think transparency is one of the keys here. There's no reason not to share all the relevant information about Learn for Life. This is not confidential. No one's asking about salaries of individuals. And sharing this information is not difficult. The Continuing Education Department already has great info compiled into reports. This is how it was possible for them to make their recommendations. So, I suggest that the board should create an advisory group or committee to work on this, share appropriate information with them. Take advantage of the committee for its insights, experience, its energy. It's worked before. Not taking advantage of such a resource is limiting what we can achieve, and we need to achieve a lot. The advisory group needs to be created immediately after tomorrow's FBEC meeting, and we need them to get to work really quickly so the benefits will appear in time for fall. So, conclusion, we're here to help. We believe that cost recovery can be achieved without pricing people out, and transparency is the key. Let's get this advisory group moving and working for us. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to pass the chair to Trustee Hassan. Are you able to take the chair, sir? Trustee Shan, are you able to take the chair?
Yes, I can.
Thank you. And through you, Chair. I guess my questions, Mr. Underhill, are, other than the formation of the advisory committee, I'm interested if there's any other relevant factors that you can identify that occurred during the time in which the program was the 2 years that I think you mentioned that were in surplus as opposed to the recent years which the program has been in deficit. Do you have knowledge of the differences?
I do not have detailed knowledge.
Before you respond, sorry for the interruption. Can I have the timer on? Thank you.
The remark I would like to insert, however, is that the sole revenue for this program is registration. So in general, more registration is better than less. So changes that reduce registration should probably be reconsidered.
Thank you, sir. And I have no further questions, and I will take back the chair. Thank you, Trustee Shen.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And seeing no further, thank you, sir. And with that, we will turn to delegate number 16, Ms. Stoops from Central Technical School, Learn for Life. Nice to see you again. Please proceed.
Thank you, Trustee McLean. So I'm Susan Stops, the jewelry instructor teaching 4 classes a week at Central Technical School for Learn for Life. I've taught these courses for 37 years for the TDSB. My students are very enthusiastic and dedicated, many returning year after year to learn new skills, make beautiful things with their hands, and finding a very supportive community of adult students from 20 to 84 and from many different backgrounds. Many long-standing friendships have formed. Many students have told me that the intended raise of Learn for Life fees by 45% for most adults and 66% for seniors, making my 11-week courses approximately $400 to $500 plus materials fees, will be a real financial hardship for them. Other Friends of Learn for Life delegates will have discussed the math and logistics of this increase in either the written or the verbal delegates. The board has suggested earlier that other courses in the community duplicate what we do, but that is not really accurate for many courses. Commercial costs for jewelry courses are around $18 an hour and do not cover the huge range of techniques taught in my courses. They also don't have the physical capacity to take in all the students I teach. Sewing, woodwork, wood carving, weaving, many art classes and other classes have similar stories. Friends of Learn for Life's grassroots and advertising initiatives for the 2024-25 school year. Apart from putting more postcard flyers, meaning that the size that they are, this size flyers, in libraries and community centers. Learn for Life handed them out at a weekend-long street festival and to the crowds lining the Labor Day parade. We also did community outreach at 15 farmers markets, 8 outdoors and seven indoors in different areas of the city. Between all 3 pre-semester advertising efforts. At markets, we gave out 2,000 postcard size flyers. At Evergreen Brickworks and Witchwood Barns, they generously and repeatedly gave us community outreach booths at their markets expressly because they really believed in the value of Learn for Life. Our booths were staffed by myself and 2 to 4 student volunteers for 5 hours at a time. Market goers were enthusiastic and happy to take the flyers or scan the QR code. We helped them find more details in the printed one. Brochure. Apart from a banner that the Learn for Life office lent us, we made a huge one that said, discover the course that you've always wanted to take, including the Learn for Life logo and TDSB logos. It could be seen for 60 feet away and gave the program high visibility. Many market goers had thought that the Learn for Life program had ended when the brochures were no longer mailed to every household in Toronto. While the farmers market outreach...
Stoops, I need you to wrap up, please.
Okay, really quick. While that was very successful, it is very labor intensive and it was initiated as a stopgap measure only due to the drastic increase in Learn for Life advertising because of budget issues. It's not sustainable in the long run, so this TDSB will need to spend some money for Learn for Life advertising, which will come from Learn for Life registration fees because we'll have so many new students.
Thank you, Ms. Stoops. Thank you very much for your delegation. I have Trustee King has questions of clarification.
Thank you, through you, Chair, and thank you, Ms. Stoops, for coming in. Just wanted to ask, with the kind of grassroots outreach that you were doing at markets, at parades, was the feedback that you were hearing in interactions that Learn for Life was unknown and new? Was this folks hearing about the opportunity for the first time? Was it folks that maybe had been familiar and reconnecting? Just curious a bit of what you were hearing in terms of awareness.
Okay, it was sort of both. There were some people who had never heard of it and were very keen to hear more about it. There are other people who had taken courses in the past, but because the brochure was no longer sent to their home, they thought it had died and they didn't know about it. And they were really overjoyed to find out they could sign up. So it was really good that way. And is that what you meant?
Yes.
Okay.
That's all your questions, Trustee King?
One more. So you had a lot of success with that outreach and you've clarified that it's not sustainable for your volunteer group to continue that. But are you suggesting that you see a benefit in that type of outreach if that could be a part of a plan?
Yeah, I think I would be willing to do it for another term, and some of my student volunteers are so into it that they probably would volunteer too, but it's not something that it should be relied upon for everyone to know about this. I mean, really the TDSB should be organizing and doing the advertising, but in a focused way. And one of the ways is to send these sorts of flyers, double-sided flyers with lots of information on them and the logo and the QR code to every household that's at least within a certain range of where the courses are. Unfortunately, that would mean that people in Scarborough might not be included because at the moment, there are no offerings in Scarborough. They've taken all of the Scarborough sites away. So I'm not sure if that sounds like it's equitable, but there's different ways of going about that.
Thank you, Trustee King. Seeing no other questions of clarification. Thank you, Ms. Stoops, for your delegation.
Okay, thank you.
And next, Delegate 17, Mr. Westrich is joining us virtually, I understand. Can you hear us, sir?
Yeah, can you hear me?
We can. Please proceed.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Jared Westrike, and I'm speaking today on behalf of Friends of Learn for Life. Our group is well aware of the extreme budget challenges that the board is facing and the importance of this program operating on a cost recovery basis this coming year. Over the past year, there's been real progress made. You can find the details in our report. But before any of this progress started, a whole year ago, a plan was proposed to raise the Learn for Life fees to $15 per instructional hour. Our hardworking volunteers are concerned and honestly quite frustrated that this plan remains in place without any transparency around the financial modeling that justifies it. Staff projections estimate that such increases will likely lead to a 35% drop in enrollment. As you can see from the calculations in our report, this change will actually result in a decrease in revenue. And with fewer classes running, but fixed costs remaining, the program will be pushed further into a deficit. Now turning to the program costs, we've uncovered that the hourly costs of using TDSB facilities for the daytime classes are around 9 times the cost in the evening classes. While the evening classes are charged an hourly permit fee, the system for daytime classes is a little bit different. It's like an exclusive lease for specific rooms, which in some cases end up reaching a cost of hundreds of dollars per hour for a standard classroom. This is not in line with the board policy, which requires that these programs operate on a cost recovery basis, not to generate revenue. If the charges at Mimico and Overland, the daytime sites, are brought in line with the other sites, the program deficit would instantly be reduced by well over $150,000. Our analysis suggests that there's a high demand for this program, and over 400 classes have waitlists each year. If the classroom costs are brought in line with the policy, and we pair modest, reasonable fee increases with a continuation of this year's enrollment growth, this program will reach cost recovery next year. But if we move ahead with the proposed hikes, we will see a sharp drop in enrollment, and the program probably won't survive. That's why I'm asking the trustees to demand transparency so we can all work together to finish solving these challenges. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Westrich. I'm not seeing any questions. Trustee Shan, can I pass you the chair again, please?
Sure. Please go ahead, Trustee McLean.
Thank you, and through you. Mr. Westrich, can you please share the source of, I'd like to clarify the discrepancy in which you, to the lease rates, and understand better why you believe the exorbitant rates are being charged.
Yeah, sure. So in the evening sites, the way that the permitting works is that Learn for Life is charged an hourly rate for the classes that they're using. And that's how it works for other community groups that permit space at TDSB. The way it works for the daytime sites is the Learn for Life program is forced to choose at the beginning of the year which classes they're going to be using. And they have to sign an agreement to have exclusive use of that space, which ends up being very expensive. It's I think $6,000 for a standard classroom. And so when those rooms are only used for a couple hours a week, one, they're not available to other people, but two, they end up just being really, really expensive on an hourly basis, which is the reason why those two sites, which represent only about 10% of the classes, they cost more in fees than the rest of the sites combined.
Thank you, sir. That was helpful. And with that, that concludes my questions. I'll take the chair back. Thank you, Trustee Shen. And seeing no further questions of clarification online or in the room, thank you, Mr. Westrich, for your ongoing advocacy and your delegation here tonight. And with that, we will turn to delegate number 19, Ms. McIntosh, community member of
18.
Sorry, I skipped one. Sorry. I apologize. We'll go to 18 first. Ms. Yanda from the co-chair of school council of Alexander Muir Gladstone Junior and Senior Public School. I understand you're online. Can you hear us?
Hi, yes, can you hear me?
Great, we can hear you well, so please proceed.
Perfect, thank you so much.
Sorry about that.
My name is Suzanne Jenga, and I am a PDSB parent and have been co-chair of the school council at Alexander Muir Gladstone for the past 2 years. Since the fall of 2021, I have been a weekly volunteer in our school's library, and today I'll be speaking about the importance of libraries and teacher librarians in our schools. In the fall of 2021, when my eldest son was in JK, I stepped into our school's library for the first time. As a lifetime library lover, I'll admit that this volunteer opportunity first spoke to me because I had an unfulfilled childhood dream of being a librarian, and I'm always happiest when surrounded by books. But I quickly realized, and this is something you might not all realize, which is that a school library is so much more than just the books on its shelves. A school library is often the only place in the building where a child can freely choose what they want to learn about. It's a third space between classroom and home, a place where students can explore their interests, discover new passions, and feel safe to be themselves. In our school library, I've seen kids building towers and programming robots, drawing their own comic books, and collaborating with their peers on both classroom and extracurricular projects. For my own kid, the library was a quiet retreat when he was fasting during Ramadan, and it's also the place that supercharged his already intense love for books. Last year, our librarian organized a visit from a children's author who led a writing workshop with students. Each child wrote a few sentences about how they see themselves or what they hope for in the future. The author gathered all their words and created a printed book, one the students can now check out of our library. Imagine the power of seeing your own words bound in a book in your school's collection. Teacher librarians can do this. They create opportunities for self-expression, identity, and connection that ripple far beyond the classroom. At a time when many are trying to erase discussions of identity from the classroom, libraries remain one of the few places where students can see themselves reflected in books and where they can learn about others too. Libraries affirm identity and build empathy. When we cut library staffing, we cut access to those windows and mirrors that help students understand both themselves and the world. Libraries aren't just a room in a building. They're safe havens, learning labs, and cultural hubs, and they need expert staff to stay that way. Most schools across the TDSB only have half-time teacher librarians, and frankly, this is already a disservice to our schools when we should instead be maximizing their expertise. Every TDSB student deserves access to a properly funded and staffed school library. School libraries must be maintained, or even better yet, increased in all TDSB schools to ensure that the board upholds its commitments to student learning, achievement, equity, and well-being. Thank you.
Impressive timing. Thank you for your delegation.
Thank you.
Seeing no questions of clarification in the room or online, Ms. Yanga, we thank you for your delegation.
Thank you so much.
And with that, we will turn to delegate number 19, Kelly McIntosh, who's a community member from Ward 3, and she's online, I understand. Can you press *6 to unmute?
Hello. Hello, trustees. These are, hello?
Yep, sorry, I just wanted to, please proceed.
Thank you. These are uncertain times for the TDSB. Know that I am cognizant of the financial and management pressures you are under by the provincial government, even as I ask you to make targeted financial investments to pursue indoor air quality improvements that reduce our reliance on dirty energy sources and result in cleaner indoor air. Taking decisive, effective action now will protect staff and students from climate-related injury caused by air pollution, wildfire smoke, extended allergy seasons, uncomfortably hot summers, and also from infectious diseases like measles and COVID that float in the air we breathe. Upgrading our ventilation and filtration systems will demonstrate environmental leadership and save money in the long term. The great majority of Toronto's public schools are in need of major capital investments, including to their HVAC systems. We must replace fossil fuel burning furnaces, a major cause of indoor air pollution, with energy efficient heat pumps, which will reduce emissions and operating costs. In the meantime, buildings with mechanical ventilation must be upgraded or retrofitted to accept MERV 13 filters. Using CO2 monitors to assess the air in every occupied space will allow staff to increase ventilation via the HVAC system or by opening windows in real time to keep room occupants healthy. Replacing the ineffective and noisy Austin air purifiers with models that provide a higher clean air delivery rate at lower noise levels and are energy efficient to boot will encourage more consistent use, again providing safer to breathe indoor air. Dirty air, whether contaminated with wildfire smoke, pollution, or measles, makes people sick. When kids are sick, they miss out on learning and socialization. When teachers are sick, it costs the TDSB money. According to the TDSB's own financial facts document, supply teacher costs have risen by almost 20% since the start of the pandemic. Every investment we make in cleaner indoor air keeps teachers in their classrooms, reducing the burden of supply costs and resulting in more consistent instruction for students. Improving our resiliency to climate change and improving the quality of indoor air are complementary and financially prudent goals. The current economic instability and gutting of environmental protections by our southern neighbor have awoken us to the need to invest in Canada for a strong and healthy future. It is urgent that we, at every level, do all we can to protect our planet and our staff and our students. I urge the TDSB to lead the way into a cleaner, healthier, more resilient future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just checking quickly around the room and online. I see no questions of clarification. Thank you, Ms. McIntosh, for your delegation. And with that, we'll go to delegate number 20, Ms. Hu is a TDSB parent. Please proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, delegates, trustees, and board staff. My name is Sandra Ha, and I'm a parent at Earl Beatty Public School and a mother to a son of an autistic son, Ashton. I'm here today to talk about the harm that the proposed cuts will have on all students. We know that educators and students are barely holding on at this current system due to the lack of funding to publicly funded schools over the decades. I'm here to be the elephant in the room. We all know the many challenges our students face in this current climate of food insecurity, misinformation, and talk of being resilient in the midst of adversity. We are barely out of a global pandemic, and if we have learned anything, we've realized that people and the relationships they have matter. What our school communities need is for the Toronto District School Board, the largest board in this country, to be a beacon of hope, that clear, resounding voice amongst the powers that are hindering students, not only academically, but emotionally, physically, and mentally. The cuts proposed by the TDSB will create further inequities for the entire student population, young and old. I would like to propose that the board focus on one thing and one thing only, the student. These cuts will affect the strategic commitment to the implementation of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada, belonging, achieving, thriving, revitalizing. To be blunt, if any of these cuts adversely affect students, the above strategic directions cannot be achieved. Therefore, ensuring sufficient funding to achieve equitable access to education should be the focus. With the focus on the student, we must, as a community, clearly sound the alarm that more is needed and should be provided by the Ministry of Education. I would also like to ask you to look at the proposed cuts through the lens of compassion. Are we being compassionate, or rather, can we be compassionate with any cuts? Education and everything that falls under education should be considered necessary for a healthy and robust student communities. Schools are not necessarily looked at money makers, but human makers. These young humans depend on us to help them navigate a variety of things so that they might thrive and contribute to the communities that they live in. Let's not add further adversity, but rather advocate to the Ministry of Education to stop harming our children with further cuts to our educational system. There's only so much that can be cut to appease a government that clearly has no compassion for students or their families. Education is a right in this province under the Education Act, and that commitment should be abided by. Thank you.
Thank you. And seeing no questions of clarification in the room or online, thank you, Monsieur, for your advocacy and your delegation. And with that, we will turn to delegate number 21, Mr. Hagos from Secord, DA Morrison. I understand that's online. Can you hear us, sir?
Yes, I'm here.
Sorry, I apologize.
That's okay.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, trustees and members of the board. My name is Eden. I'm a mom of 3 children in the TDSB, all of whom have special education needs. I'm also an active member of my school council and PIAC, and as such have personally supported over 100 families in the TDSB. Families navigating an overwhelming range of challenges, from accessing special education to dealing with homelessness, food insecurity, and mental health crises. I've supported families with children struggling with mental health issues, including suicidal children as young as 6, with parents experiencing domestic violence and struggling to protect their children. I've helped parents trying to access health and mental health services, often while also navigating immigration issues, poverty, food insecurity, or facing eviction. In all of these cases, the parents connected with me because our schools are more than just places of learning. They are vital community hubs. A few weeks ago, I got a call from a newcomer single mother who was desperate. Her daughter's been crying every morning, refusing to go to school because of constant bullying. The entire family has experienced years of unimaginable trauma, and now her daughter is breaking down emotionally every day. I reached out immediately to our school to help set her up with a social worker, but I was stunned to learn that this year it's no longer possible. Because of past budget cuts, families at Secord can no longer directly access a school social worker and now have to go through IST meetings, adding delays for families in crisis. In the past, social workers could step in right away. That immediate support was critical, but now vulnerable children and families are being told to wait, and that wait is dangerous. The continued erosion of school budgets is stripping away the supports our most vulnerable students and families rely on. During the hundreds of hours I've spent advocating to get my children's exceptionalities identified, I've met many families whose own students are in grades 3, 4, 5, and even higher, still waiting for assessments to identify learning disabilities, falling further behind every day because of a lack of psychologists in the school system to assess them. Many children in our community do not have enough to eat at home and only get food at school. But our nutrition programs are underfunded, meaning those children go hungry and no child can learn while they're hungry. Across my ward and the school board, students are still struggling to catch up academically after the pandemic. And without proper staffing and supports, special education teachers, EAs, ESL teachers, and mental health professionals, these students fall further behind every day. What's being cut is not excess. It's the bare minimum. It's the staff who notice when a child hasn't eaten. It's the EA who helps a child get to class safely or who works with children struggling to make up years of lost learning. And it's the social worker who steps in when a parent is overwhelmed and has no one else to call. While these families may not be here today, many working multiple jobs, caring for loved ones, or navigating impossible systems, I am here on their behalf and on behalf of my children, asking you clearly and directly. Although the proposed cuts this year may focus on music and swimming, the reality is any further cuts in any area sends the wrong message. Trustees must send a clear signal. There is nothing left to cut. Pass a no-cuts budget. Do not balance the books by taking away the supports that our children and their families desperately need to survive, to learn, and to heal. Instead, let's advocate together for a better funding model and call on the Ministry of Education to remove the barriers that continue to prevent this board from balancing the budget, leaving you, the trustees, continually having to manage the deficits and manage the cuts. Thank you. Our students and families are depending on you. Thank you.
Thank you for your delegation. I'm just checking online and in the room. I'm seeing no questions of clarification. Ms. Hagos, thank you for your delegation and your advocacy. And with that, we will turn to delegate number 22, I'm sorry. Ms. Howells, please be seated at your leisure. She joins us as a music advocate and former TDSB music teacher.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair McLean and trustees and my fellow delegates. I am a former IMI, first of all, and then full-time music teacher. When I saw the TDSB survey appear online and I read the checklist of programs to select for potential elimination, I was concerned and I was wondering who wrote a survey pitting programs against each other. They're all valued programs that affect students in classrooms. While I know that funding has decreased, why is it always, in this case, the IMI program always on the list? It's among the most valued programs that enrich learning, give kids confidence and a sense of belonging, promote creative expression, encourage working in teams and ensembles, build community, improve mental health. This is my 4th time delegating on behalf of IMI programs since 2001. I was joking with my husband. I think I must be getting reward points after this many times. Obviously, our advocacy has worked because the program is still here, but once again is being threatened. Upon amalgamation, the TDSB inherited legacy IMI programs from the former Etobicoke, Scarborough, and Toronto boards. Some of those programs have a 50-plus year history of providing high caliber music education for students. How did these legacy programs continue so long without planning? Well, they were planned. Why is the lack of planning by this version of the board a reason to cut the program? When I read the document, I encountered a number of inaccuracies and many questions jumped to mind. Perhaps you have the same questions, or perhaps my experience as a musician and a music educator in TDSB gives me a perspective you haven't considered. I'm going to have to skip some of my points because, as my husband said, there's no way I can do this in 3 minutes. The TDSB has 74 IMIs. Did you know that in 2019, they had 104 before cutting the program 24%? That hurt music in schools. It certainly did nothing to help with equity in music education delivery in the TDSB. The proposal to cut all the IMIs would certainly take us in the wrong direction. Have you looked up the music on the TDSB website recently? I have, and I noticed that it isn't up to date. Many, many opportunities have been listed that are no longer there. I could list them all, but they do go on for quite a while. That was very disheartening because it was a long list. Since retiring 6 years ago, I see huge losses for music, and I fear that music has been paying the greatest price. I want to remind you that the IMI program is $5 million and only represents less than half a percent of the entire TDSB budget. I would like, I'm going to be passing this written delegation along to all trustees, and I ask you to please not accept this report tomorrow. Tell the senior staff that this is not acceptable, that you have questions, and I'm submitting questions, and don't let them compromise the future of music education in the TDSB. Instead, demand funding from the ministry. Thank you, and I welcome any questions for clarification.
Thank you very much. I will ask you, Ms. Howells, can you share the difference between a music instructor and an IMI itinerant music instructor?
Okay, so an IMI is a music instructor. They are specially trained on their instrument and all the instruments that they actually instruct. And just like the music curriculum says, they have to give direct instruction, meaning modeling, for students, guiding students along. So they have to have intimate information. A specialist teacher is someone that has actually training in music and went on to get their OCT. Classroom teachers, some may have additional qualifications in music. These are short courses, 4 weeks in length at most, that only touch on things that I know because I've taught additional qualifications courses for the University of Toronto and from the Royal Conservatory of Music. And so it doesn't really equip those teachers to truly grasp the skill set that's required to safely safely deliver a music program, instrumental program. And I fear that the instruments, anything that the board purchases, would be in danger of being damaged, probably irreparably, without a knowing hand taking charge in a classroom like that. And I did read the renewal program, where they did talk about sharing the expertise of those that have expertise in the classroom. They mentioned over 600 qualified or teachers that have music qualifications, but there's very little detail as to where they are teaching. Are they teaching music? Is it one class that they're teaching to, their own class as a classroom teacher? Are they teaching for the entire school? And if that teacher happens to be at the end of the year surplus to their school, what happens to music in that particular school? So there are a lot of challenges facing certified teachers that teach music. And this is where I believe the IMI program fills the gap, and has done so successfully for many years, and should be expanded, because the obstacles the board is challenged with in terms of a collective agreement, and they can't protect teachers, specifically music teachers. So we have to protect programs, and this is the only way I can see doing it. So I would, again, I have many things that I've listed, but I will send that out to all to the trustees.
Right.
And I thank you for allowing me to speak.
And seeing no other questions of clarification, we thank you for your delegation.
Thank you so much.
And with that, we will turn to delegate number 23, Rohit Thosar, TDSB parent from Duke of Connaught, who's online. And we have them. Can you hear? Can you hear me, please? Can I encourage you to press *6 to unmute?
Hello?
Yes, sir, we can hear you. Please proceed.
Good afternoon. Can you guys hear me?
We can. Thank you. Please proceed at your convenience.
All right. Good afternoon. My name is Rohit. Today I will quickly explain why scaling back the Chromebook program can be the right choice. Not financially, but also educationally. So current situation, the TDSB faces a major budget shortfall. We must protect core educational quality, such as reading, writing, and critical thinking, while being smart with the budget cuts. Chromebooks currently would be costing the board quite a bit in purchase, maintenance, and infrastructure. Now, why digital devices are not ideal for education? My first point is it has a distraction and shallow learning. Studies like the OECD's 2015 global study shows that higher technology use correlates with lower academic performance. Sweden is the first country to go back to basics of learning, which is reading, writing, and getting feedback from teachers. The rapid adoption of digital learning tools also has drawn concerns from the UN Education and Culture Agency. My next point is that exposure to the blue light and screens from digital devices, such as tablets and laptops, reduces focus. Students multitask more, leading to shallow, less meaningful learning. Students reading on screens skim more and retain less compared to reading on paper. This is backed by Harvard and Stavanger University studies. Deep comprehension, essential for critical thinking, is better nurtured without digital use. Other drawbacks of these devices include physical and mental health risks. Increased screen time leads to eye strain, poor sleep, and reduced attention spans. This is backed by American Academy of Pediatrics. Active learning, such as talking, writing, and collaboration, is healthier and better for brain development than isolated screen interaction. Another important point is equity myth. Access to Chromebook alone does not close the achievement gap. True equity needs human supports, great teachers, special education staff, and safe, welcoming classroom, not just digital devices. Moving on, financial reality. Chromebooks require recurring investment every 3 to 4 years for replacement, network, tech support, and cybersecurity. Redirecting Chromebook funding could save critical programs that focus on education, physical development, and safety. So concluding with my final thoughts, digital tools are helpful when balanced, but not when they replace foundational education, physical development, and school safety. In this time of crisis, it is smarter and more educationally sound to prioritize people over devices. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Thosar. Trustee Shishandaraja has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Doshar, for coming today to delegate. I just wanted to say quickly, appreciate your delegation. Thank you for taking the time to present a well-researched argument today, and it's something that I've been grappling with as well. So I really appreciate hearing that. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And with that, we thank you, sir. And we will now
Thank you.
move on.
Appreciate the opportunity to help me present. Appreciate it. Thank you.
You're welcome, most welcome. Thank you. And with that, we will turn to delegate number 24. Ms. Huang is from Fund Our Schools, Toronto and York Region Labor Council. Nice to see you again.
Hi, thank you very much for having me here today. My name is Jennifer Wong, and while those titles are important, I also want to emphasize that I'm a parent at Duke of Connaught and that I can't believe we're having this conversation again. In 2023 to 2024, Duke of Connaught lost 6 full-time equivalents. 2 of those were teachers, 0.5 vice principal, 3.5 to support staff, and that's at a school population of 750. I want to say that the quality of education that the TDSB offers makes us Canadian. The level of cuts that we've had over the last number of years is incomprehensible. I understand that all school boards are required to submit a balanced budget by the end of June to the Ministry of Education. And as such, there have been cumulative cuts over the many years, probably 2018, but probably even before then, where these cuts have been invisible to parents in the community, but have not been invisible to the staff, the teachers, and the workers inside the schools. And these cumulative cuts is actually what's driving a lot of education workers, teachers, to go on sick leave, to go on mental stress leave. And it's these cuts that we've had to do as a result of the legislation of a balanced budget that schools are crumbling within. This is very different from the education I received as a child. And before I go to that, I just want to say, with respect to the staff who put such hard work into this budget survey last week, I just thought it was incomprehensible to me that you would put things like not paying the cost of replacing teachers and education workers, or not properly funding special education. Those things need to be saved. We can't not suggest that we do not pay for those things. But for me, who grew up in the Scarborough Education, school board before amalgamated, as an immigrant child, the TDSB was what gave me a pool to swim in. It was what gave me my music classes. It was what gave me an outdoor education classes, because my parents, as immigrant parents, weren't able to afford music classes, swim classes. We didn't have a cottage like other people. And so I think it's really important that we keep these equity initiatives in place. It's what makes our system Canadian. Otherwise, we start to fall and become like our southern counterparts in the United States. I think instead of looking at these programs as like a pie, which part of the pie should we cut? What can we get rid of with the least amount of, yells and growls from the community? Let's think about expanding the pie. Let's ask the provincial government to fund these things, because we know that currently they don't fund a lot of these programs, nor do they fund CPP and EI. I urge all trustees to say no to these cuts. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Yuang. Trustee King.
Thank you through your chair, and thank you, Ms. Wong, for your very passionate delegation. Just made a comment about keeping education Canadian. Can you just share with us what you're thinking there?
Yeah, I think I don't know if people know, but in the States, lots of people pray for private schools. The public education system isn't amazing, and it depends which jurisdiction you go to. There's things like private school, charter schools that, public dollars go into doing that. But I think what makes us so different is regardless of what background or neighborhood you're from in Canada or in Ontario, you go to a quality school, and that's very different from how the system is in the States. The States also has the ability to ask taxpayers in that area to fund schools. And I believe the Mike Harris government took away the ability for school board trustees to tax the constituents to serve the school.
So just as a follow-up, would my understanding be correct that you're suggesting that even if we maintain the public education system as it exists legislatively, that these program cuts would essentially have the same outcome in being closer to an American-style education system?
Yeah, I definitely think these equity initiatives, as I see them, as an immigrant kid from Scarborough, you wouldn't have that in the States. And even if you taught just core classroom stuff, no music, no swimming, no outdoor ed, no all arts, I think the quality of our students' lives would diminish, and we would go into a state system where parents pay lots of money to put their kids in extracurriculars, and we don't want to see that here.
Thank you, Trustee King. Trustee Williams.
Thank you, through the chair. I think the essence of my questions were asked, those questions of clarification. Thank you, Jennifer, for your delegation. I just wanted you to maybe clarify, you've articulated very well, like the difference between our Canadian public education system and the privatization, those elements in south of the border. I just wanted you to maybe clarify on the significance of, the province funding our public education and how that is like an equalizer, so to speak, kind of clarifying some of the points that you made, like the comparison between south of the border and our Canadian public education system.
I really think where you live in the United States dictates the quality of education you get. If you live in a wealthy neighborhood where they have lots of taxes going to the local school board, great. Folks still put their kids, more so than in Canada, into a private school. We have the difference here where rich parents, affluent parents still choose to put their students, their children, into a public school. I think this is a huge difference between us and the Americans. And I think we don't want to make our quality of education deteriorate to such a state where more affluent parents in Toronto will say, hey, I'm going to put my child in Stephen Lecce's, what's that school called? Anyways, St. Mike's, private schools. So I think it's really important to protect not just what's inside the classroom, but also all the programs that equity kids like myself really depended on.
Thank you so much, Jennifer. Through the chair, thank you for your delegation. It's very much appreciated.
Thank you. And I gather my standing trustees don't have questions. No, okay. And with that, thank you very much for your delegation. We will turn to delegate number 25, Ms. Boyd from Roden Public School. It's online, I understand. *6, if you press *6 to unmute. Ms. Boyd, can you hear us? Can you press start?
Did that work?
It does. We can hear you. Please Begin at your convenience.
Sure. Thank you. I'm Kristen Boyd. I'm here representing Roden. It's a small K-8 school. About 20% of our school population is receiving social student assistance. Food insecurity is a major concern for our school population and continues to be a stressor for families. We share this context because one of the proposed cuts is against the IMI music instructors at our school. That would mean the loss of steel pan. It's the heart of our grades 6 to 8 music program. The students are led by an incredible instructor who guides them in producing works they would otherwise never get to experience. We rely on it to give students a true musical performance experience. Larger middle schools might be able to staff for instrumental music, but cutting our equivalent will create a two-tiered art experience in our grades 6 to 8, and thereby creating inequality, inequity that we're saying these cuts currently results in, and we are trying to avoid. In addition to that, by bringing in a specialist, our teacher authentically knows and represents the culture behind steel pan, which further enriches the students' learning. It's not just about the skills to perform a song, but the history behind the instrument. I understand that the replacement program is to train classroom teachers to upskill in instrumental music. For smaller schools with limited staff, it will not provide the same authentic experience for students. This program delivered by this instructor shows that the TDSB is living their diversity and inclusion mandate by showcasing steel pan taught authentically to students and having their culture represented. In addition, students are continuing to struggle with mental health and socialization. This program with steel pan provides a separate and experienced instructor to step in for music. It provides a needed opportunity for kids to reset. It's a new learning experience with a new person at the helm. It may need, because it's a different person, a new style of teaching, a new approach that meets students where they are. They may not be getting that same connection with their classroom teacher. This is like more important than we ever had before. We have not recovered from COVID, and having that like kind of break allows students who are struggling to just continue to struggle throughout the day. So that being able to bring in something new really does act as like that reset for those students. And we see it, and we've heard this from feedback from students. And with that, it also means that they're seeing a different side to the curriculum, something that they may not be getting in the regular classroom because it's active. It's a way to engage their brain, find a sense of calm, while still learning something. And I think that is very, very important for students. And that's it. That's everything I had to say today.
Thank you very much, Ms. Boyd. Seeing no questions in the room or online, we thank you very much for your delegation. And with that, thank you. And with that, we will turn to delegate number 26, Mr. Vaughn, which represents the parent council at Chester Elementary School, who is online, I understand. Not yet. So we will move on to number 27. Ms. Roberts from Beverly School is online. Ms. Beverly, can you press *6 to unmute? Ms. Beverly, if you can hear me, can you press *6 to unmute? Yeah, we'll try one more time before we move on. Ms. Beverly, can I ask you to press *6 and unmute and so that you can provide your delegation?
We're just like muting ourselves. All right. Hold on a second. Just gotta get a code.
So is this Miss Rob? Okay. Is Miss Roberts? Yeah, is this Miss Roberts?
It is. Thank you.
Okay, great. Please start.
So good afternoon, everyone. I'm here as both a parent and an advocate for children with exceptionalities. Today, I want to speak to you about the real consequences of losing even one full-time teaching position at Beverly School. a congregated school that specializes in providing tailored, life-enhancing education to students with complex needs. This isn't just about numbers. This is about children, real children who thrive in environments built specifically for them. If Beverly loses a teacher next year, it will likely mean fewer students will be invited to enroll. That single loss represents more than a staffing change. It represents a child losing the opportunity to learn in a space where their abilities are recognized, their needs met, and their humanity celebrated. Before my daughter enrolled at Beverly, she sat in a non-congregated classroom where the curriculum was not adapted, her communication needs were ignored, and her potential went unseen. It was joyless, it was ableist, it was exclusion masked as inclusion. At Beverly, everything changed. She now receives an engaging, appropriate, and inclusive education from specialists who understand how children like mine learn, whether that's through adapted materials for visual or auditory needs, fine or gross motor support, or through communication technologies like AAC or sign language. She loves school. She feels seen. That transformation is priceless, but it's also fragile. Losing a teacher could also increase class sizes. For congregated classrooms, this just isn't inconvenient, it's unsafe. My daughter's class includes students with significant physical needs. Many are non-mobile. Beds and wheelchairs occupy large portions of the room for essential comfort and care. In the event of an emergency evacuation, adding more students with mobility needs could jeopardize lives. More students also mean less individualized attention. Teachers are currently able to group students by similar education and physical needs. Diluting that dynamic means diluting the quality of education and placing impossible burdens on already stretched staff. Congregated schools like Beverly aren't just schools, they are communities. They are lifelines for families like mine. They allow educators to collaborate, share resources, and provide care that is deep, focused, and transformative. In a just world, enrollment at Beverly would be growing. Instead, budget cuts threaten the very foundation that makes the school so vital. Every child has the right to an equitable education that supports their learning and their quality of life, physically, emotionally, and mentally. Let's not cut back on what matters most. Let's invest in it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Roberts. Thank you for your delegation, for your sharing your personal experience and that of the progress of your daughter. Seeing no
You're very
questions,
welcome.
clarifying questions from trustees online or in the room, we thank you.
Through the chairs, Trustee Williams, I have a question of clarification.
Yes.
Sorry. Yep. Go ahead, Trustee Williams.
Thank you. Thank you for the delegation, Jessica. It's very much appreciated that you delegated for us and shared your personal experiences and your perspectives here to help inform our decisions. You mentioned in your delegation about the significance of even that one teacher impacting, not just the programming in the moment, but the future, the next year's programming. Could you maybe clarify exactly like what you meant by that? Like even that one teacher, and I think you also mentioned the aspect of the community, the sense of community at Beverly School. And not to put words in your mouth, but if you could clarify like the significance of what you meant by that. It's maybe not just a matter of like swapping one person out for the next. I hope my question is clear enough. If you could maybe speak to that.
I'm not sure I exactly understand the question. I don't know what you're asking, the specifics you're trying to find. That my position is that any removal of a teacher, whether it's next year or in the future. It goes against the equality and equity in education for children that need it most. My child is probably on the more severe side of her needs, being completely non-mobile and 100% dependent. She is nonverbal and requires medical care throughout the day. This is a school that supports those needs and includes her as a real person, a real 9-year-old that wants to be with her peers. She wants to engage with them. She wants to laugh with them. And any sort of lessening of the ability of children like mine through losing a teacher and therefore perhaps the enrollment of students is really detrimental to the community of children with exceptionalities.
Thank you. Through the chair, that was my question. Thanks again for the delegation.
Thank you, Trustee Williams. And seeing no further questions, thank you, Ms. Roberts, for your delegation.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
Candidate number 28, Ms. Green. Thank you for joining us. Welcome. Nice to see you again. Please proceed when you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Nora Green. I'm the Inclusion Action in Ontario representative for the board's Special Education Advisory Committee. And I want to thank you for the opportunity to address the committee. I appreciate the trustees, you make very difficult financial decisions annually due to the insufficient funding from the province. And I respect the fact that as a board, you take great pains to try and include your community. But I must admit, I'm here today to share my outrage at having special education placed on a survey that asks the public to decide or not to cut funds to students with disabilities. I want to thank Michelle Arts for having shared the concern with other trustees and staff, but I felt that this survey required direct comment from the community. Special education is not a frill, and it's not a charity. It's something you don't get to decide whether or not you can afford it from year to year, and it certainly isn't something you ask the public whether or not they value it. People with disabilities have human rights, and the board has the duty to accommodate them. I find it difficult to believe that trustees in this room have not heard from our families. But in case you have not, let me share. The special education staff helped SEAC hold a town hall in the fall. In the fall, our families described delays in assessments, interventions, denial of EA support, discriminatory comments from staff, insufficient professional learning, repeated calls to pick up their child from school, and being denied school trips and activities. Our associations have heard from families alarming increase in reports of children with disabilities being excluded from school, particularly when they first try to register. Your own reports show that special education students represent approximately 50% of suspensions and have double the absentee rate of non-disabled students. Community Living Ontario's report, Crisis in the Classroom, states that 1 in 5 students from their study experienced school on a part-time basis. 31% were told to stay home due to an inability of the school to meet their needs, and 40% said they avoid school because of anxiety from previous experiences. Special education reports 63% of principals in elementary and 53% in secondary ask students to stay home. So let's be clear, current funding does not meet the needs of our students. To suggest the public has the right to decide whether or not to use its funds to meet its legal duty to accommodate these children increases their vulnerability and gives the impression that this is a choice. This is harmful. The board has a lot of work to do to repair the harm the survey process have done to our students. Not only as a parent, the board sees services to students as charity, the survey has made it abundantly clear that the public gets to chime in as well. So I am requesting that the board cease and stop the survey, make a public apology. 2, it stop referring to special education as being overspent. And 3, allow the ministry to come right in and let's see if they can balance it. And if they want to own these cuts, they can own these cuts and stop making trustees fall guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Green. Seeing no questions of clarification online or in the room, thank you for your delegation and your ongoing efforts at SEAC. Thank you.
Thank you.
And with that, we will turn to delegate number 29, Ms. Mikolos from Northern School Council. Welcome. And please proceed when you're ready.
Good afternoon. My name is Jessica Miklos. I'm the co-chair of school council at Northern Secondary School and a member of the Special Education Advisory Committee representing gifted students. Needless to say, I care deeply about public education and meeting the varied needs of our students. I'm confident that I'm not alone in this, and I invite each of you to reflect on the reasons, your own reasons for wanting our schools to do well. Unfortunately, we find ourselves in a time when education funding is not keeping up with inflation, and trustees are being asked year after year to find more places to cut services offered in our schools. I was going to speak about the pool at Northern, but that topic has already been adequately covered. Parents also asked me to speak about mental health. At Northern, our principal estimates that we average one mental health crisis in a student every school day. Being a teenager has never been easy, and our kids are not okay. Unfortunately, with funding cuts that have already been made, our teachers and administrators are not okay either. The adults in the building are stretched to the breaking point. It alarms me to think about the number of times that I've come across teachers in tears due to exhaustion and frustration. They do not have the tools that they need to help their students, and that knowledge is breaking them. In the options to balance the budget, I see a proposal to cut central staff. On one hand, that sounds preferable to cutting direct student services. On the other hand, I think it's important to think carefully about what that would mean. The Ontario Principals Council conducted a survey of principals and vice principals in 2023, 2024, and found that 97% of respondents reported that their workload is already unmanageable. Central staff fulfill a variety of functions. If we cut them, who do we expect is going to pick up the slack? As I look at the various options being presented to balance the budget, my question to trustees is this: at what point will you decide that you can no longer be complicit in dismantling the public education system in Ontario? I understand that you have a legal obligation to present a balanced budget, but for years, the provincial government has failed to provide enough money to do so. You have held your noses and made cuts that you didn't love because you thought it would be worse to let the province come in and make those choices for you. This allows the province to deflect any criticism back on you. It's time to say enough is enough. Public education requires adequate funding. With adequate funding, we could help all of our students, teachers, and administrators do the work that they want and need to do to contribute their gifts to the world. Without adequate funding, we're losing out on the potential of many of our students. Please say enough is enough and vote for a no-cuts budget. Thank you.
Thank you for the delegation. Trustee Klein.
Well, thank you so much for your delegation. You mentioned that the principal shared some alarming information with you that there is on average a mental health crisis a day at the school. Just clarification is, do you know what kind of staff are pulled in to support these students during these crises?
Yeah, absolutely. So at Northern, we have 2,100 students. We have 3 vice principals, which means 750 students per vice principal. Compare that to the elementary school my other daughter goes to, where there's 2 vice principals for the same number of students. When there is a mental health crisis, that pulls one of the VPs. So the VP responsible for that student is involved. It can also pull in guidance counselors, which means they can't attend to their other appointments. I've walked into the school following a variety of mental health crises, and you can see like the staff are shaking. They've managed the situation, but the toll it's taking on folks in the building, it's hard. It's really hard for adults to co-regulate the students when the adults themselves have been pushed essentially to the breaking point.
Thank you, Trustee Klein. I'm going to pass the chair to Trustee Hassan. Can you take the chair, sir? Trustee Patel, can you take the chair?
You go ahead, Chair McLean.
Thank you. And through you, I'd like to expand a little bit about the question and the response. To the extent that you volunteered in the school council and you're aware of the school climate and the overall effects of the school climate and the students' ability to have the best educational experience that we're all looking for, can you clarify what you think further cuts in these areas, what you believe the ramifications of that would be at Northern?
I really don't know how they would manage. So currently on council, I get complaints all the time from parents saying, oh, the VPs aren't getting back to me, or they're very abrupt, or they're very, they're really not, there's no customer service, if you will. But I understand, given that what they're dealing with on the ground, they can't take the time to nicely respond to the many inquiries that they're getting. But we're also facing, like during surplus season, we were told we're losing a guidance counselor. I don't know how we would function if we lost, let's say, a safety monitor in our school. I don't know how we would function because they're keeping kids, they're identifying kids with addiction problems who are vaping in the bathrooms. They're knowing the kids that are ducking out the door to cut classes because they can't manage. Fewer staff, it's just unimaginable to me that we have fewer staff in the building to help these kids. Everybody's doing the best that they can, but they really, really are just so strapped. And I just don't know what else we could ask of the adults already in the building.
Thank you. And I'm not sure how much time I have, but I don't think you get to go again. Trustees can't go. Okay, hold on. I'll do that first. I'm done. So thank you, Trustee Patel. I'll take the chair. Thank you. Hold on.
Thank you.
You can't go again. Please ask questions. Can she go again? No. Okay. Trustee Klein, once you've asked your questions, you're not entitled to you get one opportunity. So you don't get, okay. So apologize for that. And with that, seeing no further questions, thank you, Ms. Miklos, for your delegation. We will turn to delegate number 30, Ms. Costa from the Toronto Education Workers, Local 4400. Nice to see you again, Ms. Costa.
Testing, very good. Well, good afternoon. My name is Colleen Costa, Executive Officer with Toronto Education Workers, Local 4400. Many thanks, trustees and staff, for your attention and consideration. I really appreciate this opportunity. I do want to wish to applaud all who delegated before me. You are awesome, so thank you for that. Many of you know me and the work that we do together to improve and make this a better place to learn for our children, grandchildren, adult learners, and seniors. As a longtime alternative senior school office administrator, parents and students called me their den mother. I will always cherish their words. I think back and I remember trailblazers Fiona Nelson, devoted to the well-being of children and youth. Irene Atkinson, she was a force of nature and strove to make things better. I could mention Bear Weatherup too, if you don't mind. These cuts aren't just numbers on a page. They impact real students. Every lost program and staff position means fewer opportunities for students to learn and grow and succeed. What you permit, you promote. Please take a stand and have the courage to give meaning to the TDSB mission, vision, values. We live and breathe for education. Roar like a lion if need be. I have a story I heard from a grandmother who wanted to share with me while we were standing in line. I think it was from Mark Carney. Her 8-year-old grandson is afraid of Donald Trump and talks about tariffs. He is suffering from sleepless nights and anxiety. What does that tell you? We can't have programs what our children love being taken away. We need more self-regulation, conflict resolution, nutrition. They need self-confidence. They need self-esteem. We need intergenerational programs that we introduce to the board. It is our duty and obligation to ensure a safe, clean, and secure learning environment for our children. It's time to talk. It's time to speak up now for their well-being. Please know to all the children, grandchildren, adult learners, and seniors who are here listening, my promise to you is we will continue to work with all levels of government to improve our education system. So trustees, I'm asking you, please have the courage to say no to these cuts that are hurting our communities. Many thanks for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Costa. I see no questions online or in the room, so we thank you for your delegation. And with that, we will turn to delegate number 31, Ms. Preston from the Toronto Education Workers, Local 4400.
Thank you. Difficult to follow Colleen. I'd like to address my comments to you today regarding the lack of detail in Appendix D, the continuing education piece of the report. I have provided a written presentation, so you should have that in your documents. At the Program and School Services Committee in January, the department indicated that it was proposing an increase to the cost of Learn for Life programs of 44% for full fee payers and 66% for seniors. There is no way to know how the department justifies this type of increase. In the past, when programs were threatened with closure, trustees supported a motion to establish a community education advisory committee, which included a couple of trustees, continuing education staff, Local 4400, and community members who participated in the program. The committee met 2 to 3 times a year. There was full disclosure of the costs being attributed to the program. The department answered questions and took suggestions from the community members. It led to an understanding of when increases were needed and to what extent they were needed. This understanding and information is missing from the current process. There are serious concerns regarding the justification for these increases. Last year, staff shared that $380,000 of permit costs were attributed to the program. This is difficult to explain given the classes are located in sites which are already operational. We recommend trustees move to reestablish the Community Education Advisory Committee to allow for meaningful discussions between the community represented by Friends of Learn for Life, trustee, Local 4400, and the Continuing Education Department. An initial meeting should take place before moving ahead with any fee increases. I also want to address some information that's missing from the international languages piece. There are $60,000 in additional cost savings, which is tied to a reorganization of program delivery with no details attached. Would parents be consulted in that reorganization? Despite asking for information related to this, the union has received no information. In the absence of information, our assumption is program delivery will remain status quo for the coming year. Local 4400 has worked hard over the past 2 years to promote the program and increase numbers in the existing classes. We see opportunities to increase the participation in the African Heritage Program, as well as the International Languages Elementary Program. In some cases, this could include creating online learning opportunities, particularly where there isn't a critical mass of students in one area of the city. We look forward to continuing our ongoing support of the program. This is best done when there is transparency in terms of what is being contemplated, followed by meaningful consultation with stakeholders. We remain available to work with the department staff to that end. And if there are questions about how the Con Ed Community Advisory Committee ran surpluses, I'd be happy to answer that because I was part of that committee at the time.
Thank you for the presentation. I'm not sure that how I feel about being baited publicly, but seeing no other questions in the room, I'll take the bait. Can I pass the chair to Trustee Patel?
Go ahead, Trustee McLean.
Thank you, and through the chair, yeah, please share.
Yeah, so one of the things that was discussed was, so the community had full disclosure of how many participants were paying full fees, how many were paying half fees, so they could take a good look at that. There were joint marketing discussions that took place. So we haven't tried this, why don't we try that? There were, the community put forward suggestions for classes that weren't being currently run, but they thought there would be an appetite for. And when it came to computer programming, you know, some of the programs being offered were kind of old. And so they introduced the idea of a lab fee that would cover additional purchase of computer programs and upgrading of computers. But that all came about through discussions on, you know, how do we make the program viable? Those initiatives attracted more people to the program, and therefore they ran surpluses for a couple of years.
Thank you, and I appreciate the clarity. And with that, I'll take the chair back. Trustee Patel, thank you.
Thank you,
Seeing
Chair
no
McLean.
other questions of clarification online or in the room, we thank you, Ms. Preston.
Okay, thanks. I wasn't meaning to bait you.
We're good. We're good.
Okay.
I'll live to tell. And with that, we'll move on to delegate number 2, John Wethrop with the Toronto Education Workers Local 4400. Welcome back, sir.
Thank you.
Please proceed at your convenience.
Okay. Thank you. I'm John Weatherup, and I'm the president of the Toronto Education Local 4400. We represent about 17,000 members, both at the Toronto District School Board. We represent the caretaking maintenance staff at the Toronto Catholic District School Board. We represent the French caretakers and maintenance at the Vieux-Mont School Board, and we also represent the staff at the Blue Review School Authority and a number of childcares, but those are the school boards that we normally deal with. We will be providing to the trustees individual written portions on all the cuts that they're viewing. And again, we say that you should not be making any cuts. Every year I try to pick a book to come here to actually talk about. One year I spoke about Fantasyland when the board was looking at cuts, Linwood Barclay. This year, I don't know if anybody's read, I picked out Mark Carney's new book, and it's called Values. There's a section in there that how we value life, how we value society, and how we value the people that are around us. How do we value special education with the children who are falling through the cracks? What is the value on that child for falling through the cracks? How do we deal with violence with our EAs, and what's the impact on it, and what's the value of that in our school system? What is the value of abandoning or asking questions around early childhood education and early childhood development? We know what the risks are associated with that. We know what the risks of not doing it are. We know that children will fall through the cracks. What is the value of what we think we're doing here as a school board moving forward? We also know that outdoor education provides learning and outdoor experiences for children who may never leave this city, and where gangs and guns and violence are an issue. What is the value of those children being abandoned in our system? We go through these process. I've heard lots of people speak. I got to tell you, I was disgusted by the survey that was put out asking our members what jobs they should cut, what fellow members they should cut, what fellow employees. The issue around special education, it should be illegal to be on a document like that. And if the research department at a board put this through an ethical study, I'm not sure how it passes, because we're in there asking about program cuts. I don't know. The ministry guidelines say the board is failure to manage senior leadership staffing costs. If you want to talk about it, and I don't agree because I believe you're underfunded, but when you put in the document from the ministry that it's leadership costs that are what they should be looking at, you should not be putting programs in there to have cut. It's inappropriate. So I just want to close in saying it's how do we value seniors? The last thing I want to say is seniors paid for this system. They paid for all our wages in this system. And now we deny them access to free programming, and they still pay today in their taxes for those programs. And we abandon them, we isolate them, and then we pretend and say, oh, it's not part of the core program. They paid for the system. They paid for this freaking building we're sitting in. So I think we need to understand what a value of seniors, what a value of our children, what's the value of our members. And I just want to say, just for information hearing earlier, for a permit at Forest Hill Collegiate for one day is $8,000. The caretaking costs are $600. HST is higher than the caretaking costs. So when I hear all these stories about the caretaking, and if you're wondering where the numbers I'm coming from, it's from an email the board telling me what the costs were if I rented the school at Forest Hill for $8,000. So thank you very much. And I hope you say no to any cuts. We've been doing this. I've been at this board for 50 times saying the same thing. Stand up. Thank you.
Seeing no questions online, Trustee King.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Weatherup, for coming in. You shared your feelings about your perspective on the survey. I know that as a trustee, we have heard from many families. I'm wondering if you have heard feedback from the staff that you represent and what the impact has been.
Yes, members are contacted, as well as parents are contacted. I want to be clear, we get emails from parents on this issue too. It's inappropriate, telling to pit one job against another. What is the most important program? I've never seen it. It's a human resources disaster. I've never seen it. And I sit on the OMERS board, and we have hundreds of companies, and said as the human resources chair, this would never happen anywhere. It's a terrible survey for staff, for students, for parents, asking parents to understand. If you look at that, some of the questions they're asking about ECEs or the music program in grades 5 to 8. Most parents wouldn't have an understanding of what that is unless they were in the very program. It's misleading. It's terrible. It should have been withdrawn, and it should be withdrawn.
Thank you, Trustee King. And with that, thank you, Mr. Weatherup.
Thank you.
We will then go on to delegate number 33, Andina Vega from Toronto Education Workers, 4400. That's not what it says, but okay. You can press *6 to unmute. Andina Vega, if you're online and you can hear me, and you can press *6 to unmute. Can you hear us? Okay, apparently I'm being told that you initially unmuted and then turned the mute back on. Can you press *6 to unmute?
Hello, can you hear me?
We can, thank you. Please proceed at your convenience.
Okay. I just want to proceed just a second to what I wanted to mention today. My name is Dora Mahani. Just a minute. I had it here, so just a minute. I was on hold for 1 second. I'm sorry. Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dora Mahani. I'm here today as both a mother and an advocate. I stand before you not just for my daughter, Miriam, but for every child with autism who is being left behind by a system that is supposed to support them. Miriam is 17 years old. She's smart, capable, and full of potential. But instead of thriving, she's struggling. Instead of growing, she's suffering. And it's not because who she is, it's because of lack of resources, support, and opportunities available to her and students like her. I'm here today to ask, how much longer do our children have to wait? How much more do they have to endure before real change happens? My daughter is suffering, and I know she's not alone. Miriam attends a congregated site for students with special needs. And these schools are supposed to provide a supportive environment, but with fewer staff and fewer resources, students are falling through the cracks. I watch my daughter struggle every day, and I know she's not alone. And anxiety has taken over her life. I mean, imagine feeling so anxious, so overwhelmed. She starts picking her skin from her fingers and her feet until they bleed. That's not what, what my daughter does. I know that's not her. It's just, it doesn't, she's just having a hard time. She can't help it. It's the direct result of stress and lack of support she faces at school. No child should have to suffer like this. And doors are closing on her future. There used to be hope. There used to be programs, cosmetology, small engineer, repair, fashion, drywall, nursing. These were not just classes, right? They were stepping stones to a future. One by one, they've disappeared. And without enough support, these programs can't run. Now, students like Miriam are left with fewer opportunities, fewer choices, and fewer chances to succeed. The system is failing most of our vulnerable children. Congregated sites are expensive to run. Yes, they are. Yet they're cutting, and it's cutting their own services. These schools are supposed to provide specialized support, but how can they? Right? They can't do that without not enough staff, which it doesn't make sense. So our children deserve better. And she's even waited 3 years for help, right? The OAP program. My daughter was on the wait list for over 3 years just to get therapy. And now when she will receive it, she'll be ready to she'll finally receive it, but then it will be taken away when she turns 18. So that means it's just going to be a stepping stone, another one. So these are the things that we are dealing with. And this is not just about my daughter. This is about every child with autism and special needs who is being denied the support they desperately need. We need more staff. We need more programs. We need a system that doesn't just acknowledge our children, but invests in them. Miriam is so many others. Miriam is just like so many others that deserve better. They deserve a future, and I won't stop fighting until they get it.
I need you to wrap up, Ms. Mahani.
Thank you. I have wrapped up.
Okay. Thank you very much for your delegation, your courage in sharing the experiences of your daughter and your advocacy for her and students also in the program. Seeing no questions of clarification in the room or online, we thank you for your delegation. And with that, we will go to delegate number 34, Mr. Speck of the Toronto Education Workers, Local 4400.
Good afternoon. My name is David Speck, and I've been an IMI with the TDSB for the last 30 years, and I'm currently an executive officer with the CUPE Local 4400, representing the TDSB's education support workers in all job classifications. I am currently the local's treasurer, and I'm a numbers man. I credit my mathematical abilities to being a product myself of the IMI program in the 1970s, go ahead and do the math, starting in grade 6. Yes, a program that has been in place for at least 50 years that the TDSB now wants to eliminate with a stroke of a pen and with what I believe are misconceptions. I say misconceptions because the report before you appears to be misleading at best. I'll only speak to the IMI program details in this report, as I did in 2019, where we fought a proposed 24% cut to the IMI program. In fact, this proposal to eliminate the IMI program is not new at all. In 2013, essentially the same proposal was brought forward, and after massive media and public attention and tens of thousands of signatures from around the world on a petition against the proposal, it was defeated. In the words of one trustee at that time, quote, "I have never seen an issue get so much attention," end quote. So what has changed? In 2013, there was also the belief that the program could be replaced with OCTs, and proven to not be the case due to individual school scheduling and enrollment issues, and the need to assign these music qualified teachers to other classrooms and curriculum. There was the claim that OCTs had the same music qualifications as our IMI specialists, many through AQ courses, where many IMIs are professional musicians and are able to instruct on each of the multiple instruments and pedagogy within their field. I fail to understand how an IMI's 10 to 15 years of intensive training in their field can be minimized to a few AQ courses. The report states 15 new IMIs are hired on average each year. As multiple studies over the decades have proven without doubt, music skills greatly improve math skills. There are currently 74 permanent and supply IMIs on staff, and with an average of 3 to 4 IMIs per year leaving for various reasons, including retirement, that should leave a net gain of 11 new IMIs each year. Yet in 2019, we had 104 IMIs. How does hiring a net gain of 11 IMIs per year result in a reduction of 104 IMIs in 2019 down to the 74 currently? Do the math. The report states $1,051,000 is spent on benefits. What benefits? The only benefits the TDSB currently provides is LTDI premium. Health and dental benefits have not been provided to any support staff since 2018, when the benefits plan moved to a third-party trust that is funded by the provincial government, flowed through the board, and partially self-paid by the plan members. It's my understanding tomorrow evening you will be formally receiving this report. I strongly encourage you to reject it. It is not a plan, and I encourage you to send it back for further detailed breakdown and verification and alternatives such that we don't have to repeat history.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I'm going to pass the chair to Trustee Patel.
Go ahead, Chair McLean.
Thank you. A school system doesn't always have the ability to hire the experts in their fields to teach calculus, or the greatest minds of the day to necessarily teach biology. But there is training for teachers. They take the courses and they pass the courses, and they are therefore qualified to teach their curriculum in the province of Ontario. So I'm trying to understand, why is it you believe that the IMIs are uniquely qualified to teach the music program, but the qualified teachers are not?
I've not looked at the curriculum for a while, not since our last major battle on this, but it's my understanding that I believe in grades 7 and 8, they are to learn instrumental music, actual instruments. And I would question how an AQ course can teach a music, a teacher, all about the violin, viola, cello, and bass just in strings, because you're teaching all 4 instruments in those strings. In band, you're teaching far more instruments. We've studied years and years to learn our instruments and to be able to play multiple instruments for that matter. How can an AQ course teach all of that in such a short time? Or are we just, I mean, nothing in this report actually defines what level of music is that could be taught by the OCTs. Are we talking do, re, mi? Are we talking ORF instruments? Are we taught basic singing? Or are we going all the way up to the instruments such that secondary programs that have on-staff full-time music teachers can survive and develop those students to become even further in their music careers.
Thank you, sir. And I have no further questions. And with that, I'll take the chair back. Thank you, Trustee Patel. Seeing no further questions online or in the room, thank you, Mr. Speck. And with that, we will turn to delegate number 35, Mr. Amiro from the Toronto Education Workers Local 4400.
Hello and good afternoon. My name is Habiba Aden and I'm educational assistant for Toronto District School Board. I work with students with developmental disabilities. There has been an unprecedented workplace violence increase for students towards educational assistance. Just to show you some numbers and comparison, February 2024, we had 380 violence incidents, where this year, February, we had 466. January 2024, we had 263 workplace violence incidents for all TDSB. And January 2025, we had 481. That was 218 more violence incidents. December 2023, we had 297, where December 2024, we had 478. Every month by month, we had an increase of at least 30%. Since the educational assistants are the primary contacts of these students, when these students don't receive the specialized comprehensive programming designed to meet their social, emotional, educational, and behavioral needs, it increases their frustration and unwanted behavior, which results into staff burnout and injuries. Many of these students, with the right support, have the potential to lead fulfilling lives and become contributing members of our community. However, without the appropriate programs in place to address their unique needs, we are seeing incidents of workplace violence escalate, affecting both students and staff in a way that could have been prevented. By addressing these students' needs, we will not only reduce incidents of workplace violence, but also give these students the opportunity to develop the skills they need to succeed. They will learn how to manage their behavior, express themselves in a constructive and build a meaningful relationship with peers and staff. Ultimately, we are investing in their future and creating a safer, more supportive environment for everyone in our school. Thank you so much and have a good day.
Thank you, Ms. Aden. Seeing no questions online or in the room, we thank you very much for your delegation. Before we determine what we're going to do with the rest of this session, I'm going to give a last call out to delegate number 12, Cheryl Wolfson from Aqua Kids Swim School. And I'll make the same attempt for delegate number 26, Robert Vaughn, the parent council representative from Chester Elementary School. And with that, that closes out the delegations that we will hear in the initial segment. The committee is in recess until 4:30 this afternoon. I want to take a moment to thank all the delegates for taking the time and sharing their perspectives with trustees and staff. And with that, we're in recess. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for joining us today for the second of three sessions for today's FBEC meeting. I'm not sure it was a joke, but I appreciate the humor in that, Justice. We are going to resume where we left off. We are going to begin with delegate number 37, Mr. Chris Glover, NDP member of Ontario, member of provincial parliament for Spadina, Fort York, also no stranger to this room, former trustee of this board. In fact, former trustee of my ward. You are still remembered fondly in my ward, sir, and I will share that some of them are quite willing to remind me that the days that you were the trustee were the good old days, and that. But we'll leave that alone, and you and I might reminisce about that at some other time.
Okay.
You have 3 minutes. Please proceed.
Okay, thank you so much, Trustee McLean. It's really, it's strange to be back here. I was talking to Trustee Laskin, and she's saying she's got PTSD because we've been through this fight so many times. I think the first time that I came to depute about funding cuts in the school board was 25 years ago, 2000 or 2001. There's been 30 years of cuts to this school board, 30 years of funding shortfalls and 30 years of cuts. And at one time I had calculated all of those. I've got it somewhere on a hard drive. I'll look for it, see if I can find it. Part of it was on research that Shelley Laskin published in 2001 that showed the first 6 years of the school board and all the funding shortfalls. 2002, it was an $80 million shortfall. 2010, it was $110 million, which was about 3% of the budget. 2011, it was $50 million. 2012 was another $50 million. There were a couple years where there was no shortfall. We did not actually have to make cuts to school boards. But basically, since this board, since our local taxes were taken over by the provincial government in 1995, this school board has faced 30 years of funding shortfalls from the provincial government and 30 years of cuts to staff programs and services. And that's where we are today. And this government, this new government, just re-elected, is handing this board, as I understand, a $70 million shortfall and expecting you to make cuts. And the things that are coming up as potential cuts are swimming pools, itinerant music instructors, one other, Shelley, you were just outdoor education. These are essential components of education. Yes, staff. Our schools have been decimated by 30 years of cuts, and we just can't keep making cuts. I think, now being in the position, I actually got involved in this as a parent to fight for cuts. And after 10 years as a parent fighting for cuts, in 2010, I ran as trustee, because somebody said, if you're not at the table, you're on the menu. So I figured I needed a seat at the table. And I did this for 8 years. Now I'm an MPP. So I've been fighting for education funding for 25 years. I was in the House this morning. The new Minister of Education, Calandra, was talking about, the boards and fiscal mismanagement by the boards. And this is the diversion. This is the narrative that they're trying to create. And this is why they're sending in a financial advisor to create a false narrative that the problem with education funding lies with the school boards when it clearly lies with the provincial government and the $1,500 per student cut since this government was first elected in 2018, $1,500 per student per year cut. So one other thing before I talk about solutions and suggestions, the one is there's an article I read, a friend actually from Etobicoke, who said, his whole career was talk about mining for profit. There are groups out there, corporate groups, that look at the $30 billion that we spend on education every year, and they look at this as an opportunity to generate profit. They look at the real estate that is held by the Toronto District School Board, the 600 schools, and they look at that as an opportunity to generate profit. And this is what this government is facilitating. They're looking at ways to turn over our schools to the corporate sector, to the operation of our schools. And as parents, as grandparents, as students, we need to think about, do we want corporations running our schools? I will say my prediction is that within the next couple of years, this government will be introducing charter schools and voucher systems to privatize our system. So my recommendations, based on my years of
We're
experience.
going to have to ask you to go quickly with those.
Okay.
There will have opportunities for trustees to have questions, and then
Okay. Yeah. One is, don't talk about empty schools. There are no empty schools. At least when I was here, there were no empty schools. There were leased schools. There were leased spaces in schools. Let's see. The other is that, you know, students are being sacrificed for this privatization agenda. That's what these cuts are about. And the narrative that they are giving about the fiscal responsibility for the crisis lying with the school board, that needs to be countered every time it is said. There's a famous quote, if you tell a lie once, it's a lie. If you tell a lie 1,000 times, it becomes the truth. Every time the government tells the lie that the fiscal responsibility for this crisis lies with the school boards, people need to counter and say, no, it lies with the province. They've been underfunding our schools for 30 years. I'll leave it there.
Thank you, sir. And I apologize for the.
It's okay.
Do I have any questions online for clarification? We don't, so I will go first.
Actually, through the chair.
Okay. Oh, sorry. You can go first. Trustee Williams.
Thank you for that. And through the chair, thank you so much for your delegation, MPP Glover. It's great to see you. I remember you back in the days of you being a trustee and interacting with you in that capacity. I just had a question of clarification around your point on the real estate as an opportunity for profit. If you could clarify what you mean by that, and with relation to your comment about a privatization agenda.
Okay. So let's see, first on the real estate piece, if you look at the record of this government since 2018 when they were first elected, one of their first actions was to sell the Hearn gas plant down on the waterfront for $16 million. It's a 16-acre property to the Premier's friend, Cordellucci, for $16 million. Normally, land in the downtown core goes for about $40 million an acre. We've seen real estate scandal after real estate scandal with this government, the Foundry, the Duffins Agricultural Preserve, Ontario Place, the 413, the Ontario Line. All of these are real estate scandals. I strongly suspect that there are, friends of the Premier who are looking at the property that's owned by the TDSB as an opportunity to generate profit for themselves. Just the Greenbelt scandal, the 5,700 hectares that they were looking at removing the Greenbelt protections on, that was going to generate $8.3 billion in profit. So there's a lot of profit to be made by selling off our schools, but these are our public assets paid for by the taxpayers of Ontario to educate our children, and that should be the use that they are put to.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that thorough response. And through the chair, that was my question. Thank you.
Okay. Nice to see you, Trustee Williams.
You too.
Yeah.
Thank you, Trustee Williams. Trustee Dawson.
Thank you through the chair. I'm going to echo my colleague's sentiment and say that it's very nice to see you today, MPP Glover, and I'm so glad you were able to join us and share your perspective. You rhymed off like a bunch of stats at the beginning about the deficits and things like that we've had in the past. I was wondering if you could submit that to us somehow. Like, would you be able to send us a copy of your delegation or at least bullet points of it?
Yeah.
Because I think those are really relevant talking points for us at this point.
Okay, I'll do some digging because I did actually have a document that looked at each year's shortfall from 2015 to 2018. And I'll see if I can actually find that document.
Okay, amazing. Thank you so much. That was my question.
Yeah.
Thank you, Trustee Dawson. Trustee Patel, I'm going to pass you the chair. Can you take the chair?
Go ahead, Chair McLean.
Thank you. And through you, MP Glover, you shared a little bit about your ongoing work on the floor of the legislature, and I was wondering how you envision that being of support to the ongoing efforts of students and families and everyone that is trying to bring this matter to the light, to create a larger public discussion about the challenges of public education in the province.
Yeah, I think what you just said Trustee McLean, the larger public discussion is what needs to happen. And that's what we need to be taking to Queen's Park, because they're not going to listen. Like, I was a school board trustee. They're not going to listen to the trustees. They will listen to parents en masse if we can mobilize them. And if we can mobilize them to come down to Queen's Park, to depute if there are committee hearings, to just come and be invited to question period, to sit through question period and be introduced, and then to meet with the MPPs, particularly the Conservative MPPs who are making this decision about making cuts to school boards across this province. So I'm happy to facilitate, a day of action for parents, for trustees, for staff to come down to Queen's Park.
Appreciate that. Thank you, sir. In your, you referenced that students were being sacrificed on an ongoing basis, and I'd like you to talk a little bit more about that from experience from the board, and how you've seen throughout the years students being used in this manner, and to clarify, if you would, what you were referencing. And
yeah, so every year, since my kids were young, and that's what got me involved in this. We've had cuts to staff and programs. We do not have, when my kids were in high school, they did not have textbooks for most of their courses. And kids today still do not have textbooks for most of their courses. The teachers are dependent upon, well, maybe online now, but when my kids were in high school, it was photocopies. I mean, this is shameful that in a society as wealthy as ours, that you do not have money for textbooks. Often school boards are making, or schools are making decisions about, well, we can't have this team or we can't have that team. Football used to be a very popular sport in high school, but we don't have football teams because it's too expensive because of all the funding cuts over the last 30 years. Our kids deserve better than this, and we need to fight back and protect the services that we have in our schools, and to fight back to get the services back that have been cut over the decades.
thank you, sir. And with that, I've concluded my questions. I'll take back the chair. Trustee Patel.
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you. And I see no further questions. Trustee Laskin.
Thank you very much. So I just found the brochure, former trustee Glover, that you mentioned actually in 2011, 2012, because you came on the board in 2010, right?
Yeah.
2010 to 2018?
Yeah.
Yeah, so our cuts at that time were 55.4 million, which went up to 71 million before we printed the brochure. This was for Education Day in 2011. So
Yeah.
I'm going to share it with staff.
Okay.
Everything is the same.
So between us, I think we could probably, you've got the historical documents. I'll try to put together what I can. I think between us, we can actually make that argument so that we can show the public that there have been 30 years of funding shortfalls and cuts. Okay.
Thank you. Trustee Laskin, thank you. And with that, thank you, sir, for taking the time of your busy schedule to come with us, share your perspectives, your experience in the room. It's beneficial. You and I, we share the same ward, and we went actually to a public event in the Turkish community of Canada to support the International Day of the Child. Yes. And I thought it was a wonderful event we got to spend. And then I had the luxury of speaking to the organization following Mr. Glover, which was tricky enough as it was, but it turns out that you're fluent in Turkish. So it was not a good day to be the trustee in Central Etobicoke for that. But we thank you very much, sir, for taking the time.
Kind words. Not fluent, but I appreciate your kind words. And you know what? Thank you all for the work that you've been doing for years and years now. And especially thanks, Trustee Laskin. You've been here from the very beginning. You were here before I started here. I mean, it's 3 decades now of fighting for education funding for our schools, but we've got to keep the fight up. Our kids, deserve it. So thank you, everybody. And I'll say this, it's not just trustees, to the staff as well. Craig Snyder was around here when I was here.
Thank you, sir. And with that, we will go to delegate number 36, Mr. Baluski from Essex. Thank you, sir, for your indulgence in our little switch. We appreciate that. And at your convenience, you have 3 minutes.
All right, I'm going to introduce myself. My name is Antonio Belushi. I'm a parent of 2 school-age children at Essex Public School. Sabrina is in grade 2 and Elio is in grade 4. And the reason why I'm here today is because our school, like many in the TDSB, will possibly have combined grade levels of 3 different grade levels in one class. And that is a possibility for my daughter Sabrina next year. So I've got some points here I wanted to share and discuss and share my feelings and how I feel about that. So TDSB is accountable to students, parents, and taxpayers. From the Ontario.ca website, I quote, "Accountability is one of the cornerstones of our high-quality school system. Quality of our programs, performance of our students, and prudent management of our resources. The decisions on allocating school funding should be made with what is best for our students, our children, our future leaders, and community members. The quality of your programs is questionable when one teacher is responsible for teaching 3 grade levels. Each of the 3 grade levels and age groups have different development skills and learning capabilities. How is a teacher confidently able to teach 3 different levels in one classroom during one school day? Our young children look for guidance and leadership in their teachers. How will they address the individual needs of each student while jumping around to different class levels, addressing each of the grade levels, and then circling back to those who still need additional help? Even within a single grade level classroom, there are children at vastly different stages in their learning and development. I'm asking the school board to revisit their planned expenses for next year and look for other options to save money and direct it to classroom sizes and teacher allocations to ensure the quality of the programs will not compromise the performance of our students, as noted on the Ontario website. We need to focus on children and ensuring they get the most from their education. We need to support our teachers and prepare them for success with our children. We need to keep our children engaged in the learning energy in our schools. And we need to stand up for those who don't have a voice in this forum. I can share with you, I am a single parent. And during COVID, I was responsible for taking my kids through online schooling at home during lockdowns. And I can tell you it was a struggle with just 2 students and they're only 2 years apart. I can't imagine what a teacher would have to do with a classroom with 3 different grade levels to teach them through their curriculum. I asked the board to revisit their funding allocations and eliminate classrooms of 3 grade levels to ensure our kids don't suffer. That's all I have to say for now.
Thank you, sir. Just say we may have questions of clarification. I'm looking in the room and online. I'm seeing none. So thank you, Mr. Oh, sorry. Trustee Shishkandaraja has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Belushi. Thank you for sharing your concern. I think most, if not all, trustees agree with what you've said. I worry about this in my own ward. I have several instances of split classes, especially in our French immersion. My question to you, Mr. Chair, I know you mentioned looking up on the Ontario site about the role of trustees and accountability. I just wanted to know if there was anything on the website talking about the province's funding model and how they are inadequately funding us for the appropriate number of teachers that we need so we can prevent triple split classes.
Was that a question for me?
Yes. Was there any language on the website where you mentioned that you went to the Ontario.ca?
No,
and this writing certainly among.
I did not see that model of division of, sorry, I don't have an answer to that.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Just, it's something we at the board are advocating for, and we appreciate, just like our previous delegate, MP Glover said, MPP, if we could reach out to our MPPs across the system, because I think one of the things we're grappling with is the province allocates us the amount of teachers, and then we then distribute it, but we can only, we can't split teachers in half, and we are in a desperate need for more teachers, and we need more funding for that. So I really appreciate your advocacy, and I hope to continue this advocacy, because we need all hands on deck.
Thank you, Trustee Shishkandaraja. Did you have anything further? No, you're good?
Yeah,
Okay.
thank you. Thank you for the delegation.
Thank you. And seeing no other requests online or in person, Mr. Belushi, thank you for your advocacy and your delegation tonight.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much.
We will next go to Katrina Matheson from Winona Senior Public School. I'd have to use the whole 3 minutes to do her credits. Is she here? We were expecting in person, I think. Is she online? Okay, so we will skip Ms. Matheson for now, and we will go to delegate number 39, which is Ms. Tone from Westmount Junior School. And she's online, I understand. If you, Ms. Tone, if you press star 90, you should be able to come off mute and begin your delegation. Oh, sorry, star 6. You got bad advice. Star 6 to come off mute.
Hi there. Hello, can you hear me?
We can, thank you. So please continue.
Wonderful, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Carrie Tone, and I'm here today as a librarian and a parent to speak to the important role that school libraries play in my children and students' education in their lives. So I'm the proud parent of 2 children at Westmount Junior School in Etobicoke in Trustee McLean's area. Both have had very different literacy journeys. One has ADHD and dyslexia, and one was reading at age 3. So both have endless curiosity about the world, and both have benefited immensely from the work of their teacher librarian, Ms. Chacha, to provide a space where they can learn and a collection where they can learn beyond the classroom. You may be aware there's a strong body of research in Ontario and internationally showing the impact that teacher librarians and libraries have. And the more autonomy children have over their reading materials, the more motivated they are to continue reading. Teacher librarians curate collections that engage the varied interests of their students. And I've been on school council and I volunteered my time at book fairs to increase the variety of collections at our school library. And those books get used a lot and they wear out quickly and the students love them. Reading enjoyment affects achievement, social and civic engagement. An OECD study showed that a positive attitude toward reading impacts success in other academic subjects like math and science. And a Queen's University study found that in schools in Ontario with teacher librarians, the students were more likely to report that they like to read than the schools without teacher librarians. And yet the number of teacher librarians in Ontario schools is decreasing. And listen, it's 2025 and a library is not just books. This is a special space where students engage with information on their own terms, where they begin their journey to become information literate citizens. And I know this because I'm an academic librarian at the University of Toronto, and I have the pleasure of working with the best and brightest post-secondary students that the world has to offer. The challenges facing young people trying to navigate the world today come back to these elementary schools. Selecting the right source to answer the questions that they have, understanding what information out there to trust, how to share and create, as well as how to consume information in a healthy and responsible way, whether they're doing a book report or making a Facebook post. Libraries are about self-discovery and how to be in a world where everything from social relationships to digital privacy to democratic elections depends on having those skills ingrained early on. And so I think it is the responsibility of our schools to prepare students for the world, and the library is a very key aspect of that preparation. Librarians are experts who are trained to teach what we call information literacy as well as language literacy. Homeroom collections cannot replace that expertise. Without teacher librarians and without libraries, schools cannot continue to do this very important work. I know that the situation the TDSP finds itself in is impossible. My kids are lucky. We have conversations about this, but Westmount is a model school and not all of our classmates have that privilege. So we want to ensure that all children in TDSB schools have that same access. And to do that, we need libraries and teacher librarians. Eliminating support for school libraries and trained library staff is a very bad choice with far-reaching implications. I'm out of time. I know I have some messages here from some of the students as well, but I'll leave it there. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your delegations. I'm looking online. I don't see any in the room. So thank you, Ms. Tone, for your delegation. And we will move on to delegate number 40. Ms. Netman, which is a TDSB parent, also a virtual delegation. And she's here. Suggest that you press *6 to unmute, and you can begin. Ms. Netman, can you please press *6?
Hello, can you hear me?
We can, thank you.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you
Okay,
quite well.
awesome. Thank you. Sorry about that.
No.
So I'm a parent of 2 children at the TDSB system, and I acknowledge that the TDSB is facing some very challenging times, but so are its staff and students. So I'm here to ask for funds to be dedicated to a topic that impacts every person, adult or child, who spends time in TDSB buildings, though due to equity and accessibility issues, impacts some more than others. This topic, if properly addressed, will build climate change resiliency, boost academic success, reduce student and staff absence rates, and even save the TDSB money. What is this influential topic? It's indoor air quality, and by budgeting funding to improve it, the TDSB will better the health and well-being of students and staff. Carbon dioxide monitoring tells us that many TDSB buildings have poor indoor air quality, causing kids and staff to spend hundreds of hours in spaces that leave them tired, unfocused, and irritable. Yes, the air we breathe can impact behavior. We also know it's a problem due to the increasing rates of illness-driven staff and student absences. Many of these absences are the direct or indirect result of contagious diseases that spread primarily through the air or because of airborne pollutants that can trigger everything from asthma to migraines. Simply put, poor indoor air quality means sicker students and staff who are in class less, learn less, and produce less. It also means more spending on supply teachers who, as we've discussed, are harder and harder to secure, resulting in more use of emergency replacement persons, a situation that I can personally tell you many families are increasingly frustrated with. These constant absences and the educational and social disruptions they cause cannot be good for staff morale or retention. And I suspect this is putting further strain on the TDSB budget and resources. Personally, I view investing in this topic as an investment in the future of our kids and communities. Heart conditions, strokes, dementia, and autoimmune disorders are just a few of the many conditions that have been connected to airborne illnesses. And by mitigating their spread, we may be giving kids and staff years of good health, years that could be spent inside our schools learning and working. I know that last part's a bit dark, so here's the good news. This is one of these rare challenges the board is facing that actually has actionable, evidence-backed solutions that can produce measurable results. In fact, you're already implementing some of these solutions. It just needs to be done more and more consistently. But that can only happen if the will is there, and of course, the money is budgeted. I encourage you to closely review the letter submitted by Clean Indoor Air Toronto and co-signed by over 300 concerned community members, which provides high-level insights on how we can accomplish this very achievable goal of cleaner indoor air. These solutions include educating staff, which I want to emphasize in an especially affordable action with potentially big payoffs. How many sick days and the money they cost could be reduced if teachers better understood indoor air quality and how simple steps like opening a window or leaving that air filter turned on could protect their health as well as the health of their students. I know the TDSB has many, many demands and very few resources, but if you want to maximize the impact of those resources, this topic needs to be addressed. Otherwise, we're spending tens of millions of dollars on problems that to varying degrees are being caused in the first place by the simple act of breathing air in our schools. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your delegation, Ms. Netman. And seeing no questions online or in the room, we thank you very much for your delegation. And with that, we will move on to Ms. Lidu from Roselands Public School. I think we were anticipating that to be in person. Okay, 41. Do we have them online? No. Okay, so we'll skip that. We'll move on to number 42, which is online. Shirvan Bafa from Jackman Avenue Junior Public School. Are they online? Can I ask you to please press *6 to unmute?
Hi. Hi, are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, sir. Please proceed.
Perfect, thank you. Just give me 1 second. And I apologize if there's background noise. I'm just outdoors. So my name is Shervan. Good evening, and I'm a parent in Jackman Avenue Junior Public School. I'm also the chair of the parent council. I'm also obviously I'm here like many other concerned parents because we're deeply concerned just for our own children. I think it's all children across Toronto, Ontario, given the proposed cuts to the various programs. The list is so long. I'm not going to go through it. But these are cuts to things that make our schools safe, enriching. They create a more inclusive environment for kids. They do play the level the playing field quite a bit between different areas and schools with yellow ratings. There is extensive research, for example, shows music education builds far more than just musical ability, right? It improves focus, time management, persistence, emotional regulation, and so on and so forth. And in countries like a lot of the Nordic countries, like Finland, Norway, the governments have chosen to embed, have a bigger focus on music, on arts, and mental health, outdoor learning into their core curriculums. These are countries that lead the world in many academic outcomes, depending on which metrics and measures we look at. They lead the world in youth well-being, social mobility, et cetera. And these are not by coincidence, these are not correlations, these are causal, proven by many, many, many studies. So I just want to be clear, like these cuts will affect all students, but unfortunately not equally. I think we're one of the fortunate schools and neighborhoods, but there are many, many other schools and students who will be disproportionately impacted by these cuts. Families with resources, will always find ways to supplement, but there are many families who can, and they might be facing systematic barriers, and they rely on the public system to help them close some of that gap. So just to wrap things up, I speak as a parent, but I also speak as maybe a representative from our community, and we're all very, very concerned with additional barriers, socioeconomic barriers that we're adding to our society by going through with these cuts. There's a lot of fear and there's feelings of loss in many communities in our ward that's been expressed. Public education, as I said, is meant to level the playing field. I think what we're doing here is contributing to those gaps. I just wanted to urge the committees to, if you can find other ways to balance the budget, push back as much as you can. We all understand where the problem lies. We know it's not the board. We've mobilized our community to let the provincial government know that we know where the problems lie and we know what needs to be done. We cannot continuously underfund the system and then expect it to be performing at the levels that are expected. We all want to speak up, sound the alarm, and protect these programs. And at the end of the day, I think these children deserve a lot better leadership and a lot better decisions.
Thank you,
they're
Mr.
counting on us
Vafa.
to secure this.
Thank you very much. Your time has run out. I'm looking quickly around the room for questions of clarification. I don't see any, nor online. So we thank you, sir, for your delegation. And with that, we will move on to delegate number 43, Ms. Graham from Lucy McCormick Senior School. And she's with us. So when you're comfortable, please feel free to begin.
Okay, yeah. Hi, my name is Krista Graham, and I've been a teacher at Lucy McCormick Senior School for 10 years. Our school is a congregated site for young adults aged 14 to 21 with developmental disabilities. Developmental disability alone, however, does not reflect the profound, significant, and complex level of support needs necessitated by the multiple exceptionalities among our student population. I'm here today to speak about TDSB cuts to special education, and in reference to earlier this month, ETFO released a report and a press conference podcast about the special education crisis in Ontario. I was in tears listening to the podcast because I too feel like promises have been broken. Because of the cuts this year, Lucy McCormick is losing 2 teachers despite student enrollment going up by over 15%. This is in addition to the 1 teacher and class we lost during this year's October reorganization. With the loss of teachers and class closures, our class sizes are going to increase by 33%, going from what we currently have at 6 to 8 next year. This increase in class size will detrimentally impact student safety, well-being, and equitable access to learning opportunities. Lucy is a sanctuary for the TDSB's most systematically underfunded students, where compassion for and dedication to them abounds. Our staff strive persistently to preserve this as a safe space of learning that is accessible and inclusive, where student voice and agency are at the center. This will be compromised greatly if things remain as currently planned for the upcoming school year. Our students' highly tailored learning goals and necessary individualized daily programs are designed to increase their independent skills and resultant quality of life for them as well as their caregivers. Progress for our students most often requires 1-to-1 or even 2-to-1 staff to student instructional ratio. For instance, the initiation and consistent use of their AAC devices, iPads and touchpads, etc., enables our student to have a voice in their learning as participants in their community. Teaching our students to use these systems imperatively demands sufficient staffing ratios so that their voices are heard, honored, and reliably reinforced while modeling next steps. With class sizes of 8 with 1 teacher and 1.5 or 2 support staff, we'll be working with a ratio of 1 staff to 3 students. This is by no means sufficient to reach these goals, as this instruction ratio is exacerbated by the provisions of the personal care that we also offer, such as feeding, toileting, transferring students in and out of mobility equipment. Class sizes of 8 are by no means sufficiently low enough to adequately support our students in achieving success through the strategies required by their learning profiles and as outlined in their IEPs. The complex support needs of our students dictates that classroom placement decisions are also highly complex. Some of our students are triggered by sounds and can lead to some pretty dysregulated behaviors. Adequate instruction ratios are crucially required to intervene when students become dysregulated and required additional people from other classrooms and alternative spaces and tools and strategies in order to keep everyone, staff and students, safe.
Ms. Graham, I'm going to need you to wrap up, please.
Okay, let me go to my closing then. The well-being of support required for our students maintain safety, dignity, well-being, and achievement in learning is intensive. Higher class size would greatly compromise our ability to provide these basic aspects of education. Our students deserve equitable access to education. We know that this cannot be sustainably achieved with the class sizes proposed for next year. We are asking that staffing allotment be reconsidered so that the classroom and prep program, which have been collapsed in our school, be reinstated. Class caps of 6 be realized as inherent to well-being, achievement, and equity at our school. And in conclusion, I would like to personally invite trustees to not just tour the site at Lucy, but to spend half a day in my class so you can see the reality of what my current classroom with 6 students looks like and how impossible it will be at 8 for next year. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Graham. Yeah, I know that. Trustee Patel, I'm going to pass you the chair, please.
Go ahead, Chair McLean.
Thank you, and through you. I want to thank you for your service to students and families. I have the pleasure of representing 2 congregated sites in my ward and am familiar with the work that goes on in these buildings in support of these students and our efforts to meet them where they are and provide them the best educational experience possible. So I thank you for your efforts of yourself and your colleagues. I'm interested in exploring, though, or you're clarifying, if you would, how how you believe the educational experience will be compromised. You shared that it was an interesting choice of words, so I'd like you to expand on it, if you would, please.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, currently what we have on days, we certainly have compromised education just based on some safety needs that happen. Staff are being pulled in all directions. My class in particular, I have 4 young adults who need 1-to-1 assistance with toileting. I have 2 young adults that have safety plans with highly behavioral regulation issues. And I have 1 student who runs out of the room with myself and 3 staff. So right now, when these things happen, sometimes it's in alone, or sometimes these things all happen at the same times. Education and learning opportunities seem to be on the lowest, I guess, level right now. And we would love to have more classes at Lucy, and we do have the space in our class. So right now, 8. I look around when all the wheels have fallen off in my class, and I'm like, where are the other 8 kids, and where are the other 2 kids, and what are they going to be doing? So that's how I feel their education is compromised.
Thank you. Thank you for that. And with that, that concludes my questions. So I'll take the chair back. Thank you, Trustee Patel. Trustee King.
Thank you through Chair. Thank you, Krista, for coming in. Lucy is in my ward, and I have certainly spent some time there. I've seen the very unique kind of learning space. I just wanted to ask, you mentioned safety a couple of times, and I just wanted to understand, separate from the educational experience, with the change in ratio, can you just help us understand if there are some specific risks and what the safety concerns really look like in a congregated set of students with very complex needs?
Absolutely, yes. So a lot of students react because they don't have a voice. If one of my students in particular does not have a safety plan, but if you arrive and you're standing too close to him, there's potential he's going to grab your face. And so we also use an elevator because many of my students have seizure disorders, and getting in a small elevator with 6 students and a couple of staff instantly introduces that invasion of space. But we also have many of the largest students just in physical size, as well as some of the, we take in students that aren't managing in some of the DD sites in the mainstream school. So sometimes students get transferred in. They have safety plans that aren't being able to be managed in a DD site. So I would say we have probably some of the highest behavioral and dysregulation needs at the board right now. Yeah.
Thank you for helping just illustrate and helping us understand that.
Yeah, of course.
Thank you. That's it for me.
Thank you, Trustee King. Seeing no further questions, we thank you, Ms. Graham, for your delegation.
Okay, great. And as I mentioned, I did say the ETFO. If anyone is interested, I have the QR for the podcast and the printout of that Promises Unfulfilled Crisis in Special Education. I'll just leave them at the end of the table.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we noted that Ms. Matheson has arrived. We're not getting to you yet, just yet. We're going to finish. I've got 2 more on budget, special education. We're going to do that, and then we're going to come back to you we saw you enter and wanted to acknowledge that. So we will go on to delegate number 44, John Kim from Runnymede Junior and Senior Public School. As in person, thank you. You can begin when you're comfortable, sir.
Yep. Hello, my name is Youngjin John Kim, and I'm the band teacher at Runnymede Junior Senior Public School. I've been a proud contract teacher with the TDSB for 11 years. For some of you may remember me from the OPSPA event on January at Sheraton Hotel, where my colleague and I brought nearly 70 students in band and strings with around 20 parents to perform for all the trustees in attendance. Before I begin, I want to fully be transparent. My wife is an itinerant music instructor. However, my delegation today is not about protecting her job. It is about protecting opportunities for thousands of students who will be affected by the proposed cuts to the IMI program. At the OPSPA event in front of Runnymede students and parents, I thanked all the trustees for supporting music education. And that thank you was and is still heartfelt. Decision makers like you have a tremendous impact on what takes place in our classrooms. And every day I see how music transforms students. It teaches them passion, belonging, discipline, patience, and respect for others. Close to 100 Runnymede students flood into music rooms outside of instructional time because music gives them a home. And much of my program success is due to the IMI program. The IMIs have coexisted with 2 contract music teachers at Runnymede for over 36 years, supporting both band and strings. So it took me by surprise to learn that the IMI program might be eliminated when I read the FBEC agenda, which included a few inaccuracies that I would like to address. The FBEC report claims that the IMI program is inequitable because 192 schools do not currently have IMIs. However, it fails to mention that school principals have full authority to cancel, request, or expand IMI hours. In 2022 school year alone, right after the pandemic, 17 IMI programs were canceled. These decisions were made at the school level, not by students or families. The report also refers to increased professional learning from the arts department in the 2024 to 2025 school year. However, only 2 music-specific PD sessions were offered this year to elementary teachers. Neither of them focused on instrumental music instruction. One line that stood out to me the most was, without IMIs, the TDSB has a robust music program. And that line is really hard for me to reconcile with reality. Over the past 6 years, my music colleagues and I have often spoken about how we have lost countless cherished opportunities that were once pillars of student enrichment. Music by the Lake, the Instrumental Symposium at the Bickford Center, All-City Orchestra, All-City Band, All-City Strings, and Sounds of Toronto at Massey Hall, a program that ran for 132 consecutive years through the 2 world wars, but was quietly discontinued in 2019 and never returned. Can we really claim to have a robust music program without IMIs? In every one of those initiatives, IMIs played a critical role. They brought the largest number of students, they brought the best clinicians, and many of them were key organizers of these amazing programs working alongside with TDSB Arts Department.
I need you to wrap it up, sir.
If we eliminate the IMI program, which costs such a minuscule amount when compared to the TDSB's budget, we are making a choice that will impact thousands of students and dismantle decades of musical opportunity, mentorship, and inspiration. As decision makers, I ask you to consider this. Does the renewed music programming model truly offer a sustainable or equitable solution for what IMIs currently provide? If we are cutting these programs purely for budgetary reasons, are we truly putting students first? And most importantly, is there not a better, more creative solution than erasing one of the most impactful, long-standing programs that are the itinerant music instructors?
Thank you, sir. Thank you. So now we'll look for questions of clarification. Seeing none in the room, none online. Thank you, Mr. Kim. We thank you for your efforts. Delegate 45 is canceled and has made a written submission. So we will go to delegate number 46, Yoshi Lee, the community member. I understand is going to delegate virtually. Can I ask that you press *6 to unmute, please? If I could ask if you could press *6 to unmute yourself. Yoshi Lee, we're looking for you to press *6 so you can unmute yourself and give your delegation. Okay, we're going to skip delegate 46 temporarily while we try to resolve our technical issues. As I shared before, delegate number 38, Katrina Matheson, has joined us from Winona Drive Senior Public School, Rosedale Heights School of the Arts, PIAC co-rep, the Toronto Schools Caregiver Coalition funder. I was going to do it because if you had to do it, you were going to use up 3 minutes. You were going to use up half your time. So please proceed.
Thank you so much, and thanks for accommodating me. A few weeks ago, I was a guest speaker for a federally funded program that recruits racialized immigrant moms to engage in school board issues in Toronto. I asked these 30 attendees 2 questions. First, How many of you are totally happy with the education your child is receiving in public school? Not a single hand went up. Then I asked, how many of you feel that the education system in your home country was better than the public system here? More than half the room raised their hands. If I were in that audience, I also would have my hand raised, being from the US. When I voiced this concern to various trustees and MPPs, they always reply that Canada's school system still ranks in the top 10 on the international exam. I've now pored over the OECD's PISA exam reports, and what I found was this. In the year 2000, Canada ranked number 2 in reading and 3 in math on the PISA exam. Not only that, but the report held up Canada as having one of the most equitable school systems in the world, with no negligible performance difference between Canadian public school and private school students. But between 2000 and 2022, Canada's scores in reading and math dropped like a rock. But declining scores were a global trend. Due to this, our ranking fell, but we continue in the top 10 despite losing 30 to 40 points on each test. We're now 8th in reading and 9th in math. But the footnotes of the 2022 report give important context to these rankings. First, the difference in performance between Canadian public school and private school students in math in 2022 is now among the highest in the OECD at nearly 30 points difference. So in 22 years, we went from literally having one of the most equitable systems in the world to having one of the worst in the OECD in terms of equality. The second footnote is that immigrant students outperform Canadian-born students in math by 16 points. Furthermore, up to 1/3 of students taking the exam in Canada are immigrants. That means that Canada's scores on this exam are being buoyed by our newcomers, even ones from the poorest countries. Obviously, these are results from a national exam which speaks to much larger systemic problems in Ontario and across Canada. There are structural issues that beg for leadership from trustees of Canada's largest school board. Complaints aside, I want you to know that there are things in the TDSB that have impressed me. The elementary music program, the pool program, the grade 5 outdoor education program, and now even those things are at risk. Parents want trustees to push back on the province and hold a no-cuts position, and I am circulating another survey this year that speaks to this. However, it looks like the province is positioning a takeover of the TDSB anyway, so it's that much more important that you hold the line for our kids. If you accept cuts now, there is no reason for a provincial supervisor to reverse them. Please hold a no-cuts position and vote down a budget that includes cuts.
Thank you, Ms. Matheson. Trustee Klein.
Through the chair. So thank you so much. I just finished campaigning. I'm newly elected by by-election, and I was shocked to hear from my constituents who are newcomers that they felt that their schools in their countries, war-torn countries, were better than our schools. So I just wanted to get some clarification here. Did any of them share what they felt our schools were lacking compared to theirs? And I know you spoke specifically about math education.
Right.
Did they give you any examples of what they think our schools should be doing compared to what their home schools were doing?
I'll be honest, I think you need like a full forum on this. I haven't spoken at length with other people. I know from my experience, it seems to me that there's a lack of standardized materials. I wouldn't frame it as a curriculum problem. I don't know that the curriculum is necessarily the issue, but there's distinctly a lack of comprehensive materials. I think that the schools rely on apps now, and those are I don't find them to be as good as a comprehensive curriculum that you might find in a textbook, for example. I also personally feel that there's an under-professionalization of teachers. I think that could be addressed. I know that I remember the director, Russell Rollins, saying last year that the amount they spend on professionalization has really declined over years. And I think that seems evident. So yeah, I just think there's not a comprehensive academic program that, that you can look at and say, oh, my kids are following this path and they're actually progressing in terms of their knowledge. Mhm.
Thank you. And I just want to, I think the reference was the professional development as opposed to professionalism in itself. Just want to. Trustee King.
There we go. Thank you through your chair. Thank you, Katrina, for coming in. You mentioned a petition that you would be circulating. Can you just clarify for us what that is, who it goes to, and how folks access it?
Yeah, so I have a list, an email list that has about 800 plus parents on it. And so I've circulated the survey to that group just because I've have a lot going on. I haven't been able to remind people to fill it out. So right now I think I only have about 150 people that have signed it. But basically it's positioned as, do you support a no cuts budget? And I explain in great detail what that means, in terms of a provincial takeover and the risks involved with that. And so far, 100% of the respondents have indicated that, yes, they agree we need a no cuts budget. Last year, if you remember, I circulated a signature. I ended up with about 1,000 signatures or petition with 1,000 responses. And I think there were like 3 or 4 that said no, and everyone else was in favor. And I would say I'm impressed this time around, even with the 150 that I have. It's like I have people from every ward responding, whereas last year it was a little more weighted towards Ward 9 and I forget Michelle Arts and Sarah Earhart, but now it's a little more even, I think.
And just as a follow-up, the third question in there was just how do folks find you or access that if they would like to participate?
That's a great question. Facebook, in the GTA School Council Facebook, I posted there. If you ask your school council chair, hopefully they can find me as well. Oh, and I'm PIAC, now I'm on PIAC, so you can contact me through the PIAC Ward 10.
Thank you. Thank you, Trustee King. And with that, I think that concludes our questions of clarification. Thank
Through
you,
the
Ms.
chair,
Madison.
through the chair, it's Trustee Williams. I have a question as well.
Trustee Williams, please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your delegation, Katrina. I just had a question of clarification. During your delegation, you described, your perspective on your speculation on no cuts budget being passed and supervision and a comment about a supervisor reversing those cuts. That confused me a little. Could you clarify that?
Sure. What I meant to say was that I don't know what the future is going to be with the province, but what it seems to me is that they're trying to take control of the narrative. They've established kind of a aggressive tone with the TDSB, and it seems like they're at least setting up the narrative so that if they take it over, I don't think anyone would be surprised. And I worry they might do that regardless of whether or not you pass a budget. And so my point is to say, if whether or not you're able to pass a budget, you're able to come to terms. If at any point the TDSB gets taken over, I just worry that all of the cuts that you've made to that point are going to stick, and there's no way that we as parents can then advocate for those cuts to be reversed or reinstated. I just feel like we need advocacy from our trustees to say, look, you can't cut education further. I mean, for as much as, the academic stuff riles me up, when I hear special ed teachers delegating about, safety and care of their students that need, really intensive help, I mean, that's like, I don't understand how we're even having this conversation. I mean, like, we need someone standing up for us. We need someone saying, you know, no cuts, we can't do it. The system is too stressed.
Through the chair, I appreciate that clarification of the supervisor, like the hypothetical scenario of a supervisor not coming in and all of a sudden throwing money back into our system and reversing cuts. I appreciate the clarification in what you were articulating as cuts being something that wouldn't be necessarily reversed. And I really appreciate the call for more funding from the province, and the hope that the petition that you mentioned would also include that advocacy as well, just to get a little bit of clarification on that. Is your advocacy and call?
Thank you, Trustee Williams. Your 3
Is
minutes
is my
concluded.
3 minutes up?
It
Through the
is.
chair. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Matheson. I have no further. Thank you very much. We are going to again try Delegate 46, Yoshi Lee, community member, to please press *6 to unmute. Ms. Lee? Okay, then we will move on to delegate number 47, Andrew Massey, School Council of Ogden Junior Public School. That's virtual, I understand. Is Mr. Massey's with us? Mr. Massey, can I ask you to press *6? Mr. Massey,
Hello?
there we go.
Hello?
Is that Yoshi Lee?
No, this is Andrew
this is
Massey
Yoshi.
speaking.
Okay, now
Yeah, sorry, I had trouble logging in.
okay, excuse me. Okay, I went from having neither of you to having both of you. So we're gonna start with Delegate 46, Ms. Lee. We're gonna let you go first, and then following, we will then go to Mr. Massey. I apologize, Mr. Massey, but we finally were able to resolve the issues with Ms. Lee, and while we've got that in good order, we're going to continue with that. So Ms. Lee, can I ask you to begin your 3-minute delegation now, please?
Okay, so I'm Yoshi Lee, and I've been teaching for 18 years, and of course, still counting. I'm currently at West Nile Junior School in Etobicoke, and I'm also a parent of a high school student in grade 9 and a student in grade 5. Therefore, I can speak about both my experiences as a teacher and a parent. And I'm here to discuss the potential cuts faced by the state in the special education department. And this issue is especially important to me because I've taught special education in my experiences, and especially 2015 to 2016, when special education was still delivered in smaller class sizes, and where each student could get the support that he or she needed. There was a lot of one-on-one time with the teacher and with the support SNA worker. I have taught also the KIP program, the Kindergarten Intervention Program. Before that was cut, and I taught kindergarten then after that program as well. And I can see what a difference it has made for the students to have these programs such as KIP and the Kelly program. I've also referred a lot of students to the Kelly program, which is now also cut. And those were students who suffered from delays in their speech. And I saw from the time they started these programs to the time they finished, it was like night and day. Students who couldn't speak very well before or were unclear, by the end were very clear, and they were just like a normal mainstream child at that point. And then, of course, with that, their confidence grows. Now, however, the smaller class sizes
smaller class sizes for education have been cut. KIT program has been cut. Kelly program has been cut, and we have much less. We have much less, and in some cases, no special education teachers, or SNA, EAs, education assistants, and ECE workers, and other support within the classrooms on a daily basis. So this year in the kindergarten classrooms, especially I see a rise in students with autism. And in one class alone, there could be as many as 2 to 5 kids with autism of varying degrees. And some of them are nonverbal. And some of them make clicking sounds or humming sounds all day. And it's very distracting for the other students. And there's only one education worker in the classroom. And sometimes at various times, during the day, an SNA worker would come from class to help out, but she'll only stay for a period or so before going again. And often when that person leaves, the student they were there to help sometimes cries, runs to the door because they need more attention. And of course, this can also lead to poor behavior in the classroom because the students who are especially with autism, they get stressed when they don't know what's going on. They don't know when someone comes.
Ms. Lee, I need you to wrap it up, please.
Oh, sorry. Okay, thanks. So there is an estimated 41,549 students receiving special education, at least in 2020 to 2024. And just under 18% of the boards, nearly a quarter of a million students, nearly half were identified as having an exceptionality. And so it's basically 1 in 6 children are identified with an exceptionality. And we are having fewer teachers, the TDSP, or not just teachers, but special education workers. And the TDSP has cut approximately 485 positions.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Lee. Thank you.
Your
Your time is concluded. Thank you. I will check online and in the room. I have no questions of clarification. We thank you for your service to the community and your delegation here tonight. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Massey?
Yes, hello.
So yeah, we can hear you, sir. I apologize for the confusion and the interruption. Please begin at your convenience.
Hi, sorry. I think I muted myself by accident. Thank you very much, trustees, for having me. Just give me a second here. I'll pull up my notes. Can you hear me okay?
We can, thank you.
Oh, excellent. Okay. So hello, everyone. My name is Andrew Massey. I'm speaking to you on behalf of the Ogden Junior Public School Council, of which I'm a voting member. Our message is clear. The kids are not all right. There's escalating violence and spiraling teacher burnout, and it threatens the safety of our school community. At Ogden, there are student outbursts and meltdowns on a near daily basis. Administrators and educators alike manage as best as they can, but the volume and the frequency of these disruptions are, quite frankly, beyond their capacity. The mental and physical toll on both students and staff is palpable. The crux of this problem is inadequate support for children with special needs. And anecdotally, many of our community members recognize that the number of neurodivergent students in the classrooms may be much higher than the reported number. Realistically, we cannot rely on half measures like having kids sit in the office or calling parents for early pickup, which are things that are happening more and more frequently. We really need more one-on-one support for students. That would be, I think, crucial in addressing this issue. The school needs these additional resources to manage the outbursts in an equitable way and to prevent them from escalating into violence. So without these supports, we have increased pressure on our educators as they struggle to fill the gap. And the result is really an unfair learning environment for everyone. Students, staff alike are subjected to that threat of violence. So really what Ogden needs is an additional 0.5 teaching position for an EA qualified in special education, as well as 2 additional special needs assistants who can de-escalate these outbursts before they become violent incidents. Ideally, we would also like to have a a separate sensory sensitive room that can help contain these meltdowns, but we need staff in place in order to staff the room. Our school council recognizes that the TDSB is under enormous budgetary pressures due to provincial underfunding and the immense repair backlog, but it cannot justify maintaining the status quo of cuts to special education. We have to draw the line somewhere. We also want to recognize Trustee Alexis Dawson for her advocacy and support in refusing to vote for special education cuts, and her support has been really great for us. Just a little bit about Ogden. It's kind of a miraculous little school with a large footprint. The community it serves spans the full socioeconomic spectrum, and it is remarkably diverse, even by Toronto standards. It's, you know, against the backdrop of the bustling downtown core, it's really a safe oasis of positivity and possibilities. And the school motto is be kind, work hard, and look out for one another, which really speaks to the kind of society we want the children who go there to build in the future. Ogden is a precious place, but it's also fragile, and we can't allow it to fail. So we need to protect it at all costs and ensure that the students and the staff have the resources they need to succeed. Succumbing to the threat of violence.
Thank you, Mr. Massey. Thank you. Your time is
Okay. All right.
concluded. Thank you very much.
Okay.
I'm looking around the room and online, and I see no questions of
I have
clarification.
a question. Sorry, it's Trustee Dawson. I had put it in the chat.
Oh,
And you did, Trustee Dawson.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair, thank you, Andrew, for your delegation. You described some incidents at Ogden of, you know, violence and students not being supported with their special education needs.
Yes.
Can you describe some of what is actually happening?
Sure. I mean, my account would be secondhand. I'm here representing the board, but what we have heard from a very involved volunteer at the school who's helped for quite a long time is that there are escalating incidents of violence, you know, when it comes to, you know, lashing out, yelling and screaming, that sort of thing, but also, you know, throwing things and just becoming unruly to the point where it becomes a hazard to other students, and the staff are not equipped to deal with that, in addition to their regular duties of, you know, providing education for everyone. So I think what we really would like to see are additional special needs assistants who can de-escalate these outbursts and kind of step in and assist the educators so that they can kind of get on with the educating, as well as, you know, a dedicated 0.5 teaching position for an EA who's qualified in special education. This would really go a long way to help, you know.
I agree with you. I think that those are reasonable asks. Just one last question. I wondered if you have, you know, we saw Minister Paul Calandra even today speaking about adequate supports for special education. Have you considered writing a letter to him as a school council expressing your wishes for more adequate funding?
Absolutely. We're definitely working on that letter together as a school council. I think if, you know, we just had a recent provincial election, and if parents really knew what the situation was like in the schools, the fact that education is not an election issue is wild, really. And I think raising that awareness is going to be key. So we're definitely going to be writing a letter to the ministry.
That's wonderful. And I would ask that you CC me on it, please.
Absolutely, will do. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Andrew.
All right,
Thank you, Trustee Dawson. Seeing no other questions. Thank you, Mr. Massey. Before we get to the next delegate, I'm going to remind trustees that trustees' questions are to be of there's a good word for this clarification only, and that we stick with that whenever we can. We appreciate that. So we will now turn to delegate number 48. Ms. Kaufman is a community member. She's here to talk about Learn for Life.
Thank you.
Joining us, please.
Thank you, trustees, especially my trustee, Shelley Laskin. Last year, I came to you as a long-term Learn for Life student. As that student, I talked about the impact on parents new to Canada who feel more trusting of the TDSB and feeling their family has a place in it. I spoke to you as a pediatrician about parents being role models for their kids when they're continuous learners. I spoke to you as chair of the Toronto Guild of Spinners and Weavers who want this wonderful art to be adopted each generation. This year, I come to you in a different capacity as the weaving teacher at Mimico Adult Center. When Learn for Life was having difficulty recruiting a weaving teacher, I applied for and got the job. Past and current students are a good recruitment pool. You already know how important courses like mine are to the students, some young and unemployed, others seeking a bit of an adult life while their kids are at school across the street at John English, some because it is the only place where they can affordably learn or develop a skill. What I want to tell you today is that the proposed increases will kill many of these classes. People who've signed up for 2 of my 3 classes so they can finish a challenging project will only be able to afford 1 class. Beginners will be deterred by the high fees. Why pay that much if you don't know you're going to like it? If only 1 class can run, the cost to Learn for Life per student will triple, as the daytime courses bear a huge portion of the cost to Learn for Life. Approximately 32 daytime classes each term are now costing the program over $150,000 in rent, basically, more than the remaining 250 courses combined. They're empty classrooms at Mimico. Why not utilize them for storage or John English programming or other programs that need space within the board? The cost could be allocated more fairly between the board and Learn for Life. And a reminder that if the daytime programs disappear, this will not help your deficit. You still won't be getting the $150,000 that you now charge for these spaces. Where do you think that money's going to come from? So it's like a give and take situation. And since I have 48 seconds left, I will go totally off script and say, I really think you folks need to be lobbying the big picture. The Ministry of Education is not the only ministry that's supposed to be taking care of children and seniors. They're not the only people who are supposed to be involved with mental health. And all of those ministries should be getting involved in funding the boards to provide, why is the Ministry of Education the person who has to provide toileting for a kid with a disability? Why isn't another ministry doing that? Why aren't they working together? And I can tell you, I will be at Chris Glover's day of action on this. And even though I haven't asked any of them, I can tell you Friends of Learn for Life will be out there too. We want to support the whole system. We don't want to say, oh, do us and get rid of the pools. This is a system that needs help. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kaufman. And seeing no questions of clarification, Trustee Laskin.
Of seniors, actually almost a year ago, April 25th, 2024, the chair of the board at the time wrote to Minister Cho about the fact that there's a bigger issue at play here with Learn to Life programs. And as the Minister of Seniors, he really wanted, she wanted to discuss at the time agreements and other options for continuing Con Ed programs for seniors. You reminded me that I'm not sure there has been any follow-up on that. So thank you for that, and I will be following up.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Laskin. And seeing nothing further, thank you, Ms. Kaufman, for your delegation and your ongoing advocacy. With that, we will turn to delegate number 49, Ms. LaRoche from Friends of Learn for Life. That's virtual, it's my understanding. Do we have her? We do. Can I ask you to please press *6 to unmute?
Hello.
Hi, good evening. Thank you. We can hear you. Please begin.
Hi, I just have a letter here for the consideration for this budget meeting.
As a learner and participant in the TDSB's Learn for Life, I'm writing and kind of speaking here to express my concern about the program's fate and to ask you to both protect it and strengthen it. While I recognize that the TDSB faces a serious financial crunch, I do believe that the current proposal to increase the fees for the Learn for Life courses at a whopping 45% for younger adults and 66% for seniors is misguided. I believe it will only result in reduced enrollments and reduced revenue. Furthermore, staff have not disclosed the costing of the program that would require such drastic fee inflation. In arguing against these increases, I'm highlighting key points found in the detailed analysis of the program submitted to the trustees by the grassroots volunteer organization Friends of Learn for Life. I ask you to consider that a more effective solution, which is outlined in that report, would be to expand the program by means of offering more courses, along with a much more modest fee increase. The fact is that Learn for Life has already been showing greater vitality over the last 2 years. This is clear evidence cited in the report, along that the program's 2023 to 2024 deficit was down $100,000 from the previous year, while indications have been showing that year-over-year enrollment increases in both the winter and the spring sessions. And anecdotally, I can add that every single course that I take through TDSB, which I take many, all have long waiting lists and are almost impossible to get into. This recent growth has been due in part to cost-saving measures that are still being implemented and whose full effect is to be seen, including staff reducing expensive marketing practices, while Friends of Learn for Life have filled that gap with their own extensive and varied community advertising and outreach. These gains evidence the citywide demand for adult learning courses and offerings, and that the program has the potential for expansion if effective and cost-savvy measures are undertaken. As the report stresses, I urge you and your fellow trustees to help ensure the continuation of Learn for Life by requesting transparency, including a detailed breakdown of all 2023 to 2024 program costs and enrollments from staff, as well as 2025 to 2026 projected budget with specific planned cost reductions. The budget would also include costing and enrollment projections at various fee increase levels. Learn for Life delivers learning and social opportunities to a broad demographic of persons, including newcomers. The courses that I have been taken, and I've taken that have been all led by expert and enthusiastic instructors, have brought together participants ranging from young adults to seniors to everything in between. I place Learn for Life in the same category as our treasured public library system, as a type of public programming that builds community and elevates our city from merely just a good to a great place to live. It's also a program that is entirely economically sustainable if it is designed correctly. Thank you for your consideration.
Immaculate timing. Thank you, Ms. LaRocci, for your delegation. Seeing no questions of clarification online or in the room, we thank you very much.
Thank you.
We will move on to delegate number 50, Ms. Cepeda, a community member speaking in behalf of Learn for Life. Do we have her? We do. Ms. Cepeda, can I ask you to please press *6 and we'll move on. Yeah. We can hear
Hello?
you. Hi, we can hear you. Good evening. Thanks for joining us.
Hi, good evening. I'd just like to start out thanking the chair and the committee for taking this delegation. My name is Monina, and I started with the Learn for Life program in 2023. And since then, I've been hearing talks of the TDSB wanting to close the program when I just started with it. And since then, 2024, the committee put forward that they wanted to close the program, but because of the outpouring of support for this, it didn't go through. And now we're looking at a 45% increase.
Nina, please pause your delegation as we're having technical issues in the boardroom.
Okay.
Thank you. Before we recommit, I'm just going to do a roll call for trustees on the committee. Trustee Wong, are you with us?
Yes, Chair, I'm here.
Thank you. Trustee Shan, are you with us?
Yeah, I am here, Chair.
Thank you. Trustee Erhard?
Yes, Chair, I'm here.
Trustee Patel?
I'm here.
Trustee Hassan?
I'm here.
Trustee Lee? Trustee DeVitas? And Trustee Rajwani? Thank you, but we do have quorum, so we will continue. Ms. Cepeda, are you with us?
Hi, yes.
Ms. Cepeda, are you here?
Yes, I am.
Great. We apologize for the interruption. We lost our internet connection in the boardroom, so we apologize for the interruption. Please begin again and proceed.
Yes.
Yes, I am. Great. We apologize for the interruption. We lost our internet connection in the boardroom, so we apologize for the interruption. Ms. Cepeda, I think we have a trouble. There's about an 8-second delay. So if you're watching online, if we could get you to turn the volume off on your computer.
Yep.
And then just speak directly into the phone. That'd be ideal.
Okay, thank you. Thank you to the chair and board committee. So I'm delegating today because I wanted to speak about the Learn for Life program that's come into my life since 2023. And since then, I've heard talks about closing this program. The last year in 2024, the TDSB board wanted to close the program, but because of the outpour of support that came through, it's clear that this program is important to Torontonians and overall building a community. I've seen seniors befriend millennials. I become friends with my teachers who become my mentors. It's incredibly important. It brings together people who have different backgrounds, different cultural backgrounds, different ages. And I wouldn't have met any of these people was it not for the Learn for Life program. And so I want to post to you today the continuing education policy P19 that states the board supports continuing development and adaptation of courses to meet changing interests and preferences for adult learners. This is the continuing education department's commitment. And this 45% increase to full fee payers and 66% increase to seniors is a huge step from where we are right now. And so what I'm proposing is a phased in fee increase. It's obvious that the TDSB is in a financial deficit, but this proposal is similar to what the Cafe TPO program did with the City of Toronto, where the fee increase was phased in over 3 years. And this may be a potential compromise on keeping the program in place, but also reaching your target goal to reach financial neutrality, cost neutrality. The other thing too is that if you go forward with this 44% increase by September, you're definitely going to see an enrollment decrease. This happened in 2023 when you raised the prices by 20% and lost about 10% of enrollees. Now with the 44%, you're probably going to see an even greater loss in enrollment and a loss in a revenue generating source for you and a lost opportunity to gain revenue back. And I wanted to put forward, course feedback surveys are a good way to get a baseline of what the people are in demand for, what they're looking for, and to do this phase in, you know, what the lady said earlier about, you know, the government working in silos, reach out to your ministries and get them to work together with you. Please consider this motion to review the Learn for Life program. It does mean a lot to a lot of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. LaRoche. And seeing no questions online or from my colleagues in the room, we thank you very much for your delegation. And with that, we will turn to Delegate 51, Ms. Mazalewski from Agnes McPhail Public School. She joined us in person. And then, just so we're clear, you understand you have 3 minutes, right? We don't have time to go. Just so we're clear. Okay.
You might need some vision.
Okay.
Okay, are we ready?
Yeah, please proceed.
Greetings, trustees and board members and director. I do not envy you right now. You have difficult decisions to make and a very long list of petitioners who want your attention and promises of preservation. My Guyanese father used to say, if you aren't part of the solution, you are part of the problem. And so I come to you today with concerns, but also with potential solutions. My name is Diana Molashevsky, and I am a teacher librarian at Agnes McPhail Public School. It is a position I have embraced for almost my entire career. Teacher librarians are chameleons. We are what you need us to be. These are easy words to say, but challenging to prove quickly in 3 minutes. To help clarify what is at stake and what is possible, I bring you proof, data to measure what matters, and personal stories about the benefits we bring to our communities. I sent to you my last annual report, as well as a summary paper. I'm sorry I cannot share all our stories or showcase all our scrapbooks that I curate each year, documenting and demonstrating the successes we see. In times of financial crisis, it can be tempting to make cuts or reductions related to school libraries. Resist this temptation, for you will lose more than you will save. Teacher librarians are more than people who manage books. We are the technology experts who navigate the complex world of Gen AI. We are the media and information literacy specialists that combat hate, racism, and fake news. We are the collaborators that mentor new teachers or teachers new to their current teaching assignment. We are there with these classes daily in schools. We know our students, our fellow educators, and our school communities. Sometimes we're even the emergency supply teachers that cover classes. This is our reality. We do more with less. We do the work of many people and wear many hats. The library is not just a repository. It is a sanctuary, a laboratory, and a place of joy and discovery. Books are still important. You've already heard about cuts to Ontario school libraries and the negative impact. Studies have shown a sharp decline in students who expressed a joy in reading. When teacher librarians are given the agency to actually do their jobs, it's amazing to see the joy ignite. I invite you to the upcoming Forest of Reading Festival in mid-May to see what school library professionals can do to energize a love of reading. It's electrifying. You get more bang for your buck when you keep teacher librarians. Consider capitalizing on the human resources that TDSB already has with TLs. We can meet your strategic goals around equity, truth and reconciliation, and literacy, and save you money. We are here. Keep us here, and we can be your partners in learning, your on-the-ground experts. Teacher librarians offer a broad skill set and both content and people expertise. If we use TLs, everyone benefits. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah. I personally want to thank you for the energy. I don't need a break now. Your energy was positive enough, and that was a jolt that I appreciate, certainly. And I will turn the floor over to Trustee Klein.
Thank you.
And thank you through the chair. Thank you. That was fabulous. I'm a teacher too. And so, of course, that was wonderful. Thank you so much. But I have a question that you mentioned something very interesting, and I just wanted some further clarification. Can you explain what you mean when you say that teacher librarians can save the board money? when you help us meet our goals, our strategic goals, equity, truth and reconciliation? How are you saving us money?
The wonderful thing is that we are already in the schools. And I know that for TDSB, it's very challenging to provide professional learning, especially during the instructional day. It's costly, and then teachers are tired, so it's hard to pull them out of their schools. If you've got a person in the school who manages and curates and collects culturally relevant and responsive pedagogy and books, and not just books, but strategies, they can do this. They can help with the professional development and the professional learning that happens at school. And we can get creative in terms of our timetabling. So instead of having, you have your own in-house instructional coach. So you don't have to be sharing them with 14. You've got your own, and you've got one that knows exactly what we need and can get creative with how we deliver it.
So just to clarify, so what you're saying is that one teacher librarian in, let's say, an elementary school is doing the work of many.
I teach an additional qualification course for both York University and Queen's University related to teacher librarianship. And those who come into the course are often astonished by how many things teacher librarians are expected to do. And the answer is, well, we need to, because we need to serve our students, we need to serve our staff, we need to serve our community. So the answer is yes, just let us do it. Oftentimes, we're pulled in many directions, but we're willing, you just need to keep us, because not all boards in the GTA still have elementary teacher librarians or school library professionals.
Trustee Klein?
Oh, okay. Yeah, so you know what?
Well, I just wanted to say that, so we're talking about a full-time, a one, because I know, well, can you clarify more? You said one.
It's amazing what you can get.
0.5, a 0.3, a 0.2 going to be able to accomplish. Could you please clarify?
It's true. You're true, Trustee Klein, you're correct. I am actually a 0.39 teacher librarian, and I can do this. Can you imagine what I can do if I was a 0.5 or a 1.0? So much more. But when life gives us lemons, we make lemonade. The quality of the lemonade may differ depending on what the ingredients are, but we can do it. Just make sure we still exist. The more you give us, the more we can give back. You're going to get back 10-fold, 50-fold, 100-fold if you invest in school libraries and teacher librarians.
Thank you.
And make sure to come to the Forster reading. I do have tickets. I'm not joking.
Thank you. I may regret this, but I'm going to pass the chair to Trustee Patel. You're free to take the chair. Trustee Shan, are you online?
Yeah, I can take it. Go ahead.
Thank you. And through you, sir. I mentioned you talked about sometimes the librarians being redirected to fill in absenteeism. And I'm not looking for a concrete testimonial, but I'll take your anecdotal. Just what percentage do you think of your library duties or your time is allocated for those situations when they arise?
Trustee McLean, that's a fantastic question. It really does depend school by school. There are certain schools where it is more difficult to obtain occasional teachers to come into the building. There's also a practice where when schools are allocated or given less prep than they should be on paper, the default assumption is, and we've heard people say it, take it from library. Just take it from library. Anecdotally, it is hard to say because there are certain periods where it's more and certain periods where it's less. And we also try to alleviate it so it's not always the teacher librarian, but oftentimes in many schools, it is.
Okay, well, that's great. That's my question. Thank you, Trustee Shannon. I'll take the chair back. And seeing no other questions in the room or online, I thank you for your energy. I thank you for your commitment to students and staff and families. Thank you very much for your delegation.
Thank you so much.
And with that, we will turn to delegate number 52, Ms. Will Stork and Ms. Tuff, who are teachers from Huron Street Junior Public School. I believe they're online. And we think we have
yes,
them.
I'm here.
Great. Please begin.
Can I ask if my colleague Rebecca is also online?
Sorry, you don't, you can only, unless you're together, then only one of you can, if you were together, conceivably, you could divide the time any way you wished, but we don't have the ability to put you both on
Okay.
separate lines into the same segment. So, no, the long
Okay.
answer, no.
Okay. Am I ready to begin?
I hope so. Yes, please.
Okay. Okay. Dear trustees and board members, I am Diana Will Stork, a .39 teacher librarian TL at Huron Street in Ward 10. I will read some of Rebecca's notes a little bit later, but Rebecca Tuff, our grade 1 teacher, was hoping to join as well to address TL proposed cuts. I grew up in and out of poverty and attended 7 TDSB schools. The library was my safe place, even as a struggling reader. For 47 years as student and teacher, I've seen the impact of 21 school libraries in 7 wards. As previous delegations noted, fully staffed libraries increase student achievement, belonging, civic engagement, and digital and informational competency. Huron's library is a loved, identity-affirming space. At a time when studies show reading disengagement, I have seen book circulation doubled from 11 years ago. 1/3 of our junior students in a reading club. Every K-3 class in a Canadian authored reading program. Up to 40 passionate readers lined up at recess for library. Plus, our parents organized a well-attended library love-in. Our $800,000 9-year schoolyard revitalization started with a library project to advocate for city funding. A UEIC 3-year inquiry led to school-wide personalized land acknowledgements. With this stable 0.5 TL allocation, these long-term impacts occurred in collaboration with passionate educators like Rebecca. Here is Rebecca's statement. Our library is the hub of our school. It is rarely empty, filled with classes, students, staff, parents, and with clubs. The teacher librarian is the person who facilitates this learning, providing relevant, current, and reflective books and resources. Diana promotes inclusivity, equity, and social justice through her choices, and she knows what cutting-edge literacy looks like. I've collaborated with Diana many times on projects including eco-literacy, science, and media that enrich my learning and that of my students. A little awkward to read, but there you go. We invite you to think of the system impacts of TL cuts. I'm a TL facilitator. I co-create networks of learning. I sit on committees. I lead professional development and writing teams. TLs seek out grants and community partners. They make magic happen in an underfunded system. I have 10 library periods now out of 40 weekly, the result of eroding and rounded down prep allocations like Diana Malachewski spoke of. It's tricky to be the anything and everything when you're pulled for in-house IT support or to be an emergency supply teacher. I coordinate 8 volunteers and 30 student helpers simply to keep the library running. Please consider restoring a minimum 0.5 TL in every school. Also, a sweatered allocation would protect the integrity of the TL rule. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Stork. And I'm sure, as awkward as it may have been, that the kind words attributed to Ms. Tuff were well earned. Trustee Klein.
Thank you, and through the chair, thank you for a wonderful presentation. You mentioned something about providing professional development to support literacy in schools. Could you tell me more about what that might look like? You're on the ground, you're already in the school, but you could be an important, how can a librarian be important in that role to deliver that kind of service?
That's a really excellent question. It helps that we are on the cutting edge of professional development. So we also get to go to board level workshops. So for example, last year I went to 4 different full day sessions on the new language curriculum. That then allowed me to bring back my learning to staff. I led both full-scale staff meetings during our regularly scheduled staff meeting, as well as invitationals after school. The other thing that I was able to do was to go into classrooms and co-teach with teachers. So example, when we were talking about decodable books or decodable text and using it with small groups of students, I was working with the teacher to model that with their student. I am modeling assessments with the students that they know. So it helps because I exist in a relationship of trust. I also have the same shared students as the teachers, so I can provide professional support in a way that teachers request what they need, but it's also relevant to ministry and board goals. And so that's just one example of professional development.
Okay, just to follow up, thank you very much. So I just want to clarify that that you've seen how a model could work, that the teacher librarian who is already on the ground and in the school can provide that kind of support, that we're not going to require so much in terms of, say, you're the sort of the, I won't say the keeper of the knowledge, but the sharer of the knowledge, the teacher librarian.
Teacher librarians are also really good at resourcing. So if we are not the keeper of the knowledge, we find out who is, or we find out where that knowledge is, and we find out the resources that will support that. And so we also network with other schools. For example, when I wasn't that familiar with kindergarten iPads, which were brought into our school, I networked with a teacher from Niagara Street, a very close by school, who was in kindergarten to come in and lead the PD with my staff and with in consultation with my administrator as well, my principal. So it's a win-win in a couple angles.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Klein. And seeing no other questions on online or in the room, we thank you, Ms. Will Stork, for your delegation and your efforts to support students and staff and families. And with that, we will go to delegate number 53, Khalil Robinson from Harvard Collegiate Institute, which is also online. We believe we do. Can I ask that you please press *6 to unmute yourself?
Hi there, can you hear me?
We can. Faintly, if you could get a little closer to the mic, that would be helpful, but we can hear you, and please begin.
Okay, thank you. I'm Khalil and I'm a grade 10 student at Harvard Collegiate. I'm here to discuss secondary library programs. Every course I've taken has learned in our school's Library Learning Commons program at least twice. As a student, I use the library program's learning support multiple times every week. Classes use the computer lab before one-to-one devices arrive. In my geography class, we use it to run a more complex simulation game. And our library is a teaching library. Teacher librarians have spent many periods with my classes, especially in English, teaching us how to explore the shelves and find the best book for every person. I've taken courses in my school's interdisciplinary and music program, and we were able to use incredible technology on our library's iPads. And in classrooms where the desks and chairs are attached, our library's dynamic classroom has welcomed us for group work. At lunch and after class, my peers and I can go to the library to borrow books, use or borrow a computer, print, volunteer, and a lot more. It's invaluable, and our library is open all day, every day, including lunch. It gives us support in learning, creates a safe, supportive, and welcoming space, and lets us learn in an alternative environment. Our teaching library program supports digital literacy. It connects students to resources. It keeps organized shelves. It keeps students reading and gets more students to do so. And this is all because our teacher librarians are always there. They're working hard and they're making a difference that really can't be quantified. But I know that their absence, even for just one period a day, would destroy student achievement, mental health, learning, community, and the school's overall success. So personally, I've spent tens of hours every month benefiting from our school's library program. And it's fully funded, it's fully staffed, and it's so much more than a room with some bookshelves. It's helped me through hard projects, it's got me reading, it's supported my special education needs, it's made me feel more included, and our library program has given invaluable support to my learning and my well-being and to many others. I'm asking for the board to continue investing into creating and maintaining more complete library programs because every student, educator, and school deserves to benefit from one. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Robinson, for your delegation. I'm looking online. Trustee Williams has a question.
Hi, thank you, and through you, the chair. Thank you so much for your delegation, Khalil. It's very much appreciated. You mentioned, the effect of not having that teacher librarian there to support all of those needs that you mentioned, mental health, the special education needs. I'll just combine my two questions. Could you clarify what you believe would be the impact of not having access to that teacher librarian, to having access to those library resources, throughout the full day, and also the impact on your special education needs?
Absolutely. If the library is closed just for like one period, that means it's not always there. And by being always there, it makes a huge impact. It gives resources to students. It gives resources to teachers and to classes. And, it's a very important support for students outside of their classroom. Having somewhere to go that's not their classroom, where they can learn and where they can grow as people, has made a huge impact on my learning and my school.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you again for your delegation. It's very much appreciated.
Thank you.
And seeing no other questions of clarification, I too thank you, Ms. Robinson, for your delegation.
Sorry,
and with
it's
that,
Mick Robinson.
okay, thank you. And with that, we'll turn to delegate number 54, Alex Vilyansky from Felix Swim Schools. It's nice to see you again, sir. Welcome.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, dear trustees, TDSB staff members, and the members of the community. Trustee McLean, thank you very much for leading the effort, and you've been very helpful to the aquatic community in the past, and Trustee Laskin was definitely the leader of our struggle a long time ago. It was maybe 15, 17 years ago. I'm here to speak against the proposal to close TDSB pools and to address the budget shortfall. Closing pools is not a solution. It is a non-calculated, dangerous step backward that harms children and communities on a short and a long term. I'm echoing the statements of a lot of delegates today. And these delegates, they spoke about how it is important to have more calculated approach to pools leasing, to explore new leasing opportunities across different sectors, and applying appropriate fees. I'm also a member of the Community Use of Schools Advisory Committee. That committee worked tirelessly for a long time to apply appropriate fees to pool usage in order to be in a recovery zone and in a cost recovery zone. And we've been a little bit shocked and overwhelmed to see that the pools are again on a chopping block. Our school and many other schools and many other programs are the solution. And we are readily available to take over that burden and financial burden and to contribute and to keep these pools open and available for public and available for our children. In 2008, I think it was in 2008, The community successfully opposed the closing of pools, and it was proven that these pools are essential. They provide critical services such as water and life-saving skills education, vocational training, employment, exercise, and athletic development, and many more.
Yeah.
And it's very concerning that how school pools are being prioritized, and whether the Ontario government officials and the TDSB staff see themselves fully accountable and not ignoring the fact that drowning is the leading cause of accidental death among children and the third leading cause of accidental death among Canadians under 60 years of age, with approximately 500 fatalities annually. In Ontario, approximately 160 people drown every year. This case of saving money is not case of saving lives. TDSB is the largest aquatic provider of venues in Toronto, and all pools are permitted, and the closure of almost 40 pools will place an overwhelming burden on few remaining facilities that already operate at full capacity and cannot accommodate more load. The suggested Swim to Survive program is a very limited 3-hour in-water program, and is not a comparable or sufficient alternative to programs offered throughout TDSB pools. Some communities will be left entirely without access to swimming facilities. This lack of access will disproportionately impact thousands of students, thousands of children, and in many areas. On a different note, between all the affected businesses that operate these facilities.
I need you to wrap it up, Alex.
Between TDSB businesses that operate in TDSB facilities, TDSB aquatic instructors, hundreds of people will lose their jobs and many businesses will be forced to close. The implication is disastrous. Given the unique demographics, and I'm sorry, I'm about time, I'm wrapping up. Given the unique demographics landscape of Toronto and how these schools with pools were built and integrated into communities, at this stage, the Ontario government and the City of Toronto have an obligation to fund TDSB pools. And TDSB has an obligation to have more calculated approach to pools leasing, seek for new leases, and improve fees to bring pools to cost recovery. Thank you very much, and I'm always echoing that, and I'm always saying that as a member of the CUSA committee, that shutting down, closing, and exit.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you
Trustee
very much,
Laskin.
McLean. The last one is that
Alex.
should never be used as a tool for budgetary requirements meeting. Thank you
No, I
very much.
appreciate that you sat here patiently but I got it.
Thank you.
Trustee Laskin.
First of all, thank you for coming. Nice to see you again. I hope next time it's under different circumstances.
Right.
First of all, I would really appreciate a copy of your deputation. Which schools in the TDSB do you currently permit?
We permit Beverly School, which is a fully sensory school. It is accessible school. And thank you very much for Trustee Laskin to bring that question. This is one of two schools that these schools are fully accessible to children with special needs. And that school is on a chopping block. There is another school, the Sunnyview School. It's on Blythewood Avenue. This school, the first one that is going to be on a chopping block, and students with special needs and that they require special accommodation, they won't have any facilities to attend any swimming classes. The second school that we permit is the Carlton Village School. And that school is providing we teach approximately 10,000 students across the city, across the York region and in GTA. And I know, in fact, that a lot of members will be, and a lot of community members will be left out without any access to pools.
Thank you. If I can follow up, do you know, you talked about permitting and the interest in leasing. Do you know the operational costs of pools that you currently permit to get a sense of what the leasing would be? Has anybody spoken to you about that?
I also operate our own pools, and I'm aware exactly how much pools cost. TDSB's case is a little bit different because they integrated entirely into the whole building, and they integrated entirely into infrastructure, which is much wider than secluded infrastructure of standalone building. And overall, to operate a pool, such as, for example, if we take the Carlton Village with utilities and everything, it's not supposed to cost more than $70,000, $80,000. Now, and I'm talking about operating the pool. And when we come to manpower, that's already a different story. But the manpower is already there. Manpower can be paid as a caretaking fee, and manpower can be paid as a part of a leasing agreement. Now, there are a lot of companies that will be able to take over the pools and also to maintain these pools.
Thank you very much. For sure, we'll follow up.
Thank you, trustee Laskin. Trustee Earhart.
Thanks very much, and thanks for the delegation, all the delegations. I wanted to ask about Swim to Survive, and I was wondering if you could help me understand a bit more about what Swim to Survive is and isn't. How is it different from swimming lessons that are offered in these pools? Thanks so much.
Thank you, trustee Earhart. Swim to Survive is a very limited 3-hour in water and 3-hour in classroom program. That program is not intended to teach students how to swim. That program is intended to teach students how to fall in the water and to rescue themselves out of the water. In order to be able to rescue yourself out of the water, you need to have established swimming skill. And that swimming skill cannot be taught within 3 hours. All students and all children, they have different needs. All students and all children, they have different levels of confidence and water adaptivity. Some students, some children, they know how to submerge. Some students, they have very significant fear of water. You won't be able to teach the students in 3 hours of classroom and 3 hours in water practice how to perform a recovery from the water and to get to safety and to get out of the water. Now, the difference between the Swim to Survive is that it is very short term and you don't acquire the proper skill. Programs that are taught right now in TDSB facilities, they teach students how to swim. They teach them how to become water safe over a course of duration, develop proper skill, and develop lifelong skills.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, trustee Earhart. And I'm going to pass the chair to you if you're available.
Yes, okay. Please go ahead.
Thank you. And through the chair, I'm interested in exploring or clarifying. You shared that you might be interested in expanding and you knew other swimming clubs, organizations that might have additional interest in leasing or expanding their current use of our TDSB pools. Did I understand that correctly?
Correct.
I'm looking at it.
Well,
Expand a bit.
There are a lot of different companies that currently operate, and there are a lot of different schools that operate in many of the facilities. And these schools and these companies and organizations, they are willing to take on themselves the burden to get into leases and to financial obligation in order to continue to provide the services on their sites and to share the facility with TDSB school, with the TDSB students and also the community. It depends on the leasing agreement. There are many programs like that. Our program is like this, and there is an unexplorable area that it was explored maybe 10 years ago. There were a few pools that they were offered for public as on the RFP process, but that RFP process has never been revisited since then. And that should be one of the avenues to pursue, and it should be as a first action to do before we actually trying to close pools, that these pools are so vital and valuable to Toronto communities.
Thank you, sir. And that concludes my question, trustee Earhart. So I'll take back the chair. Seeing no other questions of clarification online or in the room. Mr. Volansky, we thank you for your ongoing efforts to support the community and your delegation here tonight.
Thank you very much. And I just wanted, as a side note, this is my daughter. She is my speechwriter. Her name is Aline.
Hi, Alina. We thank you for your contribution to here as well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And with that, we will turn to delegate number 55, Ms. Pisani, CTS Community Swim Central Technical School. I understand that's online. Do we have her?
No.
Oh, sorry. I'm misinformed. Not the first time that's happened. We thank you and please proceed.
Good evening. My name is Fernanda Pisani, and I am here on behalf of the CTS Community Swim, as well as the Central Technical School Pool. I'm here again. This is my second such experience where I'm very alarmed, and my community is so alarmed that the TDSB is considering closing TDSB pools in a desperate effort to meet budgetary requirements and save money. It's also incredibly frustrating and maddening that such short notice has been given to TDSB permit holders and the public at large, especially after so much good work was done by TDSB staff and permit holders to come up with a financial cost recovery planning in order to keep TDSB pools viable. Many permit holders at this point that were part of this process in making a business plan for cost recovery feel betrayed. I'm being honest with you, because this was a very sudden announcement that came out of the blue. As a guest at the CUS CAC meetings, and as a TDSB permit holder, I'm well aware of how difficult it is to make financial decisions affecting expenditures that will impact students as well as the communities in which they live, both in the short and long term. School trustees have an important job that can be extremely challenging. I certainly wouldn't want your job. However, the very thought of closing our school pools is a form of really bad deja vu. It is unfortunate that this incredibly bad idea has resurfaced given its history. It was about 15 years ago when the TDSB and community at large fought back against such a plan from happening. The pushback at the time was aimed at Queen's Park to stop the province from forcing school boards to close their pools. The hard-fought struggle to keep TDSB pools open 15 years ago proved largely successful. Most pools were kept open and put to good use ever since. The past battle to keep TDSB pools open proved a few things, including TDSB pools are assets to the TDSB and neighboring communities. Such facilities provide for exercise and recreational opportunities that must not be undermined. The high cost of closing these pools would be a very expensive undertaking, making little financial sense and forfeiting any budgetary savings. Swimming is part of the TDSB physical education curriculum, which generations of students have benefited from, including myself, my children, my grandchildren. In addition, the City of Toronto uses school pools, plus many stakeholders such as swim clubs and the community at large, which generate additional income for the TDSB. I strongly disagree with the view of those who do not understand and appreciate who uses our pools and the benefits thereof. TDSB pools serve their own students as well as students from schools that do not have swimming pools. For example, high schools such as Harvard Collegiate and Central Tech offer swimming facilities to the elementary schools and daycares in the surrounding areas. The experience of 15 years ago is something that I hoped would not be repeated. Unfortunately, here we go again. And unfortunately, it's from the side of the TDSB. We are faced with the prospect of fighting the same misguided idea. I strongly advocate that shutting down TDSB pools does not become a reality and that the TDSB will have the good sense to keep the pools open for the short and long-term benefits described.
Thank you, Ms. Pisani. Thank you. Your time is concluded. Trustee Laskin, you have questions of clarification?
Thank you very much. You talked about your involvement through the years. Before you read or somebody sent you the report, had TDSB staff or the Toronto Lands Corporation staff ever reached out about concern about the pools closing and or seeking solutions through the community?
In the years that I have managed the CTS community swim, this is the first year that I've heard of it.
Thank you so much.
Can I also add that education is not just about 3 Rs, and that we need to rally parents and be physically in the face of Queen's Park to tell them that their funding, education overall, I teach at Centennial College, is not sufficient. Not only does it not keep up with inflation, I'm preaching to the converted here, but it doesn't address the continuing increased needs of the reality of what good education is all about.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And seeing no further questions. Trustee Williams, did you have a question or is that an old question?
Thank you through you, Mr. Chair. I do have a question of clarification. Thank you so much, Fernanda, for your delegation. It's very much appreciated, and all your advocacy throughout the years in supporting the essential benefit of the pools and students and community having the opportunity to learn that life-saving skill. I had a question of clarification. You made a comment about the high cost of closing pools. You know, in light of all of your experience through the years, could you maybe clarify that with respect to the cost of closing a school and a pool, and if it's closed, the possibility of like regaining that asset?
Well, back in the day when Mr. Harris, with his common sense revolution, raised the specter of closing the pools, he tried to make a point that it was much more cost effective to close them down. And at the time, when they did the financial planning and the investigation as to what it would cost to close the pools, they realized that it was a very expensive undertaking. Now, I can't give you the financial numbers per se here, but during the time of the Harris administration, where a lot of extracurricular programs and special programming was being threatened, they did some research and found out that it was not a financially sound decision to make. I also want to sneak in a comment that there's a city planner who's quite famous. His name is Gil Penalosa, and he's the chair of 880 Cities. And he says that one of the many ways to sustain and create a safe and equitable city for all is for public schools to be community hubs as well as places of formal education. And pools and swimming facilities are not just places to learn how to swim, but they're also places for recreation and places to be safe and spend time with community and family and friends.
Okay, wonderful. To you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Fernanda, again for your delegation and those points of clarification and just bringing home the point. Very much appreciated.
Yeah, thank you. And
Thank
seeing
you.
no other questions online and none in the room, we thank you, Ms. Pisani, for your delegation. The record should show for 6.5 hours, I had control of this meeting, and the last two delegates would indicate that I have lost the ability to control and focus and keep people to the timelines and the subject matter but I will endeavor to do better. And we will begin that improved performance with delegate number 56, Ms. Rashadlo from Equinox Holistic Alternative School, and we don't have her. So we will pivot to delegate number 57, Mr. Andrew from Rosedale Heights School of the Arts. And we don't have Mr. Andrew. I've scared everybody off. My inefficiency is people have left the building. We will go to number 58, Kendall Joy and Romani Andrew from Rosedale Heights School of the Arts. No. So now we're to number 59, Felicia Lau from, she's not here though. Oh, she's online. I had that she was okay. So that's great. Ms. Lau from North York for NYWB Aquatics. Welcome. It's nice to hear from you tonight. Please press *6 and proceed. Felicia, can you hear us? Can you press *6? Felicia, can I ask you to press? Okay, we think that she's either got disconnected or, so we will go on to number 60, which is Benji Levy from the Toronto Swim Club. He's present with us in the room. Welcome, sir. Please begin at your convenience.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, my name is Benji Levy, and I'm a member of the Board of Directors of the Toronto Swim Club. Thank you for the opportunity to address the committee today. TSC is a not-for-profit organization that teaches and trains young swimmers aged 7 to 18 in Toronto. Founded in 1995, the club has operated for 30 years and currently has a membership of 465 swimmers. TSC employs over 25 professional coaches and support staff and provides swim programming for 17 competitive and development teams. We're the home club of some of Canada's most decorated Olympians, including Penny Alexiak and Kylie Moss, who began their Olympic journeys in the TDSB pools that are now at risk of closing. TSC has been a TDSB permit holder since our founding 30 years ago. Today, TSC uses 4 TDSB pools at Harvard, Riverdale, Jarvis, and Central Tech on a daily basis throughout the school year to support our swim program. We are the largest permit holder at most of these pools, and they are critical to our operations, representing approximately half of our pool inventory. Closing these pools would be devastating to our club and to our swimmers. At these pools, in addition to paying permit fees, TSC funds the ongoing upkeep of lane ropes, clocks, timers, and starting blocks for the benefit of all swimmers and students using these facilities. TSC recently received notification from the TDSB of a substantial permit fee increase over the next 2 years, which we were told was being imposed so that the TDSB could eliminate its funding deficit and operate these pools on a break-even basis. We were thus very surprised to learn on Friday that outright pool closure is now being contemplated. We believe that our use of the TDSB pools supports the TDSB's 2024 to 2028 multi-year strategic plan. The foundational pillar of this plan is equity. TSC welcomes all swimmers and is an inclusive and supportive environment. Our swimmers, 2/3 of which are girls and young women, are also TDSB students. They are supported by coaches to achieve goals that help them thrive and build confidence through hard work, persistence, and the development of organizational skills required to balance academics and athletics that will serve them in life well beyond their age group swimming careers. In conclusion, we respectfully submit that closing TDSB's pools would be a terrible outcome for communities and groups across the city. We would urge the TDSB to pursue all available options to eliminate its pool funding deficit and keep these pools open, including accelerating the previously announced adjustments to permit fees and exploring innovative partnership structures with pool users and community groups. I would now welcome the opportunity to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Impeccable timing. Well done. Trustee Laskin.
And appreciate the efforts to build Olympic champions through the years. So I'd just like to probe a little bit more on the sequence of events. So you've been a permit holder for many, many, many decades.
Yes.
You received a notice about fee increases in order to be cost recovery.
Yep.
And then you read the report that the pools were threatened for actual closure.
Correct.
In between that time, was there any reach out from TDSB or TLC staff to inquire about interest in helping the board keep the pools open through making them true cost recovery, or given a sense of what the operating costs would be at each of these pools in order to understand the break even?
Sadly, none. And those are conversations that we would welcome. We've never asked the TDSB to subsidize our operations. We have, we swim at pools across the city, TDSB, some private pools at U of T. Different pools come with different cost structures. We're familiar with the costs that the TDSB outlined in the report in terms of what the approximate cost recovery would be.
Right.
And we're open to having any number of conversations with the TDSB about how we can be partners for years to come.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Trustee Laskin. And seeing no further questions, Thank you, Mr. Levy, for your, Levi, for your presentation, your ongoing support of the sport of swimming, and wish you good luck with producing more proud Canadian Olympians that follow in the steps of, so that's great. So thank you for your delegations.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And before we're going to have one last delegation. Before we break, we are going to hear from delegate number 61. We're going to hear virtually from the Honorable Kathleen Wynne, is the former Premier of the Province of Ontario, former TDSB trustee in this chamber. And we are very fortunate to be able to hear from you tonight. We thank you for your delegation, and we invite you to press *6 to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me now?
We can. Please proceed at your convenience.
Great. Okay, thanks so much. Thank you very much, Chair, and good evening, and thank you everyone for allowing me to speak to you tonight. My name is Kathleen Wynne. I'm a former trustee of the TDSB, Minister of Education, and former Premier from 2013 till 18. I just want to start by acknowledging the concerns surrounding the financial deficits that you're confronting. I really value the work that you do, and I know that the challenges in front of you are real. My involvement in politics was driven by a commitment to publicly funded education. And I'm speaking to you because you are reliving much of what we went through in the late 1990s and early 2000s. We too were presented with options to cut and close school pools, music programs, outdoor education programs, and adult education. We were chastised and berated by the provincial government of the day for running a structural deficit, larger than the one you confront, I might add, but one that was also brought on by the provincial government's actions. And that is my point. You are looking at gaps in your ability to run your programs and buildings, not because you're bad managers, but because you are operating under the authority of a provincial government that has systematically undermined your ability to manage. The government has reduced funding and at the same time has failed to meet its funding obligations. When this government was first elected, it almost immediately cut funding for community hubs and cut the local priority grant. As Minister of Education, I had instituted the local priority grant specifically for programs like outdoor education. As I understand it, the shortfall in your CPP and EI obligations has increased because the province has not included the inflation of those costs in its funding to you, and that the moratorium on school consolidations and closures, which was never intended to be permanent and certainly was never intended to tie the hands of trustees, hasn't been lifted or altered so that you can make rational financial decisions. If the government chose to satisfy only one of those obligations, your deficit would almost disappear. Look, I understand not every school has a pool, that's true, but not every school has acres of playground like many rural and suburban schools. Music and outdoor education are often seen as nice to haves, and yet in education research over the past 25 years, the evidence of the importance of music and the need for kids to have more interaction with nature has only increased. When I inserted student well-being into the measures of student and system success, it was actually to spark the creativity that's already in our schools to consider the health of the whole child on their journey to healthy adulthood. I'll just conclude by saying this. I believe that the province, the board, and the city, working together with parents and students, can find solutions to your financial situation without making these cuts, without harming the learning experience of the children and the adult learners who are so critical to the well-being of our city and our province. I will confess, having been listening to the delegations now for over an hour, I am suffering from PTSD because of the similarity of the concerns and the arguments that are being made, which are all valid. So thank you so very much for your time, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you very much for your delegation. Trustee Laskin.
Thank you very much. I would be remiss if I also didn't tell you that I share your PTSD, and I remember those conversations very, very well. So seriously, in the beginning, we had the issue, your government put in those grants so that to acknowledge, and frankly, your Ministry of Health Promotion at the time gave, I think, over 15 million to actually fix some of the pools in the bad repair. And then you had your grant understanding that it wasn't included in the provincial funding model, but it allowed the city and the board to work together. So
Right.
when you suggest about the board and the city and the province meeting and working together, in your experience, what if the province says no? What does the board do?
Well, I think that, given the conversation that's gone on at the board today and will be ongoing, I think that the city and the parents groups and the board working together to make a very clear argument publicly. I don't think this is in people's consciousness right now. I think that this situation with the board that you're confronting is being scooped up into a general kind of malaise around school boards. And that's one of the things I'm worried about, is that you're being caught in that. I think you need allies. I think the city will be an ally. I believe that parents groups, and I think that there are MPPs at Queen's Park who will be allies. Chris Glover was speaking earlier. I think that there needs to be a very public outline of the issues that you are confronting and some of this history and how these solutions were found in the past, so that perhaps there can be a rational, if not a negotiation, Trustee Laskin, at least a conversation with the province.
Thank you very much. And if we have a swim-a-thon, will you come?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Thank you again.
Thank you, Trustee Laskin. I'm going to pass the chair to Trustee Earhart. Trustee Shan.
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And through you. Ms. Nguyen, you may be uniquely qualified to share some light on. I'm interested in the budget. The education funding, as I understand it, is designed to look after the fundamental needs of the school board, and yet provide some local funding so that local school boards can set local priorities for the students and families they represent. Is that not true?
Well, that's certainly how I saw it. I believe that over the last 7-8 years, that understanding has diminished. And I think that that's one of the reasons that you're finding yourself in this situation. I don't think there is an appreciation for the need for that kind of flexibility. I raised those community hub and local priority grants for that reason, that I think that those were pockets of funding that were designed to meet local priorities and local needs. And I think that's not well understood. But I also think that you're operating there's a broader issue here. And that is that I believe that there are people in the provincial government who really don't understand the value of school boards. I sat in the legislature with this government for 4 years, from 2018 to 2022. I don't think that school boards are well understood or valued. I think during COVID, the school board was not consulted. The school system was not consulted in the way it needed to be. So I think you're dealing with that, which is why I say there needs to be a clearer understanding at Queen's Park and in the public realm of what it is you're confronting.
Thank you. And a follow-up through you, Chair. The moratorium on education, you'd have no way of knowing, but for those in this that occupy this room periodically, this is my pet peeve, and I don't understand it. So I would like to, from your perspective, to understand, because I think you referenced it, that it wasn't expected to go on this long. And can you share the initial motivation and why you had it was your expectation that it wouldn't continue, and whether in your expertise you think it has reason to be to still be mandated to this day?
So my hope and expectation when the moratorium was put on was that we could come up with some better ways of of determining how to allocate the bricks and mortar resources, how to support the resources in school boards. We had Karen Petrie working across government as my community hubs lead, and we were trying to, sort out ways that school boards, Ministry of Health, Ministry of Community and Social Services, all the across government could work together to make sure that we use the bricks and mortar in communities around the province to the best effect. With the TDSB specifically, we were actually I was working with my staff and the Minister of Education to try to figure out how to make a more rational surplusing of schools in the TDSB, because, I knew in the riding that I represented in Don Valley West, we didn't have any empty schools. We had schools that were bursting, and yet there were schools in other parts of the city that were sitting partially empty. And the funding formula didn't allow for a rationalization of that situation. So I was trying to buy some time to come up with a better way of assessing what the bricks and mortar needs of the boards was and how to allocate resources so that those buildings would be used in a way that was in the best interest of kids, and that boards would be able to be kept whole in terms of their financial investment historically in those buildings.
Thank you, Ms. Nguyen, and that concludes my questions. So I'll take the chair back. Trustee Klein.
Hello from Don Valley West.
Hello, Trustee Klein. That has a nice ring to it.
Thank you. Time to represent Don Valley West. About the moratorium, would you be willing to be part of a committee to have a conversation about the moratorium? Your experience, your knowledge runs deep on this matter.
I would be happy to do that. I'd be very interested in taking part in that conversation.
Great, thank you.
Okay.
And with that, Ms. Nguyen, I have no further questions of clarification of trustees in the room or online. So we thank you very much for making the time, for sharing your expertise, and in the end, willingness to continue to serve, as it turns out. So we thank you for your delegation tonight.
Thank you very, very much. And I do, from the bottom of my heart, wish you all the best of luck, okay?
Thank you very much. And with that.
Okay, bye.
Bye now. And with that, it's 7:10. We are going to go on recess. We will reconvene at 7:30 as scheduled. Thanks, everybody. And so I think we're going to begin with delegation number 59. We had some technical challenges with Kendall Joy and Romani Andrew from, 59. From Ms. Lau from NYWB Aquatics. Felicia, are you here? Can
Hello.
you press *6?
Hello?
Felicia, is that you?
Hello? Yes.
Great.
Hello?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Can I ask you or
Uh,
suggest, I suspect that part of the issue we're having is that there's about a 7-8 second delay from the computer screen if you're watching at home. If you turn the sound or the computer or the signal off while you make your delegation, this generally goes a little smoother.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Um,
You have 3 minutes. Please begin.
Okay. I have a swim school, of course. We're using TDSB swimming pools for all my swimming students, for little kids. But I also have a little girl at home that has big dreams. My little girl, she's only 9 years old, but she is swimming at different TDSB swimming pool for 15 hours a week of practice. And all her teammates have big dreams. They won 2 champions in Ontario artistic swimming, and they love the sport. When we are closing all these pools, they will have nowhere to practice. All the city's pools are packed. There's no way they can get into anywhere to practice. Their all competition, their big dreams will be gone. And I understand all the real challenges, the pressure that TDSBs are facing. And we all know that everyone is caring about the children's safety, physical development, their mental health. And I believe there will be, if there's any possible way, that to support the students, and everyone will fight for that. I know that there are challenging because of the funding, and if you guys are not able to fight, why don't we as a parent, as a swim schools, try to fight for what we wanted for our children's future? We can create some community partnerships. We create some solutions. We can make this happen. We can keep our children's dream. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I was touched by your sharing your the dreams and aspirations of your daughter and her teammates, and I think that's exciting, and we encourage all our students to dream big and set high aspirations and chase their dreams. It's fun to think that the best Olympic swimmer on the planet grew up in our TDSB pools with these aspirations. And I've got 2 little girls at home that were about your age, that your daughter's age, and used to train and ultimately went to represent Canada, and one got an Olympic medal. So there are people, young people in our community who dream big, who accomplish big things, and are able to get things done. So I hope you encourage your daughters and your teammates to follow their dreams and chase their passions. We have no questions of clarification for you. We thank you for taking the time and making your delegation tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
And with that, we will turn to delegate position number 62 and hear from Karina Walsh, Hillary Walsh Harrison, TDSB parent and student from Deer Park Junior and Senior Public School. You have 3 minutes. Please begin when you're ready.
Hello, my name is Hillary. I'm a grade 7 student at Deer Park. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak here today about why I think we should keep the pools open. The swim program is very important to my school for many reasons. I was lucky enough to learn to swim at school when I was very young, and it's been a very big part of my life since then. For example, I joined the swim team when I was in grade 5, which greatly benefited my swimming skills and gave me a lot of confidence in general. Some people may argue that it's unfair that we have a swim program because not every school has one. I agree that we are very lucky to have this program, but other schools have their own programs. Like my best friend's school has a shop class, and some other schools may have things like a specialized math program or an auditorium, things my school does not have. Swimming's embedded in our timetable and a core component of phys ed for us. Each class swims weekly, and the pool is in use all day, every day. Yeah. A more personal reason I care about the swim program is that I have a little brother who's in 1st grade. I've always been happy that he would get to grow up with the same school experience me and my sister loved, with swim class and the pool being a very big part of it. Swimming in general is a life skill and safety measure. If the swim program gets shut down, then my brother and his classmates would not get to have this experience nor the benefits it provides. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Hillary. I'll first speak to aquatics and then to the process and agenda item overall. At Deer Park, the pool is permitted every day for community partnerships, but provide an extremely valuable service to the community and also support small businesses. Many families aren't comfortable waiting until Swim to Survive in grade 4, and the city programming does not have capacity. As we heard from delegate number 2 and others today, the first step should be to explore what can be done to maximize these community partnerships. I also understand that the pool at Deer Park is used by other schools. For example, some schools have requested access to conduct their swim tests for field trips at Deer Park, which of course was provided. This is an example of admin working together to share resources. I imagine that with some creativity, there are many more opportunities for the system to leverage these valuable assets. I would also like to comment on cuts to programming overall. Cuts to programming should be done transparently and with community consultation. While I appreciate the board's efforts to hear from community members, releasing the agenda late Friday with a Monday 10 a.m. deadline does make it difficult for many in the community to organize their response. In addition, the TDSB issued a survey last week asking for input from school community members. The survey is open until May 6th. However, within 3 days, they issued a report recommending cutting some of the programs that were asked about in that survey. I'm aware of the unsustainable position that the board is in with the structural deficit and insufficient funding from the province. But I also know that we're here year after year, and the board has had to take very difficult decisions to cut and cut some more. I urge you to vote against cuts to programming in this budget.
Thank you. Thank you both. Thank you, Hillary. It's great to hear from students, and it's kind of awkward to come and all the way down to 50-50 and talk to the trustees online and the staff in the room. And those that are listening. So we really appreciate your feedback. I'm curious, do you think your little brother's able to more comfortable in the water because he's have the access he's had through the school program?
I think that he's been doing so much better. Before he started swimming at Brown, he wasn't very good or comfortable at swimming, but now he is getting pretty good.
Okay, great. And do you swim just to learn to swim, or is there a team associated with your school?
We do have a swim team. I'm not personally on it, but I've heard a lot of people say that's really good.
Okay, that's great. Thank you very much. And just to be clear, the issue tomorrow, there will be no issue. Staff is issuing a report about is making some options available. There will be no determinations tomorrow. This process is ongoing, although the report was issued Friday for delegations and whatnot. The budget process has been ongoing, and we don't expect to have a vote before board until the middle of June. So it's coming quickly, but there's still an abundance of time to be heard, to reach out, and to advocate. So we thank you both for taking the time with us tonight. Thank you. And with that, we'll turn to delegate position number 63, Ms. Blouin. from Rosedale Heights School of the Arts. Do we have? We do? Okay, thank you. Ms. Blouin, can I encourage you to press *6 and unmute yourself?
Yes. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you very well. Thank you. Please begin.
Thank you. The resources, my topics of discussion are schools, itinerant music instructors, and special education supports. These resources and programs are vital to students' development and continued learning. We can't expect to raise a generation of versatile, well-adjusted children if they're only learning the 3 R's in large classes. On the subject of school pools, school swimming programs are the only way to ensure everyone has a basic introduction to swimming and that potentially anyone can save a life. For many kids, it's also the only phys ed activity they ever enjoy. We're so fortunate in Ontario to have countless beautiful lakes and rivers, and every child in this province should know how to save themselves should they fall into one of them. Itinerant music teachers. Steel pan has been a constant in my children's years at Roden. Every kid from grade 5 to 8 is in steel pan. It's an energetic and unique program and a bit of a rite of passage. Elementary school is officially done when your grade 8 kid takes their final bow at their final school concert. All parents at Roden can relate. According to an article on how music primes the brain for learning, it reinforces language skills, builds and improves reading ability, and strengthens memory and attention. Engaging all these different systems makes learning how to play music one of the richest and deepest brain activities that humans perform. My youngest has learned music solo at home and as part of a steel pan group at school. She much prefers the group setting, so much in fact that now that she's discovered band in high school, she intends on pursuing it through high school. Pure joy describes what she feels when the band plays Uptown Funk. For many students, such engaging, powerful experiences are not accessible outside the school setting. They're not just extracurriculars, they're part of raising fully functioning persons with a variety of skills, abilities, and talents. About school mental health and support programs, both my children are on the spectrum. I was not able to get the psychoeducational assessment for either one of them while at school, and so I went and paid out of pocket. As a single parent, this was not easy, and I know of other parents who've had to turn to charities to do this. The schools only have the resources for 1 or 2 assessments per year, I'm told. That leaves a lot of children behind. If it hadn't been for an observant English teacher in grade 11, I would still be wondering what's wrong with my eldest, who was finally diagnosed in grade 12. It was too late for her to be identified as having an exceptionality, but she did benefit from sessions with a counselor at the school, which made her feel heard and validated for the first time. My youngest was identified as having an exceptionality during grade 8. It gives her access to extra support, such as the learning strategies class. She's gained skills that many of us learn on the fly and take for granted. I'm not sure her IEP is implemented equally well in all classes, but I do know that class sizes make it very challenging for teachers to follow all recommendations. Programs that ensure a holistic, well-rounded education are the wrong place to make cuts. My children's mental health, sense of self, and the self-esteem is much better off for having got the extra supports they need, at least at some point. Both are choosing an artistic path, and they will never make me rich, but I know that they will put out into the world endeavors that will enrich the lives of those who see, read, and hear it. Thank you for having me. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Blouin, for your delegation. I'm seeing no questions of clarification in the room or online, so we thank you. And with that, we will move to delegate position number 64, Ms. Aslop from Allenby Junior Public School. Do we have them? We do. Ms. Aslop, we encourage you to press *6 and come off mute.
Is that better? Can you
It
hear
is
me?
indeed. It is. We can.
Okay.
Hear you very well.
Okay.
Please proceed.
Thank you very much for having me to do this evening. I represent Allenby Junior Public School. And I'm also a SEAC rep at the TDSB for Voice for Deaf and Hard of Hearing Children. I come tonight with, first of all, concerns with the survey that was issued out to all TDSB parents. I want to say that that was probably one of the most shocking things that I've received in my experience as a parent of children with disabilities, and also for myself. So I wanted to raise that as a big concern, and I really do hope that that is addressed as soon as possible, to take down and to review how traumatic that was for people like myself and triggering from a mental health perspective. And also, please send out a new one and have an apology issued out from the TDSB on how it was completely inappropriate, but to even include special education. And also from Allenby to share how children with disabilities, with the possibility of having our swimming pools cut from the programs, would affect numerous children with disabilities. My child especially, who has sensory processing disorder, many children need that time to self-regulate, unwind for their mental health. They also have fears of the water, like my child, and the only way she did learn how to enjoy swimming was by doing it with her peers in the water, and seeing them all love it. So the fact that that is being cut is very hard to think about. And also for the other children who can't afford to have private swimming lessons on the weekends, what are those children going to do? They have disabilities, they're just going to be tossed aside again. The other part that is very concerning is that why are we not creatively also thinking of how to get other schools, from an equity point of view, to use our pools? We can definitely collaborate and brainstorm with you, but the fact that just cutting our pools is the first option that comes to mind is unacceptable. We need to sit down and think about how we can do this in a more creative way and get those children who do not have pools. That's not right either, and we need to work on that, but cutting pools is not the answer. And I also want to address as well that with doing this, we're going to be losing so much money from the private programs that do go in to have our pool space. Why are we going to be cutting all of these things automatically without even thinking outside of the box? So those are my main concerns with the things that have just been thrown on us in the last week, where we've had these disturbing surveys thrown at us telling us that our special education is not prioritized and just automatically going to be cut. Then we're throwing pools, they're going to be cut. And then also we were given no warning about this meeting. Many people found about through different networks under the table. It was not sent out appropriately to all families from the TDSB like your survey was, so they could be here and put their delegates out tonight. It's unacceptable. This was poorly planned, and it should have been given much more time for us to do this properly, because there's many TDSB parents that were not able to have their voices and their concerns. So I would like to ask the TDSB when they are going to issue out a formal apology to the parents and people who have
Ms. Aslop, your time is concluded. This isn't an interactive vehicle. This is an opportunity that we provide the public to share their perspectives on a number of subjects, but it is not a question and answer debate.
Okay, I understand that. I would just like to be taken away to look at. I'd like to see something as quickly put out as the survey did, as an apology of what happened. It's been traumatizing.
Yeah, and we heard your delegation, and we will take that into heart. I have no questions of clarification online or in the room. And with that, I thank you for your delegation. We will move on to delegate number 65, Ms. Yao, who's a community member that, if I understand correctly, is going to speak to us about Learn for Life. I think we were expecting them in person. Are they online?
Online.
Online? Okay.
Hello.
Perfect.
Hi.
Good evening. We can hear you well. Please proceed.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Thank you everyone for their time, and good evening, trustees and everyone around the table. I can't see everyone. But I wanted to share a few thoughts on the TDSB Learn for Life program as someone who is an active participant and someone who would like to advocate for the program to continue for as long as possible. So I wanted to provide just a very brief overview of my experience here, and then the ask for what I would like to see in the upcoming months or however long these decisions take. So I have been participating with the TDSB Learn for Life program since 2001, and I've taken over 6 different classes ranging from art to other types of hobbies, and they have all led to very lifelong, very enriching experiences for myself. One of them I would like to highlight is an auto mechanic course. So as someone who identifies as a woman, this was something that was incredibly empowering. It brought a lot of confidence to my own personal life and just knowing what I'm looking at and talking about. And the teachers in that specific course and all of the other courses I've taken have been completely incredible for that. So the skills, the hobbies that I've taken on and moved forward have been life-changing for myself. And with that, even with very aptly noted Learn for Life, I've made some lifelong friends from this as well. So this is incredibly imperative to my own community health. And I can only imagine how much more this is important for folks that are in other walks of life, and incredibly so for seniors that take this course or take these courses and take this program. So I know that there has been a proposed increase of 66% for seniors and 44% for young adults. And this is quite a large and staggering number. And I know that there are checks and balances that need to be made. But I would really like to see more consideration for the finances behind this. And by doing so, I will go into my asks for this is to really have a full disclosure and clarity of the breakdown of the costs for this program. So looking at the specifics of cost savings that occur for each of the programs, the courses and the program in general, and how that can be looked at from a more, more specific and clear way. And looking at also increasing programs in high traffic areas. So some of the schools that, receive a lot of enrollment, Central Tech, some places in the West End, but also noting that underserved communities like Scarborough would see a lot of enrollment. This is a personal anecdote is I had made a post on social media to kind of encourage enrollment of these programs. And there were a lot of folks who had commented that, said that there weren't even a fair number of offerings in Scarborough offered in this program. So, and there were lots of people who had liked that comment. So I think that's also very evident of how important this will be to increase programs in other underserved communities. And so with that,
Ms. Yao, thank you. You've exceeded your 3 minutes allotted. We thank you for your delegation. Seeing no questions of clarification in the room or online, we thank you very much for your delegation tonight.
Thank you very much.
And with that, we will turn to delegate position number 66, Ms. Turokuma, who's also going to speak with us about Learn for Life. I believe that's virtual and we're good. Ms. Turokuma, I encourage you to press *6 and become unmuted. Can you hear us? Can you press *6?
Hello, can you hear me?
I can.
Hello?
Is this?
Oh, okay, great.
Hold on. Sorry.
Did we hear 65, Jessica?
Yeah.
Okay, so sorry.
This is Zora Trokma?
Zora Trokme, yes.
Oh, okay, great. We can hear you clearly. Please proceed.
Okay. Good evening, trustees and committee members. My name is Zora. I'm here as a Learn for Life participant and advocate for affordable education. The proposed fee hikes, 45% for adults and 66% for seniors, aren't just numbers. They're direct threats to Torontonians using this program to gain skills, pivot careers, and contribute to our city's economy. This programming isn't just about hobbies. It helps people build skills that can help them upskill and get jobs in their current career or pivot careers in this highly competitive job market. For example, my jewelry class is taught by a highly knowledgeable instructor who is also a professor at George Brown. The class is an opportunity for some to build a portfolio and enter Toronto's creative economy or start a small business. Art isn't a luxury. It's a 11.5 billion industry in Toronto, supporting over 100,000 jobs, according to the City of Toronto as of 2022. By pricing people out of Learn for Life art courses, you're cutting off a low barrier entry point into the sector. Furthermore, for adults, Learn for Life is preventative healthcare. Studies show lifelong learning reduces dementia risk by 19%, according to the Alzheimer's Society of Canada. My jewelry class is over a quarter seniors who would have to pay 66% more to access the class in the fall if the proposed price hikes go forward. These hikes will isolate seniors and increase their reliance on public health services that are already underfunded and overloaded. Going to the bigger picture, there's also the fact that these price hikes would make public education more expensive than private options for jewelry classes within the city. The proposal also ignores the program's progress. There's been a $100,000 reduction in the deficit that was achieved this year, and there continues to be growing wait lists and cost-saving measures that are already in motion. Even by the board's own calculations, the price hikes could lose revenue if enrollment drops by just 35%, which is a conservative estimate. With a 50 to 70% attrition rate, as staff fear, the program would collapse. Why gamble on the risks of more financial loss while abandoning the 10,000 plus Torontonians who already rely on Learn for Life and those who are waiting and eager to access the program in its current state?
Perfect timing. Thank you very much for your delegation. Seeing no questions of clarification from in the room or online, I thank you very much for the delegation. And with that, we will proceed to delegate number 67. Ms. McIntosh is a community member from Ward 3. This sounds familiar. Okay, that's not what I have, but okay. Mr. Ramsey, I'm going to encourage you to hit *6 to unmute. I apologize for the my material was, or.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can. It's a little faint. If you could get a little closer to the microphone, but we appreciate that. And you may begin.
Is that any better?
It is. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I know it's been a long day, so I will keep my delegation brief. I'd just like to start by saying that I'm joining tonight's meeting from the town of New Tecumseh, which is covered by the Lake Simcoe Naswaga Treaty, number 18, signed on October 17th, 1818, with the Chippewa Nation, and that I also acknowledge that I am a treaty person and accept my responsibility to honor all relations and move forward in the spirit of truth and reconciliation. Thank you. Good evening, trustees and everyone in attendance today. My name is Jason Ramsey, and I've been a caretaker with the Toronto District School Board for the past 13 years. I currently work with the Northeast Task Force, primarily focused on project cleaning and disinfection. This role has given me a unique opportunity to visit schools and workplaces across the TDSB to see firsthand just how much our school communities depend on the essential services identified in the structural deficit update dated March 26th of this year. I want to begin by acknowledging the difficult position you're in, faced with tough decisions about what services and programs may need to be reduced, cut, or even eliminated. I recognize the weight of those choices, but I also feel it's important to share what those decisions can mean for the people inside our schools, especially our students. As a caretaker, I see every day how important it is for students to walk into schools that are clean, safe, and welcoming. Environments where education workers are not only present, but fully engaged and supported in the work they do to help students thrive. If the proposed service reductions go forward, the impact will be severe. Fewer staff means fewer people available to ensure students' safety during emergencies like fire drills, lockdowns, or environmental disasters. It also means increased workloads for those who remain, leading to a rise in workplace injuries, high stress levels, burnout, and long-term mental health consequences. The TDSB is the largest school board in Canada, and with that comes an enormous responsibility to ensure every student, regardless of where they live, have access to the same high standard of education and support. That foundation starts with the learning environment we provide and the people who make it possible. In saying that, I respectfully ask that the trustees vote no to a no cuts budget. Thank you for your time and consideration. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ramsey. Thank you for your delegation. Thank you to you and your colleagues for your efforts to clean and maintain our schools and build positive constructive relationships with the students within them. Seeing no questions of clarifications from my colleagues in the room or online, again, thank you for your delegation.
Thank you.
And with that, we will turn to spot 68 and hear from Sparrow Duffy, Sydney Frederick from Northern Secondary School.
Hello. You
Good
hear me?
evening.
Stunning. Hi, my name is Sparrow Duffy. I use they, them pronouns. I'm a grade 10 student at Northern Secondary School, and I would like to talk to you about guidance counselors. A few weeks ago, I went into a mental health crisis during our lunch period. Northern guidance counselors sat with me, kept me from hurting myself, cordoned off the main foyer where I was sitting, and called emergency services. They later followed up with my teachers, my parents, and the parents of the friends who were with me when I went into crisis. I'm here today because the proposed budget for next year would cut a guidance counselor from my school. With over 2,150 students, Northern is one of the largest schools in the TDSB. We cannot afford to lose any of our incredible resource staff. Anyone who works at or attends Northern can tell you that our guidance counselors are incredible and incredibly busy. On top of scheduled meetings with students and their administrative work, guidance responds to all sorts of situations that come up during the day, including emergencies like my own. Cutting any of them would be detrimental to student health. I am asking you, please do not take away our support systems. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Sydney Frederick, and my pronouns are they, them. I'm a 16-year-old grade 10 student at Northern Secondary School. Over the last year and a half, I have seen how vital the guidance department is. They are constantly promoting an open door policy and have a myriad of resources available for students. A few of these include snacks, period products, and pamphlets for outside of school programs and helplines. On several occasions, my friends and I have walked in with a range of issues. From panic attacks to career crises, there is always someone in the department ready to help. When I found out that you were planning to cut one of our guidance counselors, I was shocked. I spend 6 hours a day, 5 days a week in that building. There is a constant need for support from the guidance department.
Especially with the opening of the boundary, the number of students is bound to skyrocket. The removal of a guidance counselor means less support for the student body as a whole, who at one point or another have been aided or will need aid from the department. When I'm in the guidance office, I feel welcome to express myself freely, safe, and there is a reassuring feeling that everything is going to be okay. Not only is the Northern Guidance Department an incredible asset, but they are an essential part of the Northern community. Thank you.
Thank you both. I'm feeling, very fortunate that we had school staff in position to be of support when support was needed. I can't imagine at your age having the courage to come to a building of people that you don't know and assist them online and share your experience. I'm not sure at any point in my life I would have had the courage to do such. So I thank you for sharing and putting into real context that which we discuss in this room. And sometimes I think we all try to stay on top of the real effect on students and people, but sometimes you get caught up with numbers on a page, and it is immensely helpful to get to hear from students directly, hear from their experience, hear what they take times in their lives to come and tell the board and the staff that are present that which they value, that which they found of use to them. And we put people in schools to be able to provide the support that unfortunately you needed that day, but very fortunately that was able there to support you. So I'm feeling very fortunate about all of that. And I thank you both for taking the time to come. Trustee Klein.
Thank you. And through the chair, well, Trustee McLean just said everything that I wanted to say. So thank you so much. That was wonderfully eloquent. How lucky we are in this room to have heard from such incredibly articulate, confident, and brave young people to tell us how it is on the inside. We need to hear from you. There are so many decisions that are made. And as Trustee McLean said, numbers on a page that we often forget who we're doing. Oh, it's not fair to say we forget. We do know, but you need to remind us how our decisions affect you. And I wanted to tell you as your trustee that I hear you. And I'm here to listen, and I'm here to advocate for you, because this is why I do this, and this is why everyone in this room does this. It is for you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Trustee Klein. You guys are gonna make me cry. I appreciate it so much. I love all of our guidance counselors. I've had conversations with every single one of them. They are all amazing. If I could briefly, I spoke to my guidance counselor, Ms. Pudisu, today. I said, is there a message I can pass along? She said, now is not the time where you can be cutting a guidance counselor. We are seeing more students coming into guidance with mental health issues every year, and we are having more emergencies like my own every year. Their jobs are becoming more and more vital, yes, but also unpredictable. So, yeah, this is a time where we have to be invested in student mental health.
Thank you. And seeing other questions, I just will reiterate that this is why we have staff. Like, we need the young people in our buildings to have the courage to share that everything isn't all right, and that they have a person in the building that they can come to and reach out to. And again, I will reiterate how fortunate I feel, and I'm sure my colleagues share that there was someone that you felt had a relationship with, that you felt comfortable that you could go to when you needed assistance, and they were able to provide it. And with that, we thank you both for your delegation, which you must success in the duration of your academic journey at Northern.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And with that, we will turn to delegate position number 69. Mr. Wayne Blatt is a TDSB parent from Equinox Holistic Alternative School, which is going to be online, if I'm understanding correctly. We think we have him. Mr. Wayne Blatt, if you'll press *6 and become unmuted.
Yes, can you hear me?
We can, sir. Thank you. You may proceed.
Great, thank you. Hello and good evening. My name is Jonathan. I'll say my pronouns are he, him. I have 2 children, grades 2 and kindergarten at Equinox Holistic Alternative School. I'm speaking today to ask that the trustees advocate before the provincial government to increase, not reduce, funding to the TDSB to keep up with inflation. So I recognize the specific dollar amount of the TDSB budget has risen year over year, but on an inflation adjusted basis, that purchasing power of the budget has declined every year since 2018. And I get that the board is under pressure to reduce budgetary spending. And I think there probably are areas where cuts may be less harmful than others. I think perhaps we could delay the introduction of personal electronic devices for students, maybe from grade 5 until grade 9. But at the same time, there are other areas of budgetary spending that are critical needs for students and I think must be funded. So first and foremost in my mind is TDSB spending on special education. And this covers a number of different areas that I believe are under-resourced already. For example, from advocating on behalf of my own kids, I know the waitlist for speech therapy is 2 to 4 years long. The waitlist for psychoeducational assessments is 3 to 4 years. The waitlist for occupational therapy and physical therapy are each several years long. And I'm aware of children who failed literacy screening tests and were supposed to get literacy intervention. But schools just simply haven't had the resources to provide this information. And schools are really failing our students in that way. And at the same time, I'm aware through friends who have students at the Catholic School Board that they have had reading intervention programs that haven't been made available to TDSB students, and that just isn't right. So in addition to that, I know there's insufficient staffing at TDSB schools to implement IEPs that require one-on-one attention. And it's not just about the students with special needs, or it's really about the kids, even the kids that don't have exceptionalities. I mean, all the kids in the classroom suffer if the teacher has to devote extra attention to a student that's struggling at a cost of resources for the remaining students. So every teacher I've spoken to within the TDSB from different schools, when I've asked them what they think is most important in the TDSB budget proposals, every single one has mentioned resourcing of special needs as a key area that can't be cut. And when it comes to special needs, I wanted to advocate for the resourcing of the alternative schools in particular, as alternative schools commonly have a significant number of students with exceptionalities because they're prioritized in the admissions process. So if anything, I would say these schools need even more resources from the TDSB, not fewer. And lastly, just in terms of the physical school building, I know that our physical school is in a serious state of disrepair, ceiling tiles falling out with mice falling from the ceiling, mold issues, and air quality. So thank you for the time. Appreciate the moment.
Thank you, Mr. Wayne Blatt, for your delegation, noting that there are no questions of clarification online or from trustees in the room. I thank you very much for your delegation, sir. And with that, we will turn to Ms. Blanchette from the alternative member of Special Education Advisory Committee for Epilepsy Toronto. That's online, to understand. We think we have them? Yes. We do. So Ms. Blanchette, I'll encourage you to press *6 and become unmuted. Ms. Blanchette?
Hi, sorry, are you able to hear me?
I can, thank you. We hear you very well. You have 3 minutes. Please proceed.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much. Good evening.
My name is Anne Blanchette. I'm one of Epilepsy Toronto's representatives on the Board Special Education Advisory Committee. Thank you so much for the opportunity to address the committee tonight. I'm here to state that the 2025 budget consultation survey and its results must be immediately withdrawn. The survey invites parents to weigh cuts to essential services like special education, mental health supports, lunch supervision, specialized transportation, and safe school environments. Services that students with epilepsy and other disabilities depend upon. These are not optional extras, they're fundamental rights. The survey is deeply troubling for 3 reasons. First, it lacks transparency. It does not explain the source or scale of the funding shortfall, nor does it give parents the context needed for informed decisions. Second, it asks families to rank essential supports against one another, sending a harmful message that the needs of vulnerable students are negotiable. For students with epilepsy, these services are deeply interconnected. Transportation ensures they arrive to school safely. Lunchroom supervision is critical in unstructured times when seizures are more likely to go unnoticed. Mental health supports address anxiety and social isolation that can come with having a chronic illness. Reducing even one of these harms safety and well-being of students, but cutting several threatens it entirely. Thirdly, the SEAC, the advisory body responsible for special education, was not consulted on the survey's development or content. This omission is unacceptable. We recognize that the financial pressures facing the board are huge. However, fostering fear and division among families undermines the TDSB's stated commitments to equity and inclusion. The TDSB equity policy promises to remove systemic barriers to student achievement and well-being, and its special education plan commits to ensuring that students with invisible and visible disabilities have access to appropriate supports in the most enabling environments. This survey violates both documents. Asking families to choose between critical supports fosters fear and sets a troubling precedent that fundamental human rights can be compromised due to budget constraints. Students with epilepsy deserve a safe, equitable education, not reduced opportunities. We call upon the TDSB to immediately rescind and revise the current budget survey, removing special education, school safety initiatives, and transportation from the list of potential funding reductions. We also ask them to implement a policy of meaningful and genuine consultation with SEAC on all future public-facing communications and surveys related to special education. Families deserve better and students deserve better, and we urge you to please act now. Thank you so much for your time.
Spectacular timing. This is perfect. Thank you for that. And seeing no questions from trustees in the room or from trustees online, I thank you, Ms. Blanchette, for taking the time tonight and your delegation and your continued efforts on SEAC. So thank you. And with that,
Thank you so much.
We will turn to delegates position 71, Mercy Charles from Portage Trail Community School and PIAC co-rep of Ward 6. That's going to be online, and we believe we have Mr. Charles. Can I suggest you press *6 and become unmuted?
Can you hear me?
Sorry about
Hello?
that. I apologize. Ms. Charles, yes, we can hear you. Please proceed.
Great. Thank you. Students at my kids' school are struggling in a system where support simply isn't meeting their needs. Teachers are expected to support entire classrooms on a budget of as low as $250 for the whole year. That barely covers anything. Many pay out of pocket. Students who need ESL or resource support often don't get it, and those who need social work services can wait months. My son had to wait 7 months to get support from a school social worker. That kind of delay leads to behavioral challenges, which then impact the learning and safety of the entire classroom. We're seeing a very vicious cycle. Less support leads to more unmet needs, more stress, more disruptions, and less learning. Programs that once helped, like small class support, diagnostic classrooms, and specialized spaces, that has been cut or reduced, and
Students are suffering. Even basic needs are unmet. Some students come to school without lunch. Our snack program is essential, but is underfunded. Last year, we couldn't apply for a grant. This month, our school had to reduce snacks from one food group a day to make it last. If kids are hungry, how can we expect them to focus? Technology has made a real difference for my son. Through the one-to-one device program, he discovered coding, regained confidence, and stayed engaged in class. Tools like speech-to-text software has helped him. These are not extras. These are essentials for many learners. Music and outdoor education also matter. My kids don't use instruments in music class. There's that's a loss of opportunity for brain development. And right now, my son is away in his first overnight trip with his school. These moments build resilience and connection, and they're not optional if we expect sensitive and well-adjusted kids. The support aren't enough as it is. Cutting more will only deepen the harm. So today I'm urging you, pass no-cut budget. School board trustees are mandated to pass a balanced budget by law. I know there are concerns about what might happen if you do, and that the government might step in, but I ask you this, what is the alternative? Continuing to cut and undersource our schools is not working. We see the impact every day in classrooms, in our kids' behavior, in their mental health, and in their missed opportunities. My son told me teachers are educating students for our future. And he's right. It's so important to make the investment now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Charles. Seeing no questions of clarification, trustees in the room or trustees online, I thank you very much for your ongoing efforts working and collaborating at PIAC and taking the time tonight to delegate for us. Thank you. And with that, we will turn to delegate position number 72, Mr. Waters, TDSB parent. The floor is yours, sir.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Thank you. I honestly didn't know what I was going to speak about. I've been sitting here listening to a lot of parents and a lot of community members and talking about all the impacts. And I'll leave it to them to do that. I think they can do that a better job than I can. I think I want to talk to process. I think, what we are doing here at this committee, which will eventually bring to board, is about the future of the students that attend the Toronto District School Board. And I look around this room, and actually I don't even know, maybe there's some trustees online, but I don't even know if we have quorum. I see people here, but staff on their computers doing their work, which is great. But again, the point of these deputations is for the community to be able to express their concern about what's happening at the Toronto District School Board. And also I see quite frankly, the chair of the committee wearing a Leaf jersey. Like what are we doing here? It's profoundly disappointing. I had the honor, the privilege to attend the old City of Toronto education system. I am dyslexic, and I received the support necessary so that I could become successful. Okay, and I don't see that today. I am fortunate that my children, as it stands currently, most likely won't need any special education. For that piece. But again, they will be denied opportunities that I was provided as a child to develop, music skills, to go to outdoor education, to have physical education opportunities. And I think from a process perspective, and this happened last year, there was an emphasis to try to get to basically put a no cuts budget. And what that will do is that will squarely put the political accountability in one party. Right now, we've got the board and we've got the province. And the board is kind of the operators and the province is the funders. And each one looks at each other and says, you guys, it's because of them, it's because of them, it's because of them. We need clarity on who is responsible. And the trustees need to get out of the way of vote a no cuts budget. If you're truly trustees, you will vote for what the needs of our students are, the needs of my children, the children of the board, okay? And to the chair, last year you made a comment saying, I didn't realize we're here just to manage the decline. And all I'll say to that is, I look around and see a board of not trustees, but declinees, and shame on us all. Thank you. And I'm not taking questions.
Trustee Klein.
Thank you, and through the chair, thank you very much. I understand that you have a lot of concerns, and fair enough. I just wanted some further clarification about my honorable colleague here, Trustee McLean, who has been sitting here since noon, running an incredible process here. And you mentioned something about his spirit wearing a Leafs jersey. And I'm wondering if you could just further clarify how that might be affecting his job. Thank you.
Again, we are all adults, okay? It is not about us. It is about the children, okay? And I can tell you students that attend dirty washrooms, all these kind of things. So, yes, apologies, you have to sit here for 8 hours and listen to us. And this is part of the democratic process. But, I don't have any sympathy, and I don't think I need to provide any further clarification.
Oh, just to follow up, sir, if I may. Sorry, thank you. So it is, yes, about the kids. That's exactly why we're here. And I can assure you that as a former TDSB teacher, that everything that everyone has done in this room today has been for the kids. We may have disagreements, we may see things differently, but it is all with a common goal. That's how we work. And again, particularly, I just want to shout out to my honorable colleague who has run this today smoothly as smooth can be. And again, I can tell you as also a former TDSB teacher, how we do things for kids. I could tell you if we had a group of kids in here, how much they would love to see an adult with that kind of spirit. It says to them, this is a person with a heartbeat. This is someone who cares. This is someone who cares about our community. I think that that Trustee McLean here definitely makes a point about how much he is a part of our greater community.
Yeah.
Is that a question?
No. Thank you, Mr. Waters, for taking the time and sharing your perspectives tonight. Then we'll move on. We'll pivot to number 73, which is Sunny Freeman, the co-chair of the Equinox School Council. I understand that's on virtual. Do we have? So Sunny, can I encourage you to press *6 and become unmuted?
Hi there.
Good evening. How are you?
Hello. Hi, good.
We're great, thank you. Thank you for your patience. You have 3 minutes. Please proceed.
Excellent. Thank you. I am the co-chair of the Equinox School Council, and I just wanted to let everyone know just how much it has meant to my family, especially with my kids being Indigenous. There's very few opportunities for them to learn about their culture in Toronto proper. They don't get to see their family from BC very often, and we are very lucky that Equinox prioritizes Indigenous students, and that our lovely Kindy teacher is Indigenous herself. She has provided them so many opportunities for land-based learning, and she shares that philosophy with all of the kids. Not only that, but it's really important that alternative schools do embrace this diversity because our kids just get to see such an exposure, and it allows so many different types of children into our school. And one of the important groups that's prioritized to be in alternative schools, it does include neurodiversity. So I just wanted to talk about the fact that we have a very high proportion of students in our small alternative school that do that are neurodiverse. And at the same time, because we are a smaller population, we are only allocated 0.5 of a special ed teacher. And that resource is just not enough to be helping our neurodiverse population, which is in fact prioritized. So even though we're a smaller school, we have a bigger proportion of neurodiverse students. The other thing is that we do have a really small population of parents and caregivers. And this year, we had to fundraise for walls. Our school is one of them that was built during the 70s when open concept was all the rage. Unfortunately, for our proportion of neurodiverse children, it's really not a good learning environment. And we had to advocate to get something in the school to get the TDSB to come do a walkthrough. We're really grateful that we had them come do a walkthrough, but we were told then that it was on our school population to come up with the $10,000 it would cost to erect these structures. They're doing something, but it just really isn't enough for our neurodiverse population. And I just really want the trustees to know that alternative schools are a lovely experience for children, and especially for those types of children who might not learn in traditional learning situations. However, we do need to support them adequately with the resources required, especially with the higher proportion of neurodiverse learners in our schools. So I just wanted to come here and outline that and how much we're absolutely grateful that our alternative schools exist, and noting that Equinox does already share a vast majority of resources with the school we're attached to, Rodin. And I just don't know how a school like Equinox and Rodin could go any further with shared resources or chipping away at resources when we're already inadequately prepared to have enough adults and support in the school.
Thank you, Ms. Freeman. Your 3 minute, your allotted 3 minutes is concluded. If you hold on for just a second, I'll confirm that I have no questions from trustees in the room and trustees online. So we thank you very much for your delegation tonight. And with that, I think we have a delegate number 74, Janet Davis. Is she online? She is. That's great. Ms. Davis, can I ask you to press *6 and become unmuted?
Yes, hi. Can you hear me?
We can. Is there any chance you have your computer on? There's a delay that sometimes undoes us a little bit and creates a challenge with the audio.
I've turned off the volume completely.
Yeah,
but
this is better now. This is better now.
Okay.
So please proceed.
Wonderful. Okay, thank you so much. It's been a long day, I know, so I will try and be concise, which is not one of my strengths. So my name is Janet Davis, and I'm a parent and a former employee of the TDSB in the Early Childhood Department and Early Childhood Education Department, and a former city councillor in Beaches, East York. And as a parent, I organized the East End Save Our Pools Committee, and as a city councillor, I chaired a joint City of Toronto School Board School Pools Committee, working with trustee Josh Matlow and TDSB staff. So I too am a veteran of the great pools wars, and it feels a bit like Groundhog Day. So I do want to say, first of all, well, it was wonderful to work with all of these parent and future activists who were elected: Kathleen Wynne, Paula Fletcher, Shelley Carroll, and Chris Glover. And it was great to hear Chris and Kathleen today. I've been watching throughout the day. So I want to say first, thank you. It has been a long day, and I think it's been chaired very well. And I want to congratulate you for chairing the committee well, and for the active listening that I have heard from both the chair and the members today. I know every one of the trustees that are here today are really committed to providing the kinds of programs and services at the local level that contribute to healthy child development and the well-being of all of our communities. So thank you. I also want to thank the staff for putting together, once again, a really clear report that outlines the funding pressures faced by the TDSB. And to the board, thank you for the April 16th motion that gives a really good summary of the structural deficit and addresses the findings of OPSPA and the Auditor General. This is information that everyone needs to get. I would just say quickly, the City of Toronto and the Toronto School Boards have recognized for decades that it is efficient, effective, and also contributes to our community building, to share resources, share space, build joint facilities, coordinate planning. You know, we have early on, after school, aquatics, seniors language, all of which serve all of our communities, both during and after the school day. And our schools in Toronto have always been community hubs. And I think that what is most frustrating about our vision for education here in Toronto is it's just not reflected by the provincial government or the provincial funding model. And the most frustrating thing that I find as a former city councillor is that our local education tax dollars, property tax dollars, pay for more than 50% of the budget of the TDSB. Our dollars generated here in Toronto, not just income taxes that go directly to the province, but our property taxes pay for half of the education costs in Toronto. And yet, we're left with very little, if any, say about how those taxes are spent on education in Toronto. This year, there was just approved the City of Toronto tax rates for local education taxes, and we will be spending $2.1 billion in 2025 from our local education property taxes. And over the years, the authority has been eroded tremendously from the Toronto school boards. And I think what's most frustrating is that they do much of their business, and I'm talking about the provincial government, shaming, coercing, belittling the minister, the premier, and even ministry staff. I know behind the scenes are putting great pressure on the staff. And I think, unfortunately, that funding model that they have imposed on Toronto doesn't reflect the needs and the values of our students, and it does not reflect the historic partnerships between the city and the TDSB.
And on that note, Ms. Davis, I'm going to have to. I
have a couple of recommendations.
I'm sorry?
I have a couple of recommendations. And you can ask me a question about them if you like. Otherwise,
I can't. But I'll give you a minute to proceed.
Okay. Yeah, we've been in this place before, and in 2002, the trustees did resist making the cuts. And the outcome, there were cuts in the end, but not what was expected of the school board. The supervisor did not impose the same level of cuts. So I would recommend you produce clear, same as Kathleen Wynne said, good materials, send them out about the structural deficit, about education finance, send them to parents and help build campaign around this. Secondly, put together again representatives from the Toronto School Board, the Toronto Sport Council, all the school permit holders, and let's really look at finding alternatives, because the last time we did, and we discovered actually that there are more swims take place in Toronto School Board programs than take place in the City of Toronto recreation programs. I would call for the public release of the ministry's education, financial, investigators information. Whatever that investigator finds out and recommends, we should know about. And lastly, resist making cuts, please. Fight back.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. Thank you for your delegation. Trustee Arts, did you have a question of clarification?
I actually was just going to offer my 3 minutes for former Councillor Davis to finish up her recommendations.
Yeah, that would have set a bad precedent. I'm not sure I did any better, but we weren't doing that.
I know.
I'm going to have to do this again, and we're not doing that.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Davis, for your contribution to your community over the
Question
years.
from Trustee Earhart. Sorry, I had it in the chat.
Okay.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Am I permitted? Okay, thank you. Councillor Davis, I'm wondering, you mentioned that the city will be spending 2.1 billion from local property taxes. Can you walk us through how our city property taxes in Toronto, how those relate to education spending? Thank you very much.
Well, thank you. Well, when the provincial government took over control of education funding, as you know, they uploaded and downloaded, and many of us think that they uploaded the costs of education. They did not. They downloaded a number of things, including housing, public health, other things. But on education, they took control, and they now set the local tax rate for the education portion of property taxes. They set the rate. That generates a certain amount of tax revenue. That is collected by the city, but the city just simply transfers it over to the TDSB. And what I was shocked to learn when I looked at the consolidated financial statements last year, this year they're not quite as clear, broken down by student needs. But this year, last year it was really clear that we are contributing more from our local property taxes to education than the provincial government is. And I think there is a principle called you pay, you say, or no taxation without representation, or at least no taxation without representation that has some authority. But they've stripped the school boards of authority. They've imposed a model of funding and an allocation formula that requires you to do certain things that may not be the priorities or reflect the values of our communities. So that's what's frustrating. We're paying, but we have no say. And I think it's time that the public understands this. You know, they've taken over so much control over education and our tax dollars. And I don't think people really understand that, which is why I'd like to reinforce the recommendation to put together some really clear information packages with graphs and charts and graphics so that the taxpayers, as well as parents, who are both, many, but not all, understand who actually is paying for education and why it is that we should have more control over what is happening in our city. Because the city too, you know, the city needs to work collectively. Too often we operate in silos. And that cooperation, that collaboration has been improving. And I think we need to build on that in this budget round to really stay firmly and clearly sending a message to the province that our communities, our families, and our kids deserve the investment that reflects the real costs of things in Toronto.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. You've used up the time allotted for Trustee Earhart, and that concludes her time. There are no other questions of clarification in the room or online. We thank you for your years of service to our greater community and your local community, and for your time making the delegation tonight. So thank you.
And thank you for being an excellent chair.
And with that,
okay, thanks.
Thank you very much. And with that,
okay.
That's our last delegation for tonight. I want to thank Director Latouche, Associate Director Zucker, been here for the duration. Thank you both. Mr. Schneider, you've been here we had different members of senior team that have been in and out throughout the evening. I want to thank Mensch, Bella, Denise, Ms. Joseph Dowers for your efforts in support. Our IT team, Jazz, Sham, Kenneth, and we've had a couple different people in and out. So thank you to everyone that supported. I want to thank the support we've gotten from Trustee Services, from Kira, Heidi, and Z. It's been a long day. It's been an important day. We've heard lots of different perspectives with lots of different recommendations. So I'm grateful for all the people who took the time, all the people who took the time to listen. And we thank you all for your contributions. We wish you well, and I wish everyone a good night.
And this is Dennis Hastings. You did a wonderful job thanking everybody else but yourself. Nice going.
Thanks, Trustee Hastings. I'm told I need a mover and a seconder for adjournment. I'm almost willing to call this bluff, but we'll go through this.
Trustee Earhart will move.
Trustee Earhart will move. Thank you. I need a seconder.
Trustee Rajwani.
Trustee Rajwani. Any opposed? Hearing none, we're adjourned. Thanks, everybody. Thank you.